far of a drive was that?
So what is this about? What is this obese fucking guy?
Yeah.
This is what he looks like?
Why have you been avoiding me? Why have you been avoiding me? Don't even talk about what it looks like.
Guys, let me show you what he looks like. Hold on. This is what he looks like. This is so, guys. If you don't know, this is the guy. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hold on, I'm gonna mute him.
Able to focus, unlike you.
Yeah, I muted him. So, guys, if you don't know this, this is the guy a few weeks ago who Destiny was retweeting to like. He's saying, "Oh, Haas is such a pussy. Haas is not gonna meet up. He's gonna run away from another fight, whatever." Right? So this is the guy that like kept fucking messaging me on Twitter and kept posting pictures. Oh, I'm coming, Haas. I'm coming. I knew he wasn't because the time didn't even fucking match up. That he was supposed. He was like, "I'll be there in 4 hours," and literally like 20 minutes later, he was like, "I'm an hour away." And then literally 5 minutes later, he was like posting pictures of him there. So. But the reason I did it is because, like, everyone, all of DGG, all of these people, like, Haas, you're such a fucking pussy, you're not going to show up. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go there just to prove it, right? So I went there, and literally no one was there. And this guy then said that I called the police on him. And then Destiny then said that this guy's my sock puppet, and I put him up to the whole thing. And now what they're trying to say is that I paid him not to show up. So let me show you what this guy looks like. Let me show you, because we didn't actually get to see what he looks like. I didn't even know what he, like, I saw his profile picture, but, like, I didn't know it was this fucking bad. So actually, let me show this to you. Because this is absolutely, like, yeah, this is what he looks like, guys. This is him. Just so you guys can get a good look at what we're dealing with. So that's the guy. Okay, let's unmute.
Well, before you got here, Haas,
Ellen
was saying that he paid you $50 through Venmo to not show up.
No, he paid me. He paid me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the other way around. That you paid him $50 to not show up. That he drove there, you didn't come, and then you paid him $50 to not come. That's what he's alleging.
I have the Venmo.
Okay, show us the Venmo.
It's in the VC chat right now.
Pull it up on
No. Pull it up on your phone, not on the VC chat.
Pull it up on my phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll actually pull up Venmo on my phone.
Oh, okay, you used a different account. It's at Haas. I know your usual account is at Haas Infra. This one was at Infra Haas. This one was at Haas Infra. You're just gonna pull up a different account.
Okay, I have my Venmo is literally my personal name. It has nothing to do with my Twitch account.
You couldn't create a new account that quickly. I'm not fucking stupid, Haas.
Okay,
and
so
that's why you're hiding from me.
All right.
You know,
okay, hold on. All right. Listen.
Okay.
If I did pay you, then you should be able to like show us. And not screenshots, because those can be edited, but like pull up Discord or Twitter logs or text messages of me telling you, hey, if I give you $20, will you go away?
I have that. Here,
show it.
Remember the night of, I messaged you to call me, and that's the conversation we had.
And that's my phone number.
No, that's my phone number I gave to you, and you called me.
So you know what my number is then?
No, because I use a text free. And then I deleted it.
So what number did I use to text you and tell you that?
What, you think I fucking memorized the number?
How about this? Send me $50 on Venmo to prove it's me.
Destroy this lying
That
demon.
account doesn't even fucking exist anymore because you made it and then deleted it.
Ellen, this sounds super sus.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's fucking sus, and that's why he's not going to show up when I come to Detroit.
Giving you money, though, for you to not show up? Like, he can just tell you to not show up if he wanted you to not show up. Why would he?
Well, then he would know I would keep showing up. He would know I would show up.
I don't know.
No, and that's why he's not gonna show up when I come to Detroit on Friday.
Are you
gonna show up on Detroit on Friday or not?
Absolutely not. No, you had your chance.
Oh wow! No, you're not gonna do it.
Absolutely not. No,
you're too afraid.
You know what's actually Brittany and guys?
You're afraid.
So Justin and Brittany, you know what's hilarious is that I kept saying, I was so angry at this that I kept saying, I was like, okay, if I do this, I'm done, and like I don't want to hear shit from anyone ever again. And like, what will they say if I go? Right? So I went. And now the narrative from that whole community is basically like, oh my god, Haas is such a clown for showing up. Why would anyone show up to that? Yeah, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Exactly. If you show
Yeah.
up,
If you're such a big man, then just show up Friday.
But he did show up.
I did so, yeah.
He paid me not to show up, and then now I'm coming back Friday. I'm gonna post videos of me being there, and you're not gonna show up.
Hold on, doesn't this wait, guys, doesn't this guy post literally every tweet I make he's there?
Yeah, because
holy shit, he's still at it. Man. Okay, you fucking little bitch. This guy's still at it.
All right, let's go then.
Come
on, big man.
This is you. You're the guy who's always talking shit on Twitter. This is actually what you look like.
I'm gonna hold you by your bald spot.
Literally, if I say anything more, I'll get banned from Twitch. But holy shit, he gives me big Chris Chan vibes. What about you guys?
Wow.
He gives me big Chris Chan vibes. Major Chris Chan vibes.
Is that why you're not gonna show up Friday? You're not gonna show up. Does he still have me muted?
I'm absolutely not going to show up, no.
Wow. Fucking coward beta cuck Haas.
But you had your chance. Why would I give you...
You're getting a new chance. A real man...
Yeah, and then if you pull some bullshit again, you're just going to keep doing this forever, right?
No, I'm gonna show up and I'll confront you, and then after that, I'm gonna just keep confronting these dumbass Twitch streamers that build their ideas. What? Shut up, you bald little bitch.
Okay, can I see your hairline actually? Because you have a really weird hairline.
What do you want? What?
You have a big ass forehead, dude. I'd rather be bald than have that big ass forehead. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, AK 4'7".
So, would you describe yourself as an obese person?
I would describe myself as the person that's gonna see you Friday, except you're not gonna show up because you're a beta cuck soy boy PMC, daddy's money.
Yeah. You might
never worked a fucking day in their life.
You might be able to see me, but I don't see your beard connecting anytime soon. So how are we gonna?
Oh, I'm gonna beard connect. Yeah, but this person with the subpar everything is still gonna be able to trounce you if you ever do anything in person. I'm gonna be in Detroit Friday, and you're not gonna show up because you're a soy boy beta.
Why didn't you show up last time?
Because you paid me to not show up, and I wanted to take.
Yeah, but you know what? Okay, hold on. Me and you both. That's not true. So why didn't you really show up last time?
You paid me $50. I have.
Why do we have DMs of you telling someone that you're not actually going to show up?
Those are fake DMs.
Really? Okay, so if the person can provide the live recording of those DMs, are you still going to call them fake?
Yeah.
Really? So how would they fake a live recording of those DMs?
I don't know, but they're gonna fucking have to do it somehow.
The DMs are fake, but the Venmo's not.
Yeah,
and you know that because he's not gonna show up Friday.
You're right.
Because
I'm not.
If it was all fake, he would have no problem just coming to do it again.
So you've launched.
So why are you hiding, Haas?
You've launched a career. You've launched.
Hiding Haas.
You've launched a career Twitch streaming. How many views do you get average?
I don't call this a career.
Really? Well, you're trying to kickstart one, clearly. How's it been working out for you?
You talking about?
I think you got a little excited. Here's what I think happened. I think you got a little excited.
I think I know.
Yeah, all right. Listen, bum. Hey. Listen, you're a fucking bum. First of all. And you got a little excited that you're going to be able to start making
daddy's money, little lawyer.
You started getting a little excited.
What have you done?
You started getting excited that you might be able to.
What have you done? You're so like working class and everything. What jobs have you done?
You don't worry about it. You started.
Because you haven't, because your daddy's paid for everything.
Why are you? I can literally hear the estrogenic tone coming out of your voice. You started getting
tone.
Yeah, you sound like a hurling, screeching banshee.
I'm asking you.
You sound like a hurling, screeching banshee. Yeah. So listen. So listen. I even forgot what I was gonna say. What are you asking? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Fucking hiding Haas over here.
What was I gonna say, guys? Did you guys remember what I was gonna say?
You were gonna be a little bitch and not show up Friday because you know you can't take a real man.
Oh, yeah. So you're a bum, right? Mm-hmm. And now you think you're going to make a living being able to stream and stuff because Destiny, like, temporarily gave you, like, some attention.
I don't plan on making this.
You realize that your whole significance for throughout your whole life until
your entire significance.
Listen, the entire significance. Listen, the entire
people. So it's hilarious.
The entire significance. Listen, the entire significance of your whole life. Your whole 15 minutes of fame. Your whole 15 minutes of fame was just to be used as a troll against me. Your whole 15 minutes of fame was to be used as a troll against me.
Ellen, really quick though, imagine you're on like a jury, right? And you're trying to figure out like what's true, what's not true. And what the person, the suspect, right? They're like, well, yeah, he called me, but it was on a text app, and I deleted the app.
See, if that was the only evidence, and I wasn't able to show, if I wasn't.
Ellen, did I call the police on you?
I had to come up with something after you fucking.
Wait, so you have a record of lying? That means you're no longer reliable.
Okay, but I'm not lying about Friday. And
but hold on, Ellen, you literally have a track record of lying. You just admitted to lying about me calling the police on you.
Yeah, because you're too dumb to come up with something.
Bro, why would you give me this ammunition? I literally have you live on stream. A lot of people believed it. Hold on, Ellen. Ellen, did you know a lot of people actually believed I called the police on you?
I believe that you're.
Yeah, and now no one does. And now literally no one does because you just confirmed it was a lie for free.
Coward. You can't stand in front of a real man. I'm going to be in your city all Friday, and you're not going to do shit.
Okay, what if I told you I don't even live in Detroit?
Well, you're clearly close enough to fucking drive to Lansing, so you can drive to Detroit.
I live way closer to Lansing, actually, to be honest.
Okay, I'll go to Lansing. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, you can go to Lansing.
Okay, then you're not going to show up.
No, I'm probably not.
You're a little bitch.
Yeah, well, I did, but here's the thing, Ellen. I gave you a chance to prove yourself, and I said...
I'm not going to do it again because I'm a little bitch.
How about this? If you pay me $200, I'll show up.
All right, bet. I have to hand it to you in person, though.
No, you're going to send it to me beforehand? You're going to... If you come to Lansing next Friday and you pay me $200 through PayPal, I'll show up.
$200 in cash, hand it to you. The fact that you want it on PayPal means you're going to take the money and
I'm not going to take it.
Hiding Haas. Your ancestors spit on your image. They hate you.
So, Ellen, do you consider yourself a tough guy?
I'm tougher than you.
How many fights have you been in?
I don't know. I've been bouncing in clubs for like the last couple of years. So a lot.
You've been in a lot of fights? Bouncing at clubs?
I've been a bouncer at bars, yeah.
Are you like the obese backup bouncer they have when the other one isn't showing up?
No, there's fatter people than me.
Yeah. So are you like... so what about you is significant?
In terms of what?
I'm not... By the way, I would never down you're a bouncer because I do think you bounce a lot, especially when you walk. But, yeah.
Hiding Haas.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm hiding from you because you're.
Yeah, you are hiding.
Yeah, because you're so scary, dude. Anyway,
I'm way scarier than you.
Nobody's scared of who do you plan on challenging? Who do you plan on challenging after me?
Jackson Hinkle would be fun.
Yeah, but he would never. You realize he would never entertain this dumb shit.
Because he's too busy sucking the dick of like Assad and getting paid by fucking.
Actually, you know what? You know what'd even be better? Since you're too much of a little fucking pussy to show up in person, why don't we actually debate?
I'm showing up.
Why don't we? No, you had your chance and you fucked it up. So why don't we actually?
You're gonna hide.
Why don't we actually debate about what it is that makes you so fucking butthurt about me and Jackson?
Oh, I just don't like
what
the
started
super
this,
macho.
by the way? Why did you get so mad?
Yeah.
The super macho posturing, the bullshit atrocity denial.
Okay, let's go there. Let's go to the atrocity denial. So what atrocities have I denied?
The chemical attacks in Syria would be one.
Okay, so if Vosh himself had to bitch out of that debate and rage quit and he wasn't able to hold his own, what makes you think you're going to be able to actually prove that Jackson was in the wrong?
Because I'm more of a man than you and Vosh.
Okay, so go ahead and succeed where Vosh failed on that debate.
All right, so let's go to that video. Do you want to show the video of the canister hitting the roof?
Yeah, but but Jackson Hinkle already addressed like all of the details surrounding it. So what did Jackson get wrong?
How did he address them? Pause.
He pointed out how the OPCW inspectors initial reports.
Okay, but why was everybody at the bottom of that apartment, and why did the gas go?
The burden of proof is not upon us to explain the details of that footage, because that footage. That footage could be explained in like dozens of other ways. It's not the burden of proof is not on us to explain the footage.
How do you explain the canister being
so here's the thing
in the video?
Here's the thing. It's not our job to explain that. It was the OPCW's job to explain that. And that's what they were debating about. They had a whole investigation to explain precisely that.
Look,
and they failed to actually incriminate Assad.
Hiding Haas.
It doesn't seem like I'm hiding here. It seems like you are.
Hiding. I'm not hiding, bitch.
You are hiding here, you little bitch.
No, I'll come make me a bitch Friday.
I already made you my bitch for life. Your whole face, your face is going to be attached to the word bitch until your dying day.
To fuck other bitches.
Your face will be used as an example of a bitch for the rest of your life.
Never.
For the rest of your life.
So why was the canister white?
By the way,
in the video, why was the canister white in the video? Why?
What's the significance of that question?
The canister that sprayed out the chlorine. Why was it white and then yellow and then tarnished later? Why was
again? That was the OPCW's job to investigate.
About the OPCW. I want to know why you think that.
I actually don't know why it was. That's why it had to be investigated.
Have you ever cleaned your fucking keyboard before?
What's the point?
No, I'm asking. Have you ever used the like air thing to clean your keyboard?
The error?
Air, like the little like can of air to clean your keyboard. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like aerosol.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, I have one right here. One of these. You ever used one of these before?
Okay. No.
What happens when you release air out of this? What happens to the can? What do you feel?
I think you should. The OCP. I think they should hire you. You're doing this all, but you're a great investigator all by yourself.
Are you taking
the OPCW shouldn't? They should hire you.
Do you need some medication? Is the OCPW in the room with you right now?
Well, they're the ones who were tasked with investigating the culprit of this attack.
What is happening to this can as I release air? What is happening to it right now? Tell me.
It's the Riddler from Batman.
No, come on. This is important. Tell me why. What is happening? What is happening to my hand right now? What sensation do you think?
Don't show this to the international criminal courts, because this might incriminate Assad. Assad's over after they see this. This is like quite the investigation you're doing.
What is happening to my hand right now?
All right, look at my stream. What is in my hand right now?
I don't give a fuck.
No, look at my hand right now. What is in my hand?
No. Tell me what's in my hand. No.
Tell me what's in my hand right now.
I'm not looking at your stream.
Yeah, well, until you do, we're not going to really get anywhere, are we? Look at my hand.
It's getting cold. Why is my hand getting
cold? My hand is getting warm. Why is my hand getting warm?
Because it's on your dick and balls. I don't fucking
know. Exactly. You can't even explain this. Explain this. What is this?
No, so this can gets cold when air is coming out of it.
Yeah,
a process called auto refrigeration.
Yeah,
which is why.
And the process of condensation is why. Yeah.
So so it was frost. So that means that air.
Yeah, air. Exactly. There's air inside this too. Can you explain that?
And then inside the canister. So that means that
this is a canister of air too.
Dumb little bitch.
Explain this, you little bitch.
Owned you.
You got owned.
I just fucking owned you.
Okay. So, what did you actually prove?
I just proved it. Bam.
You proved that the canister got cold?
Yes, I proved. Yeah, why did it get cold, though? What was inside it and leaving that made it cold?
It could literally be your mom's pussy juice. It doesn't matter.
Why was that canister less than like a month later looked like it had just gotten fished out of the ocean? You know why?
So hold on. If you wanted to make the argument... If you wanted to make the argument, hold on. If you wanted to make, hold on.
That's why it looks like it was so corroded less than a couple months later.
Hey, you dumb, screeching banshee fuck. You are literally a stupid fucking person.
Anyone, a little screeching fuck.
You are literally a stupid person. You are genuinely, you are genuinely a stupid fucking person.
Little bitch.
If you wanted, hold on. If what you wanted to do was make the argument that there's somehow indisputable video evidence that some kind of canister was released with chlorine gas, that still does not prove Assad was the culprit.
So you think the rebels had the had control?
I don't. It's the burden of proof isn't on. Hold on. Okay, let me explain to you how. Let me explain to you how criminal law works in every country. Okay.
So how the fuck are they going to be doing that?
Okay, when you're done screaming like a fat ass, I'll explain to you how. Yeah, I'll explain to you how criminal. I'll explain to you how criminal law works in every single country.
I don't give a fuck how criminal.
If you cannot establish someone as guilty of a crime, that the burden of explaining the crime is not on that person. We may not know who's guilty of the crime, but that person can be exonerated. Still, that's how it works.
Do you think that Carolyn Bryant's brothers didn't kill Emmett Till then? Because they weren't convicted of it?
That's not what I said, is it?
Okay, you were just fucking saying that, it needs to be the law.
No, I'm saying that's the standard procedure. That's the
that's talk about the standard procedure.
So according to you, the person. Okay, so according to you,
because I'm a better man
unless we know. Hold on. According to you, unless we can prove exactly who was responsible for the placement of the canister in the location that it was.
Who had control of the airspace?
Okay, unless we can explain who is responsible.
Who had control of the airspace?
Unless we can explain exactly. Did you find the canister in the air? Did you find it in air? Thank you, Hugs. Appreciate the subs. Did you find the canister in the airspace?
The canister was dropped from the airspace.
That was not proven by the OPCW's investigation.
Oh, okay, so it just like spontaneously spawned above it and then just hit.
It's not Assad's problem to prove how it got there. It's absolutely not our problem to prove how it got there.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's literally not.
Yeah, it is because
I'll explain it to you.
Prove that it did. No, I will explain it to you.
Yeah, if you hold on.
Controlled the airspace. He had access to the helicopters. He's done this kind of attack before with the exact same kind of harness and exact same kind of canister in other areas. His father did it the same fucking way, and then you're gonna fucking jerk him off, say he didn't do it, trying to get off on.
Then why was the OPCW's investigation not able to arrive at the same conclusion?
The OPCW.
So is the OPCW compromised by Assad?
I don't give a fuck.
So you're allowed to not give a fuck about the OPCW, but I have to give a fuck about how the canister got to where it was. Hold on. So you don't have to give a fuck about the OPCW's investigation, but I somehow have to give a fuck about how the canister got to where it was, right?
No, because I didn't even need the OPCW for any part of my argument, so I never defaulted.
Yeah, but they're actually experts in being able to investigate this kind of thing, and you're not. You're not an expert, and they are. And actually, even your tenuous and contestable claims about the facts surrounding the placement of the canister and all the details thereof, they literally came from the OPCW's reports. So everything you even know about this came from the OPCW in the first place.
Little bitch.
So that's literally it's based in irrationality. You can't actually argue for
irrationality.
Yeah, you have nothing.
No, I have everything. I know who was in control of the airspace. I know who uses those helicopters. I know that he has done these kind of attacks before. I know that the canister hit the top, caved in the roof, was white at the beginning as it was releasing gas.
No, you don't know all of those things. You do not know all of those things whatsoever.
Because chlorine is a very reactive.
You do not know all of those things whatsoever.
Just like you're gonna get your ass handed to you Friday.
You literally don't know all of those things. That's the fucking problem.
We have video evidence. People can go look up that video.
Okay, well, it wasn't enough for the OPCW.
I don't give a fuck.
The OPCW literally had to hide the initial reports of the people on the ground who went to go investigate what happened.
Hey, my good bitch. The OPCW doesn't like to claim fault for things. They just like to say that it happened.
That's not what they said.
Is that what they said?
No,
What they say. They
if
say-
their
they say
investigation was about establishing the culprit. It wasn't about establishing whether it happened, but who the culprit was.
I've never. Let's see. Does the OPCW?
They would produce who the culprit of the attack was. Yes, and they would also they would also produce that it was dropped via a helicopter, which they did not produce.
Let's see. A new OPCW team is ready to find the culprits behind chemical attacks in Syria. Let's look at this. The organism is inching closer to try.
Why do they have to have a new team? Was the old team not capable of doing it?
I don't give a fuck. You're like wanting me to go by their.
You're like, why? Oh, why are they? Okay, why would you think they're biased?
I like that.
Why would the OPCW be biased?
I don't give a fuck about the OPCW.
Well, I don't give a fuck about your so-called video evidence.
Argument. So you're just arguing against fucking shadow people.
How exactly am I losing the argument?
Are you on drugs?
How am I losing the argument?
You're losing the argument because you can't even admit very basic things like fucking air coming out of a compressed container makes it cold.
Why can't I admit that? I've never denied that.
Okay, so then you concede that there was frost on that canister that was in that video that caved in the roof, right?
I don't know, but I can concede that for the sake of argument.
Okay, so, and what would chlorine do to a metal thing that it was released out of? It would make it degrade faster, right?
Okay, let me just assume all of those things are true. It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because the best that would prove, and that's without me investigating anything, is that chlorine was indeed released from a canister.
In that area, right? On that video? Okay, so how was it dropped there?
I don't know.
Helicopters.
But the OPCW did not establish that.
Okay, so do you think that somebody just went up there with the canister and
to use your famous words, I don't care. I don't care how it got there.
No, you have to.
The OPCW could not establish that it was via helicopters from Assad.
Okay, so what was it dropped from then? It had to be dropped.
It's not our problem. It's not Assad's problem, and it's not our problem.
Assad was the only person that controlled that airspace.
It did not even drop from a helicopter. The OPCW couldn't even establish it was dropped at all. They couldn't establish it was dropped from anything.
It fucking caved in the roof.
That also wasn't proven.
It went through. Yes, you can see it.
It was not proven that the canister hit through the roof. No. There's like a million ways to explain why there could have been a cavity in a roof and why a canister could be below that cavity. Yeah.
I need to get that video pulled up, and I'm gonna make sure.
Make sure he doesn't pull it up in the Discord because it's not allowed.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let's see where it. I'm trying to fit. What is even the title of that video? I watched it back on the original debate. Let's see. Syria chlorine attack. Okay. Let's actually probably not on YouTube.
Try BitChute.
Okay, that's actually a good point. Yeah.
Okay, OPCW investigator testifies at the UN that no chemical attack took place in Douma, Syria. That's what they testified.
I don't give a fuck what the OPCW says. I care about what my eyes saw in a video.
We had serious misgivings that a chemical attack occurred. He added that he had compiled evidence through months of research that provided further support for the view that there had not been a chemical attack. That's what Ian Henderson, who was on the ground, said.
I don't give a shit what they say. I am talking about just a specific video.
You can't even establish what that video even fucking is.
Yeah, I watched it 8 months ago. Sorry, I'm not fucking Rain Man, and I can't remember the URL from 8 months ago. Sorry, you got me there. Wow,
so
your brain is so fucking.
Okay, MIT professor of science, technology, and international security Theodore Postel claims that the evidence is overwhelming that the gas attacks were staged. That's what he claims, and he also said
those were some good fucking crisis actors.
Yeah,
they're fucking dying on the ground.
No, I'm using his words, not mine. That's what he's saying.
Okay, I don't give a shit. I'm talking about this one video that we all saw in that one debate recently. Let's see, where the fuck is this? Alright, where's the fucking video? God damn it.
Hold on. The results show that there is no organophosphorus nerve agents or their degradation products were detected in the environmental samples or in the plasma samples taken from alleged casualties. So actually, it's even more incriminating. The team for the OPCW is saying that the results show that there wasn't even any fucking gas released. So what you were saying about the canister being frosty and showing signs of degradation from the release of gas was actually bullshit according to the findings of the OPCW.
I don't care what the OPCW said, for one. I've seen...
Okay, if you don't care what the team on the ground said, why should I give a fuck about anything you're saying?
I've seen the picture of the canister 3 months later, and it looked like it was under the ocean for fucking 200 years. The only thing that would do that is chlorine.
That's not true.
What other thing?
It could be literally dozens of other things. You just said the only thing that it... You said the only thing it could be is chlorine. I told you no, it's not. And now you're asking me for the exact reason why it looks like that? You don't even know any fucking... You have zero logic. You're fucking dumbass. You're a literal dumbass. You're a literal dumbass.
Hide from the point. I've said like what, and you can't say shit.
You're literally a dumbass. There's no ifs or whats or buts about it. You're a fucking dumbass.
Something else could have made
I don't care about what the OPCW expert said. I don't care about the whistleblowers at the OPCW. Shut the fuck up. I never used it in
my argument, so why would I give a shit what the fuck they say?
Why would you give a fuck about what they say? Because they were the ones on the ground investigating it, you fucking dumbass. They took samples from the surrounding environment. They took samples from the plasma of the alleged casualties and found nothing. Why did the OPCW not find any traces of the gas in the surrounding environment or in the plasma of the casualties? Why not?
Here, I'm pulling up.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I'm not going to speak for the OPCW because I'm not the fucking OPCW. Oh, I finally found the video. All right, finally. Thank you, Daily Motion. All right, Daily Motion video right here. Let's see if they show the canister. Yep, we have kids seizing. All right, wait. Shit, this isn't. Fuck me, this isn't it. God damn it. Never mind. Wrong video. Duma, Video. You still there?
Yeah.
All right, making sure. You know, your crowd could help you with the video too, and completely obliterate my argument, but they're not going to help you find the video because they know it makes you look wrong.
Okay, the video is not evidence of anything.
The video is evidence that the canister was white. It's also evidence that it went through the roof. So if it went
no, it's not. That's not actual evidence.
How the fuck else? Do you think that the Hulk set it up there and just slammed it through the rebar?
It could have been an artillery strike that had already caused a hole in the fucking building. Yes. In a war zone, there tends to be holes through roofs of buildings. It's very common.
Damage the canister.
What?
And it didn't damage the canister somehow.
If the canister even released those nerve agents in the first place, they would have been able to fucking find the actual degradation products in the environmental samples or the plasma taken from alleged casualties.
When did they look for the samples? Like, how long after the attack?
They visited the site in April 2018.
And when did the attack happen?
You tell me. You're the expert on it.
I'm trying to...
The attack supposedly took place on the 7th of April 2018.
So, a week later, right?
They visited the site on the 21st of April.
So, okay, they had 2 weeks. Okay, this is me being curious. I'm curious how long evidence of chlorine stays around. I know that it is a highly corrosive element, so it wouldn't surprise me if it is something that, dissipates fairly correctly.
Oh, but not from the canister, right?
It made
Only
the canister.
only the can. It wouldn't be detected in the blood samples of the alleged casualties 2 weeks later.
I don't know that. I'm not the doctor. But
Well, this guy is a fucking doctor, and he is an expert in this.
The canister had the chlorine in it for weeks, or years, and then released it from the inside out. It would have had the highest concentration.
Hold on. So you're saying this canister was completely corroded? Which canister in particular are you talking about?
The canister that went through the rebar.
And what photographic or video evidence of the canister's degradation did you see exactly? Because it wasn't from the video, because in the video it just got immediately released. So you must have seen it weeks or even a year later or something, right? So what canister? What evidence do you have that this canister is the same one as in the so-called video?
I'm gonna pull up Hinkle.
No, hold on. Find the exact canister you're talking about.
Saw it.
You saw it in the video only.
Let's see. Let's go to.
You said it had looked like it had been under the ocean.
Hold on, Cuck.
You said it looked like it had been under the ocean.
Oh, here, I got it. Here. So I'm gonna pull this up right now. I'm gonna copy the URL from a video because let's see, where is it? All right. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this video up right now. .com/app. Let's hope this link is still.
So there's a photo of this gas canister right here.
Yeah. Uploads.
And you're saying it looks like it had been under the ocean and that only chlorine could be responsible for that.
01.
And you're saying there's frost. Where's the fucking frost, by the way?
It's in the initial video. If you
No, it's not, because the initial video is when it was initially released.
Yeah, pull up the video then, and then it'll completely either make you right or me right. If you want to take those odds, go for it. All right, so I got this right here. I'm gonna throw it in the chat.
Hey, I don't want to derail. I just want to say what's up to Haas and Infrared Collective. What's up, homie?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? Take it easy. I'll be
Appreciate
listening.
you, man. See you later.
You got it, bro. Appreciate you too, man.
All right. So, do you think the corrosion I sent you? Do you think that's normal?
Which corrosion?
I sent you from Bellingcat.
Bellingcat.
The cylinder corrosion, full JPEG, and then it shows.
Yeah, we don't even know if. First of all, you are not an expert in the corrosion of fucking canisters, so you don't.
I know canisters.
Even assuming that's the same one, even it's assuming that's the same one. How do you know?
You can fucking look at it. Look at it.
Yeah, and that's the only one ever produced of its kind. Okay, let's just assume this is the same one, because I don't know. I genuinely don't know. No, I genuinely don't know. Okay?
No, what you just said was so fucking stupid. So do you think that they deliberately aged a canister and then brought it over or something like that, knowing this attack was going to happen? So it's not even just like, oh, they're trying to make it look worse. They like premeditated, false flagged everything.
No, I'm not saying they deliberately aged the canister. They could have used any canister.
Another canister. You're saying it's another canister.
I'm not actually. This is what you don't understand, because you're a fuck. Hold on. Why are you soying out? Why are you soying out? Yes, you are. I'm not saying anything definitive about this canister. I'm just saying it's possible.
Because you know you can't prove shit.
No, even if I couldn't prove anything, that doesn't make Assad guilty. Assad isn't guilty because something isn't proven, you dumb fuck. He's not automatically guilty. And then the burden of us is to prove he's not guilty, you fucking idiot.
By that metric, Carolyn Bryant's brothers didn't kill Emmett Till. If that's what
the details surrounding that were entirely different.
Well, you're saying because he wasn't legally convicted that.
No, I'm saying because the investigators who were tasked with scientifically determining what happened there leaked in a whistleblower report that there was no evidence of a gas attack occurring there.
In this one video, I don't care about any of the other drama or something like that. I want you to explain how a canister fucking fell.
All right, okay, so hold on.
rebar and
This is why you're a
concrete.
fucking idiot. Can you mute this guy for 1 second so I can explain? Because he
Okay.
keeps fucking interrupting me every time I try to explain it, and he's so fucking
don't you
fat
hate
and
it when that
stupid.
happens, Haas? Don't you
Yeah.
hate it when people
No, actually, I give everyone a chance to actually say something new.
No,
What an annoying fat idiot. What an annoying fat fuck. He literally won't shut the fuck up.
Little bitch.
He literally won't shut the fuck up. What a literal fat fuck won't shut the fuck up. Can you guys mute him for 1 second? Just give me like 30 seconds to say this.
Let Haas say it, let Haas
Yeah,
say it.
give me 30 seconds. Okay.
All right, let him talk.
So when you ask the question of like how it could have happened, I can actually give you a dozen scenarios in which it could happen. I can't prove that those scenarios are true, but they're just as likely to be true, if not more likely to be true, than a gas attack by Assad. And what that basically fucking means is every time I fucking do that, you go, oh, Haas, you can't prove it, so that means you're wrong. No, you asked me if there's another possibility for how it could have gotten there. Of course there is, okay? Now, can I prove that possibility? No, but the burden of proof is not on me to prove any of one of those possibilities. Just to defend the fact, just to defend the fact that it has not been proven Assad did it, and that's how fucking evidence works. Not just in criminal law, but in science as well. You're too much of a stupid fuck to understand that, so you keep interrupting me. There you go.
Okay, can I talk now? So you can't accuse me of interrupting? Okay.
Yeah,
so,
go ahead.
You said that there's many different ways that a canister would fall through concrete and rebar in a perfect way in order to disperse the gas.
Hold on, the canister did not have to have fallen through the concrete and rebar at all.
No, it didn't have to, but it did. You see it.
We don't know if it did or not at all.
Here, I'm gonna pull. Let's see. Let's hold on.
We don't know if the canister was responsible for producing that hole in the fucking ceiling.
Okay, here we go. I have the picture right now.
Okay, let's see if this addresses the point. Go ahead and post the picture.
Okay, I have to do the thing again where I'm just typing the URL because it's on a YouTube video.
Yo, is this a debate? Like, I don't want to interrupt, but
No,
yeah,
you can interrupt.
The gas attack was a total fake, and I don't believe that you're even trying to show this gas attack as being real. I don't care about Assad or anything, but the gas attack was fucking fake. Aaron Mate has a fucking great.
Aaron Mate is a little bitch boy cuck.
Whatever, dog. Whatever. I don't agree with his politics, but he's done the best Russia collusion and the best fake Syrian work that I've seen out of anybody. So that's just me, and I'll just give people credit. So anyway, I don't want to derail. I'll give my own sources. I'll be back, and I'll be listening. Go ahead.
All right, appreciate you, man. So additionally, someone in my chat's pointing this out, which even I forgot about. The original report shows the hole was even too small for the canister and its harness to fit through. That's what the original report alleged.
I'm just going to take a.
So that's actually evidence that it did not fall through the roof. There's actually evidence it did not fall through the roof, according to the initial reports that the OPCW refused to publish because of the political implications.
Here, I got your bitch ass. Let's see. I got this right here.
I'm waiting for the smoking gun. Let's go.
All right, I'm putting the photo through. Let's see. Where is it? Where the fuck? Yep. Okay.
What does that prove?
It's obviously being dropped through fucking concrete.
Oh, so they actually filmed it being dropped.
No, why is it white and then yellow later? Why the color change?
Hold on. What does this prove? This image you just gave me. What does that actually prove?
That is where the canister was deployed. That's where it was.
So this is the PO. So what is the POV here?
That is somebody looking up at the ceiling.
And the canister's about to fall through the ceiling.
Yes.
So how come in the second image the canister's clearly above the ceiling with a hole already in it?
No, that's the other one is covering the hole. Do you not understand that?
No, I don't understand. You're saying what created. You're saying this is footage of the canister falling through the ceiling.
Not falling through the ceiling, almost falling through the ceiling. It went through the concrete and it's being caught by the rebar.
Okay, so you're saying that this is evidence So you're saying that this shows the canister destroyed the concrete and it got caught by the rebar.
Yes.
You actually believe that this is what that would look like?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay?
You can try and say it incredulously if you want, but that is what that would look like.
No, it's not. In no fucking possible terms could a fucking canister destroy all the concrete like this.
Why would it? It's in a place that's getting shelled.
Because this... Let me show you how stupid it is, chat. Look at this. He's trying to say...
He's trying to say that...
He's trying to say... Let me get rid of this. He's trying to say... Fuck. Here it is. He's trying to say that it just fell on the roof and got caught by the rebar right here. So it actually didn't fall through the roof now?
No, it perfectly fell into the rebar, bro. Hey, I'm gonna go. I gotta put the little one to bed, bro. I'll be back. I love this subject. I also, it's like the Fort Detrick where, the fucking lab leak,
Oh,
like,
bro, we gotta be careful because Twitch is...
Oh, Twitch don't allow that no more? Sorry, bro.
Yeah, they have
that
a new,
never happened.
Yeah.
I believe everything that they told us about COVID. Sorry.
It's all correct, exactly. Everything they've told us... Yeah.
I love vaccines too, bro. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't know you. I thought YouTube was the only one. Anyway, I'll be back.
Yeah,
anyway,
see you later, man.
Yeah, I'll grab my evidence. Bye.
Yeah. So you're trying to say now that the canister never actually fell through the roof.
I'm saying the picture is of it falling a little bit through the roof, getting caught by the rebar. It displaced the concrete.
So it never actually fell through the roof at all.
I would consider getting caught by rebar underneath where the roof is constituting as...
But didn't it actually fall through and hit the ground below the roof?
No.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Okay, let's see.
Did it fall through?
I'm asking you.
I don't see a picture of it falling through. That's of it taken later, so obviously it was stayed in that same spot.
So, they found that, on the rooftop...
What?
So, so the rebar caught the canister, but the canister absolutely destroyed all of the concrete, including the concrete below.
Probably the falling concrete below maybe did a little bit of that too. I don't know. I'm not a structural expert. I imagine concrete is weaker than rebar. That's why rebar reinforces concrete. We don't use concrete to reinforce rebar.
Yeah, but look at the scale of damage. It's like an exact hole.
Yeah.
With
because that's where the canister fell and it displaced the concrete.
Yeah, that's absolutely not the case. So let's look at the Duma attack canister. So in the video, is the canister on the ground? No, it's not. It's on the roof. Okay.
So yeah, we have that other the other picture I sent through from Bellingcat.
So the canister just conveniently fell right on this hole, right?
I think the canister created the hole.
Yeah, of course. Like, that's exactly what that would look like, right? So what does this picture prove exactly? Tell me what this picture proves.
It proves it was dropped.
How?
Because the hole is the same exact size as the canister, so logically it would make sense to say that
the hole. According to the initial finding of the OPCW, the hole was too small for that.
Too small for the entire thing.
Why is the hole on the left much smaller than the one on the right?
Probably due to chlorine being as degradation as a degradative. Is that a word? I don't know.
No, that would not explain why that is. Why is the hole on the left much smaller than the one on the right?
Because that's when it began, and then the other one is after chlorine flowed through it for however long it took to empty the canister.
So you're saying chlorine melted the concrete?
It probably made it weak enough for the other parts of it to fall more, and then there was also still
what other parts fell more?
So, like, you can kind of see that it's not that great of a ceiling in the left photo, right? So, considering chlorine is being dumped over, a very highly reactive chemical, and you're still getting shelled, so shock waves are going everywhere. It's not completely out of the, you don't have to be out of your mind to think that maybe those shock waves made more of the concrete fall, thus the hole get a little bigger.
Wait, okay, so more shock waves were responsible for the hole getting bigger now.
I think that
shock waves from what?
Shelling.
Oh, so this building was already subject to shelling beforehand. Is that what you're admitting?
The entire neighborhood was, yeah.
Okay, so it couldn't possibly be, this hole couldn't possibly have been produced from a shelling. It had to have been from this
I think it
canister.
would be very improbable for a shell to create a perfect canister-sized hole.
This is not a perfect canister-sized hole, according to the initial reports of the OPCW team. According to the OPCW team, the hole was too small to have been produced by the canister.
Your community can inhale all the copium they want, but if you went to a random person on the street and said, look at this picture, do you think...
Wait, if you went up to a random person on the street and you showed them Bigfoot, they would believe it. That doesn't fucking mean anything.
Oh, I'm talking about people's eyes, not...
Yeah, I'm talking about people's eyes, too. If you show people the Loch Ness Monster, they'll fucking believe it. What is that supposed to prove?
That's the same as saying...
Yeah, it is the fucking same. What do you mean if you show a random... You show a random uneducated person this out-of-context photo incriminating someone? That's the most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard. That's the most stupid shit I've ever heard. Most people believe the ghost of Kiev.
You think artillery made that small of a hole? Do you have any idea how much fucking boom is in
it depends on the shell of artillery, but let me ask you a question.
What artillery shells were being used then?
It could have literally been anything that made this hole.
Hold on. We're going to look up Syrian artillery right now.
No, we're not, because...
Yes, we are.
So you're going to go through every type of artillery that Syria uses.
I'm looking at their mortars. They use PM37s, TB17 Podnos, and all these other things. I want to see what... Let's see. They use 160 millimeter mortar, 240 millimeter. The smallest millimeter mortar they use is an 82 millimeter mortar. So let's look at an 82 millimeter mortar.
What a fucking dumbass!
So, yeah. So this is a 82 millimeter mortar, HE82 frag. All right.
Okay.
This thing has, let's see, it has 420 grams of explosive filling. So 420. So that would create a way bigger hole than that. So let's look at 420 grams of tannerite. That is another type of explosive filling. I'm sure you're familiar with. You're from.
Keep going. Go ahead. This is really riveting stuff. Keep going.
I got it.
It's very important that we get to the bottom of this.
Tannerite is a legal thing that you can buy, so it will be weaker than anything you get. Here, we're looking at tannerite explosion. What is the metric conversion on this? Let's see. 420 grams to...
Why does this guy look like Dylan Burns from a parallel universe? Why do they look like this?
Dylan Burns looks like me.
Why do they look like this?
Okay, so that's like a pound. So 1 pound of tannerite explosion. Okay, I found 1.5 pounds. So this is pretty close to what the explosives would be from a mortar shell. Let's see. He's gonna shoot this. Let's see. Okay. All right, I got the video. I'm going to put it in the VC chat. It's at 2 minutes and 24 seconds. I want you to tell me that explosion would create this size hole.
What?
The video I put, it is 1.5 pounds of tannerite, which is significantly weaker than what would be in that mortar.
What are you even saying at this point? What more? You don't even know what mortar was used or anything like that. Yes, you don't even know if it was artillery.
Yes, I just looked up their smallest mortar. It's 82 millimeters.
Okay.
And then I pulled up their mortar rounds, and they have 420 grams of explosive filling. 420 grams to pounds is about a little less than a pound. So, and then I used tannerite as a control because it's weaker, and there are videos of people setting it off.
Hey, can you go ahead and prove to me how this proves that no artillery shell could have produced that hole?
Because the kind of artillery that would have gone off would have made a way bigger hole. The explosion in this is smaller than
You
what
don't
would have
know
happened
that.
on
You
that.
literally
Yes,
don't
I
know
do.
that.
I just proved it.
No, you didn't prove it.
Yes,
He
I did.
leaked me a video of a Hickok 127, that guy who just shoots guns on YouTube, and he uses a grenade launcher, and he's blowing up a jar of fucking jelly beans on YouTube, and he's saying that's evidence.
This is a pound and a half of tannerite. It's showing that the explosion would be way bigger. So the idea that
No, it's not showing that.
Do you have any idea?
How do you know what effect this has on a concrete roof? Hold on. How do you know what effect that would have on a concrete roof?
Way bigger than that tiny fucking hole.
But hold on. You're literally just showing like a fucking beanbag being blown up.
No,
what is being blown up in this
tannerite.
video?
Tannerite, a weaker explosive than what the Syrian military would use in their artillery shells.
Okay, and you think that would cause that hole in concrete?
No, I think that the hole that the Syrian military would use...
Guys, let me show you the video. Let me just show you the video he gave me, right? So he's saying that this is proof it couldn't... He's saying this is proof that it could... Look at this.
224. That is
He's saying that would have created a bigger hole in a concrete roof.
Yes, absolutely. What are you... Have you blown shit? Look, I know I'm...
What are you talking about? No, it wouldn't have.
Have you blown shit up before? Like, you know...
Concrete?
We're proud Midwesterners. Yeah, I've blown up shit before. That would
how big of a hole in concrete would that have caused?
What, do you want it, like, fucking measurement? Like, what do you want? Like...
It wouldn't even leave a dent.
No, that would fucking destroy the roof. What are you talking
It would not destroy
Actually,
a concrete roof. No, it wouldn't.
Actually, hold on. Is counterpoints on? Where's counterpoints? Let's get the vet in, who's probably blown up more shit than all of us combined. Let's see. Brittany, can you see if he's on?
I don't know if he's on, but I can message him if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna DM him.
Why are we DMing him, by the way?
He's a veteran that's blown up a lot of shit, and I want his opinion on whether or not the whole a artillery shell from the Syrian military would create that small of a hole.
I think he's in the Discord too, actually. No idea what's going on. Hi, Haas.
How's it feel to get blown out, Haas?
Oh my gosh.
Is that what you think is going on right now?
I think that's exactly what's going on right now.
You're silly. You're silly.
You also seem to think a lot of different things.
I think you're going to be a coward and you're not going to show up. Even if I do PayPal you 200, which I might do it just to make you look like a bitch that day. I might do it. I know that you're used to men giving you money instead of making your own. That's why your daddy's giving you all your money.
Hold on. How does any man make money?
Do you like not understand the concept of like an entrepreneur?
Okay, what does an entrepreneur do?
They sell things. And
what does it mean to sell something?
It's exchanging. You're not getting it for no reason.
Okay, and if I'm getting it for no reason, why aren't you just getting money in the same way I am?
I don't get money in the same way. I'm providing a service.
Hold on. So you're saying if you sat on your couch and did nothing, you would get money? Like I do.
That is what you do.
Okay, well then do the same thing I do and make the same amount of money as me. Should be easy.
Okay, I'm doing it right now. I just made $200.
You did?
Yep.
When did you make 200?
Right now.
Haas, you
right
obviously
now.
just like Venmo'd it to him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. So you just made $200.
I don't know. What do you want to see my Cash Apps and stuff like that?
Yeah. Listen, dude. I'm pretty sure you're like the definition of a fucking idiot, right? And like this is just the guy they use as an example of like in the debate tier list, you are like the weakest fucking opponent they have. You're literally the tutorial boss. Dude, Mom Bello, holy shit, thank you.
I literally beat the shit out of you without even referencing the OPCW at all.
Thank you, Mom Bello. Yeah, without referencing the literal initial investigative reports that were meant to determine the actual culprit of the attacks.
Video. How do you feel about Jackson Hinkle trying
Your
to say
your
that they
vid the
could've just
video of the
opened
guy
window?
blowing up jelly beans.
What do you have to say about Jackson Hinkle saying that the people could have just opened a window?
What?
In the debate with Vosh.
That
he
wasn't
said
his
that
argument at all. What are you fucking talking
Yes,
about?
he did. He did say that. Don't try to gaslight. He said that they could have just opened a window and there was a hole in the roof. Why do you think?
No, that's
what do you think
completely
is
out
the
of
argument?
context. That's completely out of context.
No, that's exactly what he said. We can pull it up right now. Come on,
Yeah,
come on.
pull it up. Go ahead.
All right.
By the way, would you want me to bring Jackson in here too?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'll take both of you on anytime.
Okay, hold on. Let me actually text him.
All right, let's go. That skinny, he built like a 12-year-old boy.
Since you're talking about him, and I'll let him defend himself.
Uh-huh. He won't have a script. Do you think he'll be okay?
I guess I can feel the awkward silence, you guys.
Oh yeah. All right.
I can handle this.
All right. Jackson's busy right now, but he said if you reach out to him, he will definitely debate you.
Okay. Bet.
Yeah. But so you're saying okay. So I'll let Jackson defend himself. So since you're debating me, right?
Okay. No, I was just curious about because I thought you had made.
So do you think part of the reason you have such resentment of people like me and Jackson is because like you're an ugly fuck, and like
dude, I get more hoes than
we remind you of like everything that you'll never be in life?
Dude, I bang more women.
Because it's clearly not based in anything relating to the gas attacks or alleged gas attacks in Syria, as we've just proven.
Dude,
because
everybody on Twitter thinks I'm hotter than you.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they tell you, but in reality, you know.
Oh, in reality, they would rather go with the 5'7" manlet with a bald spot.
I'm pretty sure anyone.
Oh yeah, that's what they would go for. We've seen what you look
even,
like.
Even if I was 5'6", I think they would. Even if I was 5'6", I think they still would.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think even if I was 5'5",
I could be 4'11" and still do better than you.
You may as well be fucking 4'11" because
how tall do you think I am?
Well, you are 4'11", just in pounds and not in feet.
Today, Junior, come on.
You are 4'11" in pounds, not in feet, in inches.
I'm 230, baby.
Oh, that's so much better.
6'3", yeah, that's pretty normal.
You're literally built like that fucking Disney robot character. What is that thing called in Disney? That fucking fat robot.
You're built like that thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Come
don't
on, Haas. You're trying to say you're smarter than me, but you can't even remember basic shit.
What is it? It's called from Big Hero 6. That thing from Big Hero 6 from Baymax. It's literally how
that like really cool Valiant robot that like everybody loves.
No, it's not cool and Valiant. It's just
it literally sacrificed its life to save the main character.
Why do you look so much like Chris Chan also?
I don't look like Chris
Yes,
Chan.
you do.
I don't look like
you
Chris
look you have exact Chris Chan vibes.
I'm looking at a picture of Chris Chan right now, and
look at them with their long hair. That's exactly what you look like.
I do not look at.
Or I say Christine Chan. Sorry, not Chris.
Christian Chan. Whatever.
You look like Christine Chandler.
No, we have no similarity.
You look exactly like that. You give me the same vibes too.
They're white. No, I look nothing like them.
That doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter a little bit.
You still you're still built like them, and you look like them, and you also act like them.
And it's even worse that you hide from me. Then
no, it's not, because that
means
I would be. No, it's not.
I would hold you by your bald spot. I would put a dog collar on you and dog walk you around the neighborhood.
How can you hold someone by their bald spot?
You're gonna see.
No, how would you do it logically?
Like, have you ever gripped a basketball before? I know you're really short, so you've probably never one-handed a basketball before.
Okay. So you would hold my head like a basketball.
Yeah.
And all of this,
all of
this you could have done like last week, but you were a little bitch who didn't show up.
You paid me to not show up. You know that.
And that's
why you're not showing up for the second one. That's why you're not showing up.
Yeah,
You're bitching out. You're like, oh, you're looking for any reason to never have to confront me because you know that I would just toss you.
Sure. Yeah, that's why you didn't show up.
You know what? I will PayPal you the $200 when I'm in Detroit. I will PayPal you the $200, and I expect you to show up.
Yeah, but go to Lansing, not Detroit.
Okay, I'll go to Lansing.
Yeah, and you'll pay me 200.
Yeah, I'll PayPal you 200 just to see you not show up.
Okay.
You ready for that? You should probably do some training.
No, I don't think I need any training.
I think you do. I've seen your legs.
No, I don't think I need to do anything at all.
What's your leg press? What's your leg press?
What are you talking about now?
What you don't know what a leg press is? I forgot. You never work out your legs, so I guess you wouldn't.
Are you actually gonna talk to me about fitness right now? Having the body that you do?
I have a 400-pound leg press. What do you have?
I don't. I have 5 plates on each side usually.
Yeah, whatever. I'm sure you do.
And I actually do 20 reps of those.
Do you need me to
Actually,
come
40
help you
reps
work out?
sometimes.
Do you need me to come help you work out so you stop having little popsicle sticks for legs?
Bro, what are you talking about someone else's body right now?
Yeah, I'm talking about your body.
Stand
right
up for
now.
us.
Stand up?
Yeah.
What? Like, sorry. Wearing sweatpants? What?
Take us a few steps back so we can see the full frame. No, that okay. We okay. Listen, we can clearly see.
You can clearly see.
Yeah,
what?
we can clearly see you're an extremely out of shape, like unfit guy.
All right.
And you're talking
why are
about
you
my
so afraid to
legs.
see me? Why are you so afraid to confront me then? I don't understand. See, like this is the like catch-22 you're in. Every time you insult me as like somebody not a man or something like that, it makes it look even worse when you don't show up when I call you out.
I did show up.
You paid me to not show up.
All right, you know what? You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Unless you are not gonna have any chance whatsoever of me coming in Lansing unless you fucking admit the truth right now.
Oh, so this is your way. You're gonna
yeah, you
because
know
I stick to my
because
truth.
because you're the fact that you're still lying about it. Yeah, the fact that you're still lying about it. Yeah, the fact that you're still lying about it at this point.
New ways to not show up. You're fucking scrambling.
Hold on, the fact that you're still lying about it at this point proves it's a waste of my time.
You're not.
All right. Then, okay, fine. Then I'm gonna raise the price if you don't admit it. You can either admit it or pay
I'm not broke.
$1,000. $1,000. The price is now $1,000.
I got that right here, baby. Let's go.
PayPal me $1,000.
Let's go.
Okay. So 1,000.
I have the cash right here. You want to?
Okay, fuck yeah, 1,000. It's easy.
PayPal.
I was about to take his lunch money. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, come take my lunch money, baby.
All right, $1,000.
All right, bet. I have to take that to the bank, but fuck yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
All right, what else you want to debate? You want to debate how you're a degenerate little fuck who made it their entire career off of harassing people and then wants to clutch.
Who have I harassed?
Does it to you?
Who did I harass?
Your entire community is based off of harassing people. What the fuck?
Name one person I've harassed.
Name one person Infrared has harassed.
Yeah.
Destiny.
I've harassed Destiny.
Absolutely. You post about him more than I
give me
post about you.
Give me one example of me being the one harassing Destiny.
Okay, right here. You're constant. Here, we're gonna just go down your Twitter. It won't even take that long.
How long did I ignore Destiny before he the one?
So you admit that you do it now?
No,
but now you're
I've defended myself against Destiny.
You're here.
Hold on.
Babe.
Almost every single interaction between me and Destiny has been because he's the one he's initiated. I've ignored that guy for most of my streaming career. He's the one who keeps initiating shit.
Sure. Hey,
yeah.
Counterpoint.
So because I defend myself against people attacking me, I'm harassing them.
Men are talking.
Yeah. I don't see any fucking men here. So
I'm working on my camera. Go ahead.
Okay, so an 82 millimeter mortar round from artillery. If you could drop in the VC text, how big of a hole in a Syrian apartment building would that create from the roof?
Okay, well, number one, I wasn't mortars, but I probably could research that real quick. Give me a second. And
I tried.
are you talking about so it detonated or it didn't detonate?
It would have had to detonate to create the hole.
Okay, so 82 or blast radius. 82 has a burst radius of 25 meters. I can't remember how many. All right, so hold on. Let me actually read this before I give a half-assed opinion. Okay, can I have like 30 seconds to read it?
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll just keep on insulting Haz on the lack of his manlyhood.
Okay, that works.
All right,
Be right back.
cool. Haz, do you know that it's a low testosterone that causes bald spots?
No, I don't know that.
Yeah. Have you had your T levels checked?
How much do you want to bet they're higher than yours?
I'll bet that right now.
Really?
Yeah, we can go to the clinic together.
Wait, do you actually want to bet who has higher
Yes.
T levels?
Yes, absolutely.
I'll bet $10,000 mine are higher than yours.
All right, let's bet $10,000.
Can I get I'm gonna get a legally enforceable contract though.
Do it.
And you're gonna sign it?
Yes.
Okay. I will get a legally enforceable contract
Let's fucking go.
and
dog.
make
I
you fucking
guarantee
broke
you
for the
I
rest
have
of your
more
life.
Testosterone than you.
We're gonna need
Yeah.
that money in escrow. So
Okay,
just
so
so both
the-
parties can be
I'll
paid.
pay you in Bitcoin.
So the
Yeah.
I have no idea what the context of this question is, so I have no ability to poison the well. The blast radius for an 82 millimeter mortar round is 25 meters, which is basically 3.2 feet. So you basically got to think about a circle of 25 meters, with I think that's the diameter. So give me a second. Actually, I'll look at it.
Well, that's a blast radius.
Radius,
That's not
radius, right?
Yeah.
Radius
Blast
being the
radius.
operative term.
Right. Not a hole. It's not going to make a 25-foot hole in
Right.
concrete.
It would make more than
Right.
a 2-foot.
Okay.
What about
Yeah, so the
in-
80
in-
but the 82 millimeters, so for instance, like, I mean, if you're talking about so what's the contention?
hold
Okay.
on, in a concrete roof.
Uh-huh.
So I pulled up this image. If you scroll up in VC here, I could just resubmit it in VC text.
Right.
But none of it matters because the doctor who was on the ground in Duma literally said
That's not
that
what we're
the
talking about,
doctor.
though.
I know, but this is why you
Here,
can't address that point.
Here, I resubmitted
That
it in
picture of
VC
the concrete.
text. Counterpoint, your professional opinion, does that hole look like it could be created by mortar?
Wait, so okay, so if that is that like what's in the right photo?
That's the same canister. The reason it's white in the left is because like how when you clean your keyboard, your can gets like cold as you're doing it because of aerosol, because like of auto refrigeration.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened. That's frost you're seeing on the same count. The dumb point that Haas was trying to make was that he thinks artillery made a perfect.
No, I didn't say that. I said, hold on, that's not what I said.
Rebar is, and then it would
listen.
sit there
That's
later.
hold on. First of all, that's not what I said. What I insisted on was that we don't know the other possibilities of what could have caused such a hole, but that artillery could have also caused the hole because it was shelling. And he's saying that hole.
But this is so not trying to be a dick to anyone. But a mortar would make sense to me, basically because it looks shallow. It looks like kind of like almost like a 6-inch circumference. I can't tell because I can't see any scale. But basically, if you see this metal wiring or whatever the hell that is, that's reaching across.
That's rebar.
Yeah, so if that's rebar, then what would make sense is like a mortar impact that would then basically, if it detonated, it would basically land with enough force, blast apart the concrete, leave the rebar in there. A majority of the shrapnel and the impact and the explosion would be on the roof, not necessarily inside the building. Whereas with an artillery shell, those bitches are flying so fucking fast. One, it would rip through the rebar. And then two, the detonation basically would have fucked up that entire room. So a mortar, in my limited experience, would have that effect, whereas artillery would have basically ripped right through that bitch.
So, your professional opinion, does it make more sense that canister just busted the roof, or that something else did and it was placed there?
I would need the full context for the story. So basically, I still don't know what the story
I think
is.
it's actually over. I think that's the only conclusion we needed, honestly, because that's what we were arguing about.
Hiding Haas, who's going to hide from the point more. I'm
No,
coming up Friday,
you
baby.
literally asked if
I got the $1,000 waiting for you. Can't wait to see it. I'm gonna stream my entire journey coming up. I can't wait to meet you.
Well, so I guess my question. So, can somebody walk me through, just since y'all invited me anyways?
We were talking. Yeah.
What is the original story surrounding this photo, and what's the contention?
We were talking about the Duma chemical attack in Syria. He said that he does not. We do not have enough evidence to say that it was a chlorine attack. I do say it was a chlorine attack because based on the fact there's a canister that what you're looking at is somebody looking up at a ceiling.
Okay.
That canister dispersed chlorine in through the apartment, and that's why everybody was dead, spasming with foam coming out of their mouth.
That's not why you brought him.
And then is this a helicopter drop? Because I was watching this. Helicopter dropped equally makes sense. 100% it makes sense. So
okay, well, hold on.
Yeah.
See, listen. Given all of the biases Counterpoints had, that now he knows the context. Now is the time to be able to like poison the well. Like when he didn't know what the context was,
explain it?
That's going to be like the most honest expression of his professional opinion.
Yeah, but I can explain it in hopefully a way that would be logical. That way you don't think that I'm just like taking a side. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll try to explain it. So basically the thing that I was talking about originally with like the artillery shell, where I was like, hey, it would just blow the fuck out of this thing, right? The reason why I was saying that was because there's different velocities. Okay. A mortar is like launched up into the air, and then the whole point of it, like it doesn't have a rocket. Okay, there's no fuel behind it. It's basically lobbed by a spring, like a super strong spring, into the air, and then it just comes down and it detonates. The explosive that is a part of a mortar is not designed to take out a building. It's designed to take out personnel. So the whole point of a mortar is basically to be lobbed. The velocity is not a part of what makes a mortar work. And then the explosion is meant to take out people. So the reason why I was saying that it's possible for it to be a mortar is because it looks like it landed on the roof, and then primarily like the damage would have been to the roof. Okay. So basically the blast, the shrapnel, all that kind of stuff would have been to the roof and not necessarily the room that was in there. But an artillery shell, sorry, I'm going to describe all three. Okay. The artillery shell, part of its damage is its velocity. Like you could literally look up the velocity of a mortar and a velocity of like an artillery shell right now. They're probably not even comparable. Where a mortar would be like it's falling out of the air, whereas an artillery shell would be like it's fucking flying. Like it's going to go through a wall before it detonates, basically. And then the reason why the canister. The reason why I'm okay with saying that like a helicopter dropped munition is entirely possible is because you basically have to look up the terminal velocity from the altitudes that the helicopters were dropping the canister munitions from. We got plenty of videos of like Syrian government forces dropping canister like barrel bombs or whatever. And of course, that's going to have like a similar drop velocity to a lobbed mortar instead of a projectile artillery shell.
So the issue, the actual issue under contention, two things. The issue under contention was not whether it's possible that it could have been dropped from a helicopter, but whether or not that was the only possibility. And you just confirmed that that's not the case before you even knew what the details of this were. Then second of all, so that's what the issue under contention was. Then second of all, finally, the initial investigative reports, as I said, of the OPCW argued that the hole was too small to have been dropped by the canisters. So they were actually on the ground investigating this whole thing, and they said that the hole was too small for the to have been produced by the dropping from the canister. So that's what they said.
So is the primary contention whether or not like the Syrian government intentionally used chlorine gas to kill civilians?
The primary contention is whether or not there is no possibility or there is no possible explanation for how that canister got there and how that hole was produced other than a helicopter drop.
Well, right. So from like a forensic standpoint or from like a military standpoint or whatever, this would be my problem with the framing is like we're basically doing like a forensic analysis like 2,000 miles away without dimensions, with like sloppy blurry photos, with like, you know, two different people who obviously have vested interests. So doing like a forensic analysis on like explosives is going to be super hard in this kind of scenario, because we don't know the size of the container, we don't know the size of the hole, we're using all this like sloppy evidence, right? And we also have parties that have motivations for why they're painting the narrative that they're painting. What I don't think is like within contention is that, this would be my narrativization, is that the Syrian government capitalized on the American war in Iraq, sent a bunch of people who were motivated to fight American soldiers into Iraq. They became veterans of the Mujahideen and insurgents within Iraq. They came home. They were dissatisfied. They participated in the pro-democracy elements. It devolved into civil war. And the Central Syrian government used the presence of jihadists within the revolutionary forces as an excuse to engage in pretty barbaric acts of artillery strikes, helicopter strikes, the barrel bombs that we all saw, in order to kill the fuck out of Syrian civilians, even Syrian civilians who were engaging in peaceful protest, and Syrian civilians who basically had legitimate grievances against the central government. So for me, whether or not like this individual incident was forensically possible one way or the other as a barrel bomb or a mortar, kind of misses the point of what both sides were engaging in. There were jihadists on the revolutionary side, but there was also a lot of people who had genuine gripes. And then there were assholes in the central government who capitalized on jihadists being part of the revolutionary side in order to basically kill the fuck out of the Syrian civilian population.
If you're referring to the like more liberal protesters who were only showcased in the protests of Daraa and elsewhere, and also who were like the continuity of the Damascus Spring during the 2000s. What representation at all did those elements have in the Syrian civil war that happened after?
Well, this would be my contention, because we had some peaceful revolutions in the Middle East and North Africa that did go off relatively peacefully. So, for instance, like Tunisia, if I remember correctly, was one of the few places where they actually did have a pseudo-peaceful revolution that didn't end in a lot of bloodshed. What I would say is that basically my understanding of the Syrian narrative is that it became this pissing contest between the brutality of government forces and the brutality of the returning jihadists from Iraq. And as a result of that pissing contest, basically anybody who was pro-democratic, pro-liberal, pro-peace, they basically got radicalized into the Free Syrian Army. And there was another faction that I was trying to think about. But the peaceful protesters, after a few months, because of the actions of the government, there weren't any peaceful protesters left, because the peaceful protesters were getting fucking gunned down and barrel bombed and shot and artillery struck. So fuck it, we might as well fight.
So wait, what example
that's my
of
understanding?
Yeah, what example of peaceful protests being barrel bombed can you point to?
Well, the barrel bombings would have been like later in the conflict, right? Like when the cities were actually under siege.
Right, but you said peaceful protesters were being killed en masse. So are there examples of that?
Yeah, if you want to give me a minute, I obviously didn't come with like citations, but I could look up. But obviously it's going to be similar to like Egypt, for instance, during that entire time period, where just on occasion the army would open fire on peaceful protesters. It's not going to start with.
But there's actually a reason why the Syria conflict became a civil war and the Egypt one didn't, and the reason is because there's obviously massive popular support. When I say popular, I'm not necessarily even implying a majority, just like that there is a huge significant portion of the Syrian population that is loyal to the government. And which is why there's a civil war.
Yeah, but aren't those so for instance, but then this gets into a question of like legitimacy and this, that, the other. So aren't a majority of those people towards the coast, in the major cities, under Alawite protection, basically economically entrenched with the central government?
It's the opposite. So the protests...
Wait. The rural people support the central government?
No, it's complicated. So what you basically have with the Arab states that are especially Ba'athist states, these post-colonial states, is you have a situation of you have an urban core of like intellectuals and like, I guess more like urbanites who are more willing to go protest, and they're more liberalized and they're more cosmopolitan. Those are the people who initially like led the protests. Those are the people at the fore of Damascus Spring. And then you have a kind of suburban core, which is like, I guess, a type of it's hard to explain it sociologically. They're not necessarily urban, not necessarily rural, but they're rural relative to the liberal elites, which is the bedrock of support for the government. And then beyond that, you have a deeper core of rurality in Syria, which is like the Sunni majority, basically, among whom there is more anti-government sentiment. As far as the majority is concerned, I wouldn't say so, but the Muslim Brotherhood and so on was always able to get like its support from there, right? So Syria, you basically have like a cosmopolitan, liberal, urban, coastal, whatever, and then on the other hand, you have like an extremely more ruralized, like the same people that supported the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, sociologically, I should say, who are against, not in the majority, but that's where you're going to get bedrocks of resistance against the government and fighting against the government. But in between that, you are going to have this kind of middle class that supports the government.
Yeah, no, but I agree with that, because if the system is working out okay for them, then they're going to support the system that continues to work, and you can use different stories to justify what you're doing. So for instance, like, one of the accusations against the Syrian government early in the conflict was they were using rape as a method of torture against protesters. Also, I was able to find like stories pretty quickly, as early as like 2011, of security forces opening up on protesters. But here's the thing that I don't think anybody likes to acknowledge, is that sometimes people are full of shit. Okay, that doesn't mean that they don't have grievances or there isn't propaganda in war. Like for instance, like the Ghost of Kiev. I knew that was probably bullshit. I didn't give a fuck, because basically it did mean that the truth of it is that there's Ukrainian pilots and Ukrainian soldiers who are going up against an army that they have very little hope of beating conventionally, and yet they still have the brass balls to fight Russian soldiers. So that's kind of where the propaganda. It doesn't matter if it's propaganda. The question is whether or not there's legitimate grievance and whether or not there's legitimate political movement.
Wait, so the willingness of Ukrainians to fight Russians doesn't really give us a picture of what's happening on the ground, though. So the reason facts take primacy and facts matter a lot is because you can't take them for granted. We can't just say the Ghost of Kiev is fine because overall it paints a correct story, because the only place we're going to get any like reality is from facts, right? So we don't,
but where are you getting your facts and where am I getting my facts? Because the facts that I would be citing to you would be like from the Guardian and other Western,
right? But the fact stands that
news
like
agency.
the Ukrainian Air Force was taken out with such ease and with such little. Like there's basically almost no Ukrainian Air Force anymore. They're completely reduced to the use of drones, and that's pretty much it. Like they don't have airplanes in the sky anymore, and they're not really able to do anything like that. So. It's like, it's important.
Yeah, but does that, do you not, like, even if they're politically your enemy or somebody that you disagree with, do you not think that the half a dozen people who had brass balls to actually take off and fight before they got killed, do you not think it takes brass balls to jump into a fighter jet and go up against an air force that's more strong than you?
Not necessarily when you're misinformed about what the facts are. So if you're being told propaganda,
that has nothing to do with your fucking balls.
If you're being told propaganda that your ability to beat this enemy is going to be much higher than it actually is, I don't necessarily think that's soming to be like valorized.
They knew that they were.
I think they knew they're going to lose. As a matter of fact, I don't think the Ukrainians have any real idea that they can win a conventional war against Russia. Like I think the point is basically to make Russians bleed enough that they can drag them to the negotiating table. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
it's about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about dragging it out long enough, making that war expensive, even more expensive than it already is, right? And then convincing basically Russia that it's not worth it to be in this much longer.
Yeah, but what we've actually seen from the Russian side is it actually seems like the Russians are the ones dragging it out because they potentially don't want to deal with the weighty and costly political problems that are going to come with having to reform a Ukrainian government. The Russians would much rather prefer the existing Ukrainian government just cooperate than have to take Kiev and completely set up a totally new government and deal with the entire, in addition to the international fallout that's already been produced, deal with that whole mess.
Do you think they would feel? Do you think they would have felt the same way if Kiev had just fallen within the first week? Like if
they
Zelensky
didn't
had
want,
just...
they never had an intention to take Kiev in 1 week.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, let's say Zelensky saw the Russian army coming, he fled. All the Ukrainian soldiers were like, "Fuck this, not worth it," and they just quit. Right? Don't you think that the Russians would be perfectly okay installing a puppet government if that had been the situation?
No. As far as a puppet government is because the Russians are perfectly aware that the bedrock of support for the current Ukrainian government comes from Western Ukraine, which is actually a real basis of popular support. And installing a puppet government that only serves Russia would basically mean dealing with all of the political fallout and unrest that comes with dealing with the Western Ukrainian population.
Well, okay, so you were talking about like facts and information and all that kind of stuff. So I don't have like a phone line to like Zelensky or to Putin. So I'm kind of basing my opinions off of like news reports and general information, things I can Google, maps, like all that kind of shit. That's what I'm basing my opinion off of. So what are you basing your opinion of the Russian perspective on?
The Russian perspective of like purposefully not accelerating how long this is going to take.
No, I just mean like so for instance, like let's say it was a complete pushover. Like the Ukrainian army just surrendered completely. Half the population in Western Ukraine was like, you know what? We welcome the Russians with open arms. Turns out Zelensky was a corrupt politician who was in Joe Biden's pocket.
He wouldn't have been elected.
We really want the Russians. So basically, like, how do you know that they wouldn't be comfortable with basically taking over the entire country?
Well, because they wouldn't have invaded the country in the first place if there was like a grain of truth to that reality.
Then, but that's the reality that played out on the eastern side, where all of the Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, all these places pretty much went out without a shot fired. Yeah,
well, I mean that's been known for years, since 2014, and then you can also even say the other parts of eastern Ukraine it's similar, but. The Russians know that. They know that the root cause of the Maidan comes from Western Ukraine in the first place.
Okay. All right, I'm just being a little autistic at this point, so I don't know if you guys want to redirect.
Yeah, we can go back to the original contention is, Haas, why do you want me to pay $1,000 to meet you Friday?
Because you keep...
but you won't even you want it in PayPal.
Because you keep pushing this lie that I paid you off last time.
Yeah, and you would
and your insistence.
Hold on. To show up, but you're afraid of me. You're afraid of
because
Stardust, you're afraid of everyone.
But your inability to even admit,
bitch, and you're never gonna fucking
keep calling me a little bitch. But you're tossed. So your inability to just admit the truth and be honest proves to me you're just wasting my time.
You just spent here sucking off Putin's cock for a minute. You want to call somebody fucking dishonest?
Yeah, so you're not someone I'm going to take seriously, and it's that simple.
I'm not going to take you seriously, but you want $1,000 from me.
If you're not going to tell the truth,
because you're
yes.
Used to being
if you want me to drive, listen. If you expect me, listen. If you expect me to drive somewhere,
PMC petite bourgeois streamer little bitch that doesn't work, doesn't do blue collar.
So if you expect me to drive somewhere Friday, you give me $1,000. It's that simple.
Okay. Well, will you take it in cash or do I got to PayPal you?
Because you have to PayPal it to me beforehand.
You're gonna fucking run. You won't take it in cash. I just showed you. I have the cash right here. We can count it together, my boy.
I don't doubt you have $1,000 to your name. I just don't think you have $1,000.
As an arbiter,
that doesn't prove you have the money to spare.
Haas, so as a volunteer, I'm gonna help you out a little bit. Okay. Ellen Degenerate, if you want to PayPal me $1,000, I will 100% swear on my life, may all my credibility as a streamer or a YouTuber or whatever die with this fucking statement. If you $200, $100, whatever gets Haas there, I will hold it, and if you don't show, I'll pay it to Haas.
Gotcha. Sounds good. I'll do it.
Okay. So 1,000.
1,000. I got it.
Okay.
God damn.
All right, I guess that was easy.
All
Yeah,
right.
you're just not going to show up. And actually, I want to make it even better, okay? I want to make it even better. I have some clippers, all right? Based on who wins between us, you either get to shave my head, you get to shave this glorious mane, or I shave your beard.
No, how about
Yeah, exactly, because you know you're going to fucking lose. A real man would just fucking say do it.
Okay. Like, the fact that I'm even talking to you still, you should be grateful after you fucking bitched out last time.
Important. You're like, let me see your viewers.
Yeah, after you bitched out last time.
959 viewers.
Yeah, after you bitched out last time, the
in
fact
5
that
years, people are gonna say Haas who? People don't fucking care about you. You're a lol cow. People hate.
I break 150 on a good night.
Well,
So
Counterpoints is actually he's a real man and he's actually works for his money and has a family. What do you have, Haas?
Wow,
You're
what the fuck,
20
Ellen DeGenerate? What do you think I have? Jesus Christ.
a bunch of online autists. So
the point I was making before I was rudely interrupted by the great Stardust was that he has more hate watchers than real fans.
Well, if that's true, then they're really scared to speak up in the chat.
Because you ban everybody that says anything.
Okay, well, if hate watchers
Stalin would have been proud.
If hate watchers want to boost me on the algorithm and shit, what do I care?
Okay.
Oh, hello, Kai.
Hi. So are we going back to Haas and Ellen DeGenerate, or like do we have real political shit to debate? Because if not,
I actually wanted to debate him because I wanted, since he like was too scared to actually like show up last time. I want to say, okay,
you paid me. I showed the Venmo.
So you're still maintaining the lie that I paid you.
I have the screenshot. You can.
Why should anyone hold on? Why should anyone
believe you?
Why should anyone consider you?
Hold
on, Ellen. Why should anyone consider you a credible source on anything?
That's
did I also call the police on you? Hold on, Ellen. So there's a few things, right? Here's the issue.
There's a few things. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You're not gonna show up.
Let me explain to you the multiple lies.
Send me your PayPal.
Yeah. Let me explain to you the multiple lies you've been caught in. Okay. First, you said you were on your way.
Oh, okay? You want to talk about lies? Let's talk about all the lies you've been caught in, Haas.
No.
Hold on.
You know what, Haas? I'm sorry
to
interrupt. I don't know anything about either of you guys. I hear decent things about Haas, Stardust. See you again. I don't know. I don't want to preface that with nice or good, but see you again. Ellen, I think you're the one living a lie. I mean, who is that on your shirt? Is that Toto? Is that Jujutsu Kaisen?
Yes, it is Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, that's so awesome. Why don't you like lift any weights? Like you wear muscular men on your clothing. I have a 400-pound leg
press, my guy.
Okay. 400-pound leg
enjoy
press,
your
like
autism. Hit me up if you need me back for anything.
I lift weights.
Love you guys.
How much do you weigh? I mean, if you weigh 400 pounds, a 400-pound leg press is 230 with a 400-pound machine leg press is like that's not impressive. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't mean to lift shame you, but I don't. Hey, I measure my compound lifts. I don't measure my leg.
You measure
press.
your cum because you masturbate every day.
No, compound lift.
Wait, a leg press is where you put the plates on each side and you push it with your leg, right?
Yes, sitting down.
So I'd put 5 plates on each side of 45.
I don't care.
So that's, and how much do you weigh? Haas?
I'm only 180.
Okay, so Haas weighs 180, and he's pushing over 500 pounds.
Video of you
wait, you hold on. Whoever you are, hold on. Whoever the guy is here, okay, you could easily do 400. 400 is not hard at all.
No, I know.
Anyone could.
Like
it's not hard at all.
I do 200 for my single leg because instead of counting my max, I do single leg presses because it's a more effective effort. Like exercise.
I actually just started working out a couple months ago.
Okay, so okay, let me give you some tips. First, it's actually cool that you're taking inspiration from Toto, read Berserk, something like that. Actually, maybe don't read Berserk. We have to gatekeep that a little bit more.
Yeah. But my Elden Ring character.
Oh, we got too cocky, Berserk Bros. We got too cocky. Everybody,
I've never
everybody knows
actually read
about
Berserk. I just got the
Yeah,
giant sword.
Oh, you haven't even read Berserk, and you're like, funny big sword in Elden Ring. Let me get it.
Yeah.
Look, anyway, the big thing is,
2036.
I think a lot of people do this. They're like, well, my, accessory movement, like people will tell me their leg extension PR. What matters is your 3 compound lifts. I mean, maybe you can include an incline bench, but your deadlift, your squat, and your bench. That's what matters. So if you can squat 400 pounds, that's epic. But yeah, I mean, come back to me in a few months. It's good to hear that you're working out. Like that's actually a good thing.
I'm
I didn't
actually plan
expect
on doing a training montage for Haas, so he can see what he's going to be dealing with. I'm going to be reading a book called 3-Hole Theory, and just maybe. Do you not know the 2-hole theory meme where he doesn't know that women have more than 2 holes under there? He was on a speed dating show and a woman asked him.
What's
that's all there
what's
is.
the own there? What's
That's all
the
there
own
is.
there?
Yeah,
do you
there's
guys
only
think there's
2.
only 2 holes?
I'm a
What's-
2-hole
why does it
respecter.
matter? Like, why does it
Yeah,
matter?
I'm a
You know what?
2-hole guy.
I'll let the women do the anatomy lesson.
Yeah, I
No,
also raised
no,
this.
no,
I raised this
no.
too, and I was like, how many dudes actually like? If you know how to go down on someone, you're not going near a urethra. You're going at like the very top.
Okay, well,
Let's
First of all, you don't do that either.
You don't sound your
not
women
the right
down.
defense.
Look,
This is
it's
not the right
2022.
defense.
Women can get into sounding.
Hold on. So the right
Whoa.
defense, is that it is the most stupid, cringe, gay, effeminate thing to be like, well, actually,
Yeah.
how many holes does a woman have? It's like, dude, what are we like in a class? Like, what is this,
Yes,
anatomy?
yes,
No,
this is
it's not
class.
about that. It's about procreation. It's not about, you have to
But it
properly
is
stimulate the
basically-
clitoris.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It is
just about
it's
having
like-
children.
No, I know.
Come on.
You're
Basic shit you
ultimately
learn in
you're
eighth
right.
grade.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you come across as more of a virgin if you start playing like the guess how many holes women have. Like that's
I don't know about
insane.
that.
That was my
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was
I
my
don't know about
initial
that one.
reaction too. But like, you have to understand, this happened.
I'm sorry that I passed.
This
you.
happened in August. They brought it up again in November, and they have not shut the fuck up about it since.
because it's very funny.
So it's like I've actually had to like dedicate way more thought to this than a normal person would, and that's what I'm actually embarrassed about most of all. It's like the fact,
I'm
No, I
sorry
think
they
if it just
dragged you to
leans
this,
to the
Hans.
yeah,
She's
like
hot.
the fact
Like, you
that
would be so
people like
powerful if you
still
leaned into the meme.
like the fact that people have so little on me that they like have to still bring it up. It's like I still don't get it. Like to this
Well,
day.
it's like every leftish over socialized type always, this is always the line. I brought this up with Stardust, the frequent, dad's penis references.
Yeah.
It's always,
When did I bring it up
go
last
back,
time?
They go back to the vulgar. They go back.
Wait, Kai.
You're
Kai,
actually
when did
right.
I, Kai,
Sex.
There's-
Kai,
there's
Kai,
something-
When did I
have a
last bring that
conversation
up?
without
When's
that.
the last time I brought that up?
You know what?
When's the
The
You're
last
last
time I
time
brought
I
it up?
saw you. The
You're
last
so-
No,
time I
it
saw
was
you, I
not the
was
last time you saw me.
Wait, you're
because there's
so
been plenty
right.
of
Hold
times
on.
That I've
Every-
met, that I've run into your little crew, and they're the ones who are bringing it up first the entire time.
No,
I
wait,
spent
you're
one
actually so
stream-
right. There's something so weird about leftists where it's like everything has to be extremely sexualized and it's always so visceral.
Are you just?
like,
Did you stop talking,
it's-
Kai, because you know that you're full of shit?
it's
Or-
always
listening
like
to
they
Haas, actually.
always like
Okay.
like every time I see them trying to even like critique or attack right wingers, they're always immediately going to like the private parts, the viscera, the sexuality. It's like
Well,
and
because
they-
it's funny because you guys get really uncomfortable
yeah,
about it.
but the
It's
reason
not
yeah
funny. You
Yeah,
just
but
sound like
God
an
forbid,
idiot.
God forbid. The 5 jokes that are repeated by keep doing it. The 5 jokes that are repeated.
Kai,
by
you know
your
what's crazy
friends,
to me is that leftists are always talking about like oh like
5 jokes
leftists
repeated
act like they
by
care.
you and your friends are Stardust is fat, Stardust is hairy, Stardust is ugly. These are like not new things. Do you think that
Yeah.
I don't
So,
do the same thing
Hold
from
on,
13-year-old
Kai,
boys
I
every
just want
day?
you to know, Kai, don't feel bad because all these people ever do is talk about the fact that I'm average height, like it's a big deal, but that's all they talk about.
You're not
so,
average height. You're below.
So
average
when it
height.
comes to them
What
talking
average
about-
height is like
I
5'9".
think-
Wait.
I
This is so
lean
awesome. This is so
into it.
awesome.
I lean
Pause,
into the-
pause.
you know
what?
Are you
I-
5'9"? Are you
I
5'9"?
lean into the bowling ball physique.
I'm
okay? I
an
lean into
inch
it.
shy.
All you have to do is
I'm
lean
actually an
into the
inch
beam, Hans.
but I'm an inch below average, so I'm 5'8", so not 5'9".
Well, that
but
dude, you're still
Damn.
awesome. Like, we're gonna take back the country. I mean, what height? I think
Yeah.
You should
Stalin
get
was
Holland
5'8", wasn't he? Wasn't
Stalin was
like
even
5'8"?
shorter, but like all I'm trying to say is like when they
Stalin was a
complain,
bitch. The best
when
thing he
they
ever did for
complain
Russia
about
was
like
Stalin
die.
wasn't- dude, shut
all
up.
I'm
Stalin was
saying-
more of a man than you'll ever be in your
Listen,
life.
all I'm-
That's why he had a 13-year-old that he fucking impregnated in Serbia.
that's a completely made up
bruh,
story.
yeah.
That's not a made-up story.
Ask
Yeah, it
me,
is.
ask me what I think about that. Ask me if I
What-
support getting 13-year-olds pregnant. Spoiler alert, I'm not a fan of that. The fact remains, Stalin is a more impressive man. He will be more of a man, and he is more revered than you will ever be in your life. And
But
you are
to
trying
get-
to
He's
cope
more
with that.
hated
Yeah,
because
wait.
your
in
life
life
amounts to
too.
nothing. I
To
mean,
get
what is
to
that?
get back on this though,
What is your life
Kai,
achievement?
Kai, what's crazy to me, what's crazy to me is that leftists always
Just a
act like
moment.
they care a lot about like consent and making sure like and no one's being sexually assaulted or like, you know, like creepy or whatever. But then they somehow think it's okay to just randomly impose like very visceral sexual topics on people who are not interested in talking
Exactly.
about any of that with them.
How-
Like,
Exactly. Yeah,
isn't
no,
that-
they're so
Let me have a
obsessed- they're
moment.
so obsessed with
Just a
consent.
Yeah,
moment.
They're
they're
so
so-
obsessed with all of this.
They're so
Just
Somebody,
a
somebody like
moment.
Vosh,
Yeah.
Just a
somebody like
moment.
Vosh is going to tweet about, you know, very graphic porn with transgender people and horse penises and all this. You know, it's always this weird hypocrisy. And I don't mean to be like the left is so hypocritical, but you know, you guys are so obsessed with what goes in sex and you know what's safe and making sure we respect consent, and then you'll go and basically groom minors into the sex industry.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel about yourself?
yeah,
Hey,
they also they're always
What are
acting.
you talking about?
They're always-
normalize the conversation
everybody
about
shut up.
promiscuity.
Yeah.
You're doing it right now. You
I'm
They're like-
not.
Political party.
I'm not.
And they're always like
I'm not. When have I
Political
ever
parties
normalized?
and then it's like they're always like
promiscuity?
oh, look how uncomfortable it makes conservatives. And it's like, well, yeah, when you it's like it's because sex is like a private
Hey, let
thing.
Haas
Like, why would it? Who would not be uncomfortable with someone imposing
Okay.
that on? Like, imagine if you're like, imagine there's a family in public and like people just randomly start talking about sexual topics. Like, yeah, that's gonna make people uncomfortable. Like, it's weird. It's private.
Which
Okay.
political party is blocking child marriage from being outlawed in the United States?
What does this have to do with our conversation?
You were just talking
Yeah.
about how leftists are grooming children. Which political party is blocking the outlawing of
Which
child
political
marriage in the
party
United
had direct
States?
ties to Jeffrey Epstein and the child sex trade?
That's your question, Haas.
Yeah.
Also, the Republican Party, dumbass.
Yeah. So,
Oh, really?
No, that actually answers the question, which is like, if you try to dumb down this conversation into like
No, I
Republicans
think
or Democrats, dude, I don't really align myself with the Republican Party, and you probably don't align
Okay,
yourself
but
much
to
with the
pretend like
Democratic Party.
leftists
So stop
have
acting
a
like that's what the
you're acting
dichotomy
like
is.
you're acting like leftists want to groom children, and I'm like, okay, but which political bloc is specifically against outlawing child marriage, and
What
then
a
you don't want to
troll
fucking say shit?
I don't
I
actually
just wanna say
even
that,
if
like,
we
for
granted
real,
that
like, I'm
argument,
gonna leave.
I don't
I'm
even
gonna
think
leave
it's like
after
I don't think it's
Trying
even
to cherry
Please
pick
don't-
all this stuff
like,
about
I just need
a minute.
actually,
Just a minute.
the Democratic Party is banning
one
child
minute,
marriage.
and then
Let
I
me
can
flip the
leave.
script on
For
you.
the love
Which
of God.
party has been responsible for teaching kids about anal sex at like the age of 12? And which party is more concerned with making sure that children are taught to be abstinent until they're ready to have a child?
Children that learn sex education earlier are
and I
better.
should-
now you're
I can-
defending it.
guys,
Now you're
please,
defending
I am
it.
begging you.
Children about it.
I'm begging
That's
you.
how easy you
Please.
flip flop.
Hold on, let's
You
let-
flip flop in an instant.
Can I please just have a minute, just 1 minute, and I'm gonna leave. I'll get the fuck out of here, okay?
You don't
Because
need to
this
leave.
is boring.
You're like-
I want to leave. Just give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah,
Pause.
go ahead.
Okay. It would be. I think you would be seen as such a king if you just leaned into the jokes that people make about you. Okay, when people call me fat and hairy, I will lean into it. Okay, I think you would be seen as such a king in the Twitch politics community if you just leaned into it.
No,
Just
Stardust.
full
That's
force.
first of all, I don't care what the Twitch politics community sees in me. Second of all of those memes actually were started by me in our community, and we used to laugh about me being short and shit all the time. And we also laughed about the 2-hole thing after it happened. But then the joke got old and we moved on. And it's not a joke. It's like it's not a joke with you guys anymore. Like, you're actually like mad about it now. Like, you're actually taking
I'm
it
not
seriously.
mad.
Yeah, you guys actually take it like very seriously. Like, it's not even a joke anymore. Like, you actually think it's like, even if, okay, let's say you're right and I'm
I'm not
3
gonna
feet tall.
look.
Like
Because
let's say I was just like, okay, you're
myself as a
right and I'm 3
clown
feet tall. Like,
circulating.
okay, hold
I'm
on.
not offended by it.
Let's say you're right and I'm like 3 feet tall. Like, why is that did I commit a
It doesn't
crime?
matter.
Is
You're
that a
right.
crime?
It doesn't matter. I'm like 5'2".
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
matter.
you guys
Everybody's
make
fucking
it
taller
you
than
guys
me.
make it seem like it's like I committed a crime and I have to be canceled for it.
You didn't commit a crime. It's fine. It just lean into the meme. I mean, there again, people think they're dunking on me when they link the clown picture when I purposely like dressed up like a clown. Like, I mean, you know,
I'm pretty
into
sure.
it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not a meme for most people, and they actually do take it seriously. Because
Maybe
like
they do.
because the joke is funny for like a month maybe, but then like a year later, it's not a meme anymore. That's like actually
True.
people who are serious.
True.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's the only thing that I can say. I just think that, like, I don't know. I think people say a lot of shit about me, and I try to lean into it, full force.
Well,
you
the
know?
thing is the people are like, Haas, you always attack other people all the time, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm actually right when I do it. Like, I actually
Let's
like,
go,
like for
let's
example,
go.
like when I call like Ellen like obese and out of shape, like it's true. He actually is, right? And when you,
And when I call you a short coward, it's true.
but the thing is, it's not. Like,
It is
first,
true.
I'm not a coward.
Dude, you're making me
Because
pay
you didn't show
$1,000 to
because
show
when
up.
you had
Real
the
men
chance,
don't fucking do that shit.
because when you had the chance to actually fucking meet me, you bitched out. Okay. Second of
you
all,
bitched out and fucking paid me off.
second of
Well,
all,
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me hear the backstory here. Who first threatened to fight who?
so he did to me. So he did to me. He kept
Hey,
saying,
not surprised. So
Yeah.
let me interrupt real quick because that's literally all I need to know. You're calling him like, you're not a man. You're not this and that. Dude, you said, come and fight me, bro, to a guy you had a disagreement with over the internet. You're a child.
No,
you
no.
actually don't think about
Guy,
things
Guy,
responsibly.
he lied to you.
don't understand value.
lied
You
to
don't
you.
understand taking things seriously,
Guy,
which is why your
Guy, we
only
can-
way
we
of
can meet
thinking
up
about
too, Guy.
conflict
We can meet up
is
too,
to
Guy.
escalate. Look, you're doing the same thing. The only way you think about conflict is fight me in real life because you are too unintelligent to actually talk
I
about
beat
things.
OS.
Yeah.
I fucking beat the fuck out of him intellectually too. I can do it on all fronts. I'm just a superior organism.
he thinks he beat me
Dude, you like
intellectually.
press
Like, get
400.
this, Kai, get this
You weigh
comedy.
230
So I
pounds.
debated him, and
I'm
it
looking
got.
at 100
So
more
Kai,
pounds
I
on it.
debated him, and it got to a point where he was like, the only thing that could have created the hole in this roof was Assad's gas canister,
I
and
said
I was
that it
like,
was more likely.
and
than
then
a
no,
fucking
that's not what you said.
shell.
And then I said no, it could also have been mortar. So the guy actually looked at the smallest mortar that was used by the Syrian army, and he was like 82 millimeters or something. He posted a YouTube video. He's like, "See, that couldn't have created the hole." Then we brought in a guy who
No.
agrees with him politically, who's like supposedly like a military expert on it.
Counterpoints.
And
are
the
not
counterpoints
black or white.
agreed with me and says it could have been a mortar shell as well. Like, it didn't have to only be that. And he like Ellen literally took like
He
the
said
most
it was
embarrassing.
more likely that a fucking helicopter.
He did
dropped.
not say that. He said
He did say that.
no. What
can
he
clip it.
said
We
he
can
said
go
it was
back.
more
We can go
likely
back.
than artillery.
Come on, I
He
have
said
a
both.
recording.
He
I'm
said
gonna
both
edit
a
this all
mortar
later.
and a canister drop were more likely
yeah.
than artillery.
Okay,
The
so
way that it
hold
dropped,
on.
yeah. No, wait,
Ellen. Why did you threaten to fight Haas? What was the reason?
No,
for
what I
threatening to
said
fight
because
Haas?
he was constantly bitching out about Dylan Burns, and I was
No,
like,
I wasn't.
Yes, you were. And I said I'll do it because he was doing his little
No,
thing
you
where he tried to
randomly
warm out
came
it.
in my
And
replies.
I said I'll do it, and then you were like okay, and then Destiny started retweeting it, and then that's when he started replying because his whole life revolves around Destiny.
No, it's because Destiny's like probably one of the biggest streamers that constantly directs attention toward me. And Destiny kept like
That's-
directing
That's
all.
my point.
Yeah, he kept shining the spotlight on me, and I was like, okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one thing because all these people keep harassing me, saying like, "Oh, Haj, you're not about it in real life." And I was like, okay, I'll actually just show up to this because I'm just that sick of it, and I just want to like just prove to myself that these people are that dishonest. So I showed up, and this guy wasn't there, and they still lied and made shit up. He said I paid him not to show up. He just made some shit up. So I was like, okay. At this point, like these people, none of this is based in reality. It's all like no matter what I do, they're gonna make some shit up. So yeah, that was the only lesson I needed to learn.
Yeah. So So the whole $1,000 Destiny made you do that? Like the way that you're like
No, because that's worth it to me. If I can get
That's worth it to me.
$1,000 just to like go somewhere in Lansing, which isn't that far from me, like sure, $1,000,
Sure.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, I'm willing to pay
Ellen, why did you
$1,000
threaten to fight him? Why did you threaten to fight him?
because his entire brand is built on like worshiping strength, and I just want to show people that he's a little bitch.
Oh my gosh, you're a child. You were a child. You did not mature. You are a rebellious child. You rebelled
That's
against
me.
your parents. Did you grow up religious by chance?
No, actually,
Are your parents religious?
I didn't have parents.
Oh, that might explain part of not maturing past childhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think lesson number one is think about things like an adult. Don't threaten to fight
Okay.
people because they disagree with you on the
Okay,
internet.
fucking Dawson's Creek looking ass. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, you're trying
What
to
are you
like
going to threaten to fight
condescend
me too?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll
you
fight
already
all
did,
of
actually.
you
You already
at
did
you
try
once.
already
to
did.
fight you.
I'll do it all. I want all the smoke. All right.
I want all the smoke. Yeah, I see
All
what
right.
you're
Yeah,
reading.
you can just repeat my things in another voice. That makes you look great.
You did that before. I was seeing if you'd get upset about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Later,
Nice to
Stardust.
see you, Kai. You look like you're 15 now, so great job. Haas.
Hey, epic. Thank you.
Yeah.
You, on the other
Haas-
hand, look like you are
So
65.
Kai, these are basically like Destiny orbiters. Like Stardust is like a peasant and Destiny's a lord, and she like has to
I'm a
pay
peasant.
tribute to him.
Okay, Haas.
For,
That's
like,
why
all
you
the
had
views
so
she
much
gets.
I actually
trouble
called her on that.
talking
I
to me
called
the
her
other
on that.
day.
Yeah,
from
she will.
swaying.
She will
So
never.
much
She soyed
trouble.
out when Destiny
Has
tweeted
so
about her.
much
I remember.
trouble.
Yeah. She will
talking to you the
never
other day, Haas.
contradict
Okay.
Destiny, who's her lord.
No,
She will
I
never
contradicted. I
contradict.
contradicted him the other day.
You would
in a panel
never
that
call him out
talking
What was
publicly
the
or like
contradiction?
say
What was the
anything bad.
It was,
contradiction?
we had a difference in opinion over whether people in prison for life should be able to opt for the death penalty or not.
Damn, that's
That sounds
true.
like a really substantive,
Yeah,
substantial
that's like
disagreement.
that's a really like that's
was
definitely going against
pretty
him
substantial, I
publicly.
think.
That's a
Yeah.
huge disagreement.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm
like
pro
they all share the
whatever.
same pool of viewers as Destiny, so they take turns like jacking him off and like paying tribute to him, so they
I
don't
like how you
upset.
have-
And it's like
I like how
literally
you-
it's literally all
Anybody bigger
DGG.
than him. Nice
Haas,
one.
why am
Haas.
I the biggest video
Fun.
on
Have
your
a good
channel
one.
right now? Why am I the biggest?
Because
Probably
you're
because
the
you're
biggest.
funny.
Yeah, because you're the
Because you're
biggest
funny.
spectacle. Because I actually didn't know what you looked like on video before. I only saw your profile picture. And what I said, he looks like Christine Chandler.
Yeah, I look nothing like Christine Chandler.
You remind me of that a
get-
lot. You have the
That's
look.
because you spend a lot of time thinking about pedophiles because you are one.
Yeah. Well.
What an own,
Yeah,
dude.
what an own.
What an
It's
Just
like-
own.
sit there.
He's-
Dude,
you're-
no,
hold on, aren't you a
the
Vosh
community
fan?
is projection. I'm sorry. I've never seen anybody talk about pedophiles more than just pedophiles.
Hold on, do you
and
think-
your-
hold on.
Your entire community's first insult towards any fucking dude.
Is
that
it
ever
towards
did.
anyone, or is
It's
it
so
is
obvious.
it towards anyone, or is it
It's
towards
towards anyone.
Is it towards?
It's,
Is it towards anyone, or is it towards Destiny and Vosh's community?
that's all you do. That's all you interact
All right.
with.
So Destiny's community not pedophilic?
I would assume not, because most
All right.
communities probably aren't.
Do you know who
like-
Mr. Girl is? The streamer Mr. Girl?
Oh yeah, he's cringe. I didn't. like
Okay,
much
which
of it.
community gave birth to Mr. Girl and gave him all the views and platformed him?
Okay, fine. DGG are pedophiles.
Okay.
You got me. Good thing
All
I'm
right.
not
Do you
DGG,
think
though.
someone who admits to jacking off to lolly porn and saying CP is not unethical and
Oh,
talking
come on.
about
you know that
talking
not
about wanting
You're such a
future
liar.
talking about
You're such a
wanting
liar.
talk
Wait, so what was the context for saying he jacks off to lolly porn?
Vosh. That's what
I don't
Vosh
know
pretty
the
much said.
No, what was
on
the
that.
okay? Wait!
Every fucking single thing I see is about that
You don't get to
argument.
do that, Ellen. You don't
Yeah.
get to do
Yes,
that.
you do. Every
no,
single argument
No,
I've
shut
ever-
up. Shut up.
So
Somebody,
somebody
you don't get to do that.
Someone
You don't get to
ironically
say-
saying they
you don't
jack
get
off
to
to
say
lolly porn
that
as a
was out of
joke. It's the
context. And when
same
I
as,
asked you,
like,
you don't even know
platforming
what the
Mr. Girl.
context is. Come on.
No,
How
I knew what you were
dishonest are
talking
you?
about. How dishonest are you?
So Vosh
You look like you're
Vosh
fucking
has
15. You're
Vosh
wearing that
has
Taco Bell bullshit.
so Vosh has like all of Vosh has
You're
these
dressed
public
like a 90s Taco Bell.
so Vosh has
so,
these
yes.
public records
Oz, what are your
where
public records?
he has like Discord records where he's talking about like how in the future he's looking forward to like sex robots that'll be like children, and like he's talking about
I
how
think in the
VR
context of like
He's basically taught, and he also
would be
made
the
a lot of.
worst thing in the world.
There's like a whole like treasure trove
Would you-
of creepy
no,
pedo
I wanna
comments
ask you,
by
I want
Vosh.
to ask you. I want to ask you. So, say that they created like a robot that made pedophiles decide to not go after children. Would you be against that?
Holy fucking shit, you are a pedo too. Holy fuck.
How is that a pedo thing?
It's incredible. It's actually incredible. It's literally incredible. No one forced you to say that.
They always underplay it. They always water it down. So if you could create a robot that made pedophiles not be pedophiles anymore, and then you forget to mention that the pedophile is in the shape of a child, and you neglect the fact that normalizing people having sex with childlike objects is going to have a societal or cultural impact.
Okay, so should we just keep on like doing the thing that we do now, where we just ostracize and?
Bro, why are you?
We've been doing that for thousands.
You literally just backed yourself into a corner of defending pedos. I didn't force you. I did not force you to take a pro pedo argument.
What are we currently doing right now to stop pedophilia? What are we currently doing?
Clearly, they rule us. They're in power, so clearly not enough.
Okay, no, we are. Clearly, our first instinct is to like hurt them, ostracize, and all these things, which I think we should do for public safety, obviously. But
I don't think there's a but. There would have to be added. Can someone clip him? Someone please clip Ellen saying "I agree, but," and then just keep that clip every time he replies to my Twitter. Just share that clip.
And figure out what creates.
Ellen, who forced you to like make these pro pedo arguments after you just accused me of pedo jacking other people?
Who's going to force you to shave your beard?
Question. Ellen, answer the question.
What? Because my hatred of pedophiles.
Edit out.
No, my hatred of pedophiles stems from the danger they pose children, not just disgust at what they do. Does that make sense?
Wait. Wait.
No.
So your aversion to pedophiles is because of what they do to children, not just because of what they do, which is molest children.
No, a lot of
that makes a lot of sense.
Listen to me.
Definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yes, you could, if you put aside your instinctual feelings of disgust, you can probably have.
Why do we feel disgust? Why do we feel disgust?
Because it's bad. Because it's gross. It grosses us out. The idea.
No, it's because it's
why does it gross us out?
Because it's harming children. That's why it grosses us out.
Yes.
So you're saying the same thing twice. You're saying that it's not about disgust. It's about them harming children. That's why we're disgusted.
But if there are ways to fucking figure out how to prevent them, I think because we've tried for like the last 1,000 years of just killing them and hurting them. And
no, we haven't.
Seem to do it.
We have not tried that for thousands of years. Pederasty was a common practice of the elites of Rome. It was a common practice of the corrupt elites during the Middle Ages. And it seems like our ruling class has always been pedophilic.
Well, because they had the ability to get away with it. I don't think being upper class.
They're still getting away with it now. They're still getting away with it now.
That's a consequence of them being able to get away with crime in general.
No, it's not.
Do you think that this is something that has become a particular problem, perhaps within the gay community?
Oh shit, we can't even go there.
No.
Okay, if we can't go there. Sorry, you're on Twitch, so I'm on.
Here, for that, I would trust a child with 1,000 drag queens before I would trust them with like 1,000 Christian gym teachers.
Statistically, you are retarded.
Statistically,
I mean, if you look up any of these times that there have been these big movements of LGBT people, like for instance, the we'll convert your.
All right, hold on. Let's just end it on this note. Here's all I'm gonna say. So Kai, you probably know about NAMBLA, right?
Not by that.
NAMBLA is a pedo organization that advocates for pedos. And before the 90s, let's just say it was part of a movement before it was kicked out after the 90s for optics reasons. So that's all I'm going to say. Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's end this topic because it's
Yeah.
I don't want
yeah.
or Vosh 24/7.
That's unfortunately Twitch has just gotten to be a very politically homogenous place, and it's like I'm the one outlier, it seems like, which is why I'm like the most.
Cozy ever?
Huh?
Would you ever stream on Cozy?
Um,
Do you know about?
I actually checked out that site. It's very well made. You know, I'm impressed.
It is, right?
Yeah, I'm
Less
impressed.
Less than a year from the.
Yeah, I'm impressed how well made it is.
Yeah.
Right now I do have an exclusivity contract with Twitch because I'm partnered. So I actually am not allowed to stream like anywhere else.
No.
Right? But
Well, if you ever get banned from Twitch.
yeah, I mean, yeah, if that ever happens, I'll be multi-streaming to like
Yeah. Because I think you do really well on Cozy.
Yeah.
They all liked you.
Yeah, I was gonna say the chat's being very nice to you at the moment.
Yeah, they really like you.
Yeah,
I mean, they were like, this guy, Haas is pretty cool. He said that, optics were on point and whatnot. And of course, you have a very genuine angle. And that's one thing we give credit to Destiny for is like, he at least is as much of an individual person to admit that Cozy is well run and that, there's a lot of enthusiasm and there's a lot of support.
Enemies, Kai. Walk it back.
yeah. There's a lot of support and there's a lot of enthusiasm behind Cozy and behind America First. So you and him both admit that, which gives you guys way more respect.
Like I said, I've always used it as an example of successful dealing with deplatforming by big tech, which is also something that me and a few of my colleagues are also starting to face because of the outset of the Russia conflict. Like, so that's we actually are not saying it's like a matter of if, but when, So platform independence is definitely something that like any anti-establishment political actor is going to have to be able to establish.
Dude, you're just pro other establishments. You're not anti-establishment.
All right, what other establishment?
Let's see, the Russian government, the Chinese government, any geopolitical entity.
The problem with the Russian government and the Chinese government is that those are populist governments which regularly draw their mandate from popular masses at the expense, which they direct against their westernized liberal elites continuously. So actually, the Chinese, for example, there is a Russian establishment that was formed after Yeltsin, especially with the oligarchs and the media conglomerates, and Putin has been clashing with them throughout the entirety of his reign. Same thing is going on in China with Xi, right?
The ability to do that in the 2000s and then got it back. He's the one that gave them all their abilities in the 2000s. He was basically selling off government power
and why are oligarchs now?
There's a few things here. I actually talked about this on my stream the other day. I find it really interesting when people all the time, tout this like, you're a fan of dictatorships, but then they're like championing the United States. The problem with the United States, or the problem with, all of these Western democracies, is because in the majority of cases, their, government is either brought into office or is supported by people who are not their actual historical people, right? So if we import if we import millions and millions of immigrants, those are not a historic or a true American people, but the rulers have their power derived from those people. Is that a legitimate rule? Are those rulers legitimately appointed? Do they serve the interests of the American people? No, because the American people are now in the minority because you've imported millions of new people.
Yeah, I mean, like what I'm trying to when it comes to establishments.
Go for it.
Yeah, when it comes to establishments, you're basically dealing with like these fixed networks of international finance and like NGOs and institutions, basically, which is like it's a global network, and it's almost like every single country's ruling class has them. And that in the case of Russia right now, oligarchs are reporting to media that they fear that it's a matter of not if, but when, that their assets are going to be nationalized, renationalized. Because in the 90s, they privatized a lot of the assets of the Russian government, and that's how the oligarchs came to prominence. And they're basically like under threat now by the government of having everything seized. And Putin actually directly called them out, called a lot of them a fifth column whose head is in the West, but who's only physically in Russia, but their head is in the West, and they're totally westernized, and they don't even like. So yeah, it's like you don't really know what you're talking about when you're saying this shit about a fucking establishment. So
that's literally
you just
the thing.
for the establishment of Russia again. Putin.
What is the establishment of Russia?
Ellen.
All his political enemies just are super clumsy, keep falling out windows, they keep accidentally putting plutonium.
At best, even if I conceded to you that Putin did all of those things, which no evidence has been produced to conclude, even if I were to concede that to you, that doesn't prove there's a Russian establishment. It proves that Putin. No, it proves that Putin is like a leader who will not tolerate
if your government
rivals.
is able to just openly fucking off people, I think they're the establishment.
Hey, our government does that.
They're the establishment here too. I agree.
Okay, so why are you rooting for like the West? Why are you rooting for democracy and liberalism? That creates an establishment, that can replace the populace to find some kind of support.
This is how it works. Establishments are based on oligarchy, whereas strong leaders, the reason strong leaders usually aren't compatible with an establishment. There have been cases, but they got immediately deposed. The reason is because strong leaders get their mandate from the people. Oligarchs get their mandate. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because even during the days of Ivan the Terrible in Russia, when the boyars were against Ivan the Terrible, the lords at these powerful people who were like oligarchs, the only power Ivan was able to get was from the Russian people, was from the peasant masses. That's always been the case throughout history. Julius Caesar got his mandate from the Roman plebeians and proletarians. He got all of his fucking mandate from them, and it came at the expense of the patrician oligarchy. So there's always this struggle between oligarchic rule and popular rule by leaders. And I mean, like the Democrats, for example.
The Democrats.
The Democrats are. I mean, the Republican Party is changing. We don't even know what its future is going to be. Most of those. There's a Republican establishment that's increasingly indistinguishable from the Democrats. But as far as the Democratic Party is concerned, they are the party of oligarchy. They're a completely anti-popular party whose sole existence is to keep the American people in line. And, they use all of these supposedly, marginal groups as a way.
How many Republicans voted for a higher wage increase?
The wage increase that the Democrats are voting for, is completely negligible because of fucking inflation that's happened.
Okay, yeah, but
then B,
if the Democratic Party is the only party that's against that's against the working man, why aren't the Republicans helping with the minimum wage?
Because the minimum wage is by no means decisive right now in terms of what defines what's going to define. Hold on,
worried about importing millions and millions of people to the country, helping the supply of the labor force.
What's going to determine the quality of life of the working man right now isn't the minimum wage. It's fucking the availability of industrial jobs. The Democrats are against in a national industry. The Democrats are against any type of national industry. They're against having any American jobs, and they want to outsource all labor to foreign countries. That is the number one reason for the degradation of the decline of standard of living for the working class.
The Green New Deal is a fucking.
The fucking Green New Deal is Malthusian. It was fucking created, Soros funded, and Malthusian wants to kill our industry off, wants to kill the source of livelihood and vitality for the American people.
How do you think we're gonna get all the solar panels and shit we'll need?
But fucking listen, renewable energy is not enough to actually sustain the growth of industry. It's about degrowth and completely cutting off the supply of creating new wealth. Why? Because these old wealth moneyed elites want to cut off the ability for any new wealth to be generated, because new wealth is what can overthrow them.
Degrowth is just leftist austerity. That's all it is.
Which is what you support.
I don't support austerity.
Well, you support the Green New Deal, which is degrowth.
I support fucking bringing a shit ton of green jobs to America. We should have been the ones. Green sources of energy do not produce industrial growth. Yes, they do.
Okay, no, they don't. They've calculated it.
Explain how they do.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you wait? Why would it not? As opposed
because
to
they've calculated how wind and solar and other renewables are not enough to actually sustain the developmental and industrial needs of a country.
The main problem we have is that we can't hold the power because we don't have the battery state.
Okay,
but there's
you realize renewables are just about sustaining what we have now, not about creating new wealth.
If you just make more of it.
No, you can't. There's literally not enough.
Is there a limited amount of
They
sunlight?
speculate that in the future the technology will be better, which there's no sign of whatsoever. But as far as it's concerned right now, nothing even comes close to fossil fuels or fusion energy or some kind of nuclear energy. Nothing comes close to that.
But you would sacrifice the jobs of Americans working on the Keystone Pipeline because McGreen. And I'm like, I believe that there's like a future which is more environmentally friendly that the right wing fights for. But I mean, to totally, shut down all of the jobs and all of the
And I agree that one of the biggest things, there are environmental problems. Like there's smog problems when it comes to industry with CO2 emissions. It degrades like forests, and it degrades, the actual air quality of air and water and all this. Yeah, that's all real. But on the other hand, like this overarching narrative that we have to have like completely net zero, which net zero basically also means net zero human growth. It means fucking net zero population growth as well. It's not just fucking net zero growth in general. And this is all part of a Malthusian agenda by our elites to limit the population.
True.
Wait, how is green energy limiting the population?
Because green energy cannot sustain the growth of humanity in general, in terms of, because as humanity grows, we need to increase our industry and technology to support more human beings. And when you don't have that, you don't have the resource. And then, by the way, human beings are either growing or we're falling. And the Malthusian agenda of our elites seems to me, right? I don't know if I'm allowed to, seems to me, is to decrease the human population.
This tracks literally everywhere. What is the thing that Western liberalism, what is the thing that, this industrialism has pushed for throughout all of human history? Making it so that people will have less kids. I mean, is it a coincidence that once you enter stage 4 or 5 of demographic transition, your birth rate trails down?
Yeah.
No, all of this tracks with the intention of liberalism. The intention of destroying the family is to get the woman in the workplace and she prioritizes
and you look at some of the
over having children.
And you look at the only countries right now that are promoting population growth and encouraging people to have kids and putting monetary incentives for people to have kids are Russia and China. Europe and
Poland, they're warring against the West. So.
Yeah, Europe and America, by and large, are doing the exact opposite.
So you think Japan is doing nothing to try to stop its population decline?
Practically nothing.
Nothing.
Practically nothing.
They've literally, economically been speaking, have been trying to do so much to counter the deflation to make it cheap.
But the spiritual degradation.
That's not the problem. The
Yeah.
problem is that none of the women want to leave the workforce because, and this is what Japan realized, it's that their industrialization so quickly and their forcing of women out of the home and into the workforce has made it so that women don't want to take time off work to have children. That's one of the major problems. And honestly, if you orient the entirety of society around having a college degree, then women won't want to marry a man who doesn't have a college degree. That's what's happening in the United States, like the way people are marrying.
And also when you have a society, when you have this widespread push by liberals to abandon any semblance of like honor, family, manhood, all of the things that make us human, people don't even have the fucking motivation to live anymore. Look at the suicide rates in Japan and South Korea. They're through the fucking roof. People are losing the motivation and will to even leave because of the fucking spiritual desert that liberalism is creating out of the world.
I think it has a lot more to do with price of living and the bullshit. Like, I agree that Japan has terrible work practices and stuff like that, but the idea that it's all family stuff, no, people it's not like people thought of that in the 1800s when they were pushing out a shit ton of kids. They were pushing out a shit ton of kids because they needed farm hands to work on the farm. So
they were also pushing out a ton of kids because
it's all material.
Yeah.
No, it's not about them wanting to have families because there's a value there. It's just it's all material.
The post in post World War II America, you had the baby boomers because after that war, people had a fuck ton of kids, right? And the reason
it's not because they needed farm hands.
Yeah, they didn't need farm hands back then. There was no economic reason for that.
No, it was 2.5 kids, but down from our agrarian standard of 7 or 8.
The reason there was high in agrarian standard is because there was high child mortality in general.
I know a lot about that. Yeah,
2.5 kids is still a ton compared to now.
No, I'm Hispanic. I have a huge family, so the idea of the.
I thought you said you didn't.
I thought you're Samoan.
No, I said people think I'm Samoan.
Do you have a mom and dad?
They're dead. But the point is that the people having 9 or 10 kids on the ranch and stuff like that was forced. There being more hands, not just because of child mortality. They needed workers, and they made their own workers via their kids.
Okay, you ever heard of the expression from the Bible, "Be fruitful and multiply"?
Yeah.
That doesn't just come from wanting more hands on the fucking farm.
Exactly. So why do you believe that the people whoa. Why are you so nihilistic about this that you believe that during the time when people were more religious, when they had a larger sense of community, when they were more nationalistic, more patriotic, the only reason they had kids was to have more farm hands? How does that compute?
I don't think they were I think that they probably were just busting nuts crazy and didn't have birth control and just.
I think it's because people.
And they had no problem with it. Perfect. Yeah, they didn't have birth control. They didn't have abortion, and they believed in God. They didn't believe in all this awful stuff you have now, where you have an abortion at 30 weeks.
The problem was it's because every kid they had would eventually lead to their.
I think the difference is that the way human beings have lived for thousands of years was based on life and being for life, right? And now with liberalism, we're entering this nihilistic anti-human era where life is seen as something worse than fucking computers and fucking digital fucking anime bullshit. Life, people are losing the fucking willpower to live. There's such a fucking spiritual degradation that's going on in America and around the fucking world. People can't even fathom the possibility of being fathers anymore because they haven't even gotten over their fucking Oedipal conflict with their own fathers. People are fucking growing up to be man children who watch the fucking MCU, fucking Marvel and
threaten to fight people they disagree with on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. People becoming Marvel MCU fans instead of
no, it didn't. It didn't.
Really,
people back in the day did not threaten to fight each other over the internet when they disagreed. Because their dads would beat it out of them if they started saying stuff that stupid.
If they disagreed. Oh yeah, Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton. That totally never happened. People used to duel. It used to be. But if me and Haas had this,
oh my gosh, because it was a violation of somebody's honor, of somebody's name. It was a severe insult to their character. It wasn't because, oh, you disagree with me on political thing on the internet. It's
That
like,
is why Aaron
get
Burr
a
and
joke. You are
Hamilton
not
fought.
Aaron Burr. You are not Aaron Burr. Snap out of it, okay? You're not Aaron Burr. You're a
I'm better than
man-child
Aaron
on
Burr.
the internet who can't help with being wrong and is upset at the fact that you won't amount to anything great.
As opposed to you.
Like
Yes,
you've
as opposed to
what do you
me,
do?
who will have children, who has a church, who has a community,
have
who
a
wants to
church,
leave a legacy behind
all right.
me. Yes, I'm
youth
19
pastor,
years
you know,
old, and I am comfortable
totally
with
makes
what I
sense.
have done in my life.
Yeah,
I'm
how
not
many
done
people
progressing.
are you
I'm
talking
not
to right
done
now?
exploring my future, but I know that I am going to view it far more
19-year-old with a
optimistically
church.
than
I
you
already
do.
see where this is going.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
honestly,
Pull it off now.
listen,
Pull it
you're
off
also
now.
aren't you also addicted to drugs, Ellen?
Addiction is a funny term. I'm not addicted. I do them.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's like, you know, when you don't have you don't have solid spiritual values or a sense of meaning and purpose in life, you're gonna end up being a jackass like you are now. And look what you're doing, Ellen. Listen, Ellen, I became an influencer because I believe in something and I want to get the message out there. You want to become an influencer because you just want to get. Ellen, you just want to get high off clout. What is your purpose for being an influencer? Why are you so desperate to get attention?
Oh, because there's a lot of bullshit, and I like to dissipate. I like to.
Okay, what makes you different from Vosh or any of the other BreadTube federal agent projects?
I'm funnier.
No, you're not. You're not funny.
I am pretty funny, actually.
You're not.
disagree.
You're literally
It's
not
two
funny.
against one. Brittany, is Ellen funny?
I'm out of this.
Okay, so
Don't
it's
you
two, it's
dare
2
be
to
in
1.
this.
Sorry, you love
Great.
democracy so much.
but
There's your
actually,
democracy.
You
It's
you
very
look
weird.
funny.
I think it's very strange that you create a mutually exclusive concept between drugs and spirituality, considering most of our modern religious concepts come from drugs.
There's no evidence of that.
Pot, Moses.
There's no evidence
Dude,
of that.
Hey, guess what? You're not Moses. You are smoking weed or whatever you're doing in your room with the lights out at like 12 a.m. on a school night. That's what you're doing. You're not some spiritual intellectual. You
I
are
think
somebody who
I
can grow up
unironically think
and
though.
take responsibility for your life.
I do unironically think that these drugs are having these people actually commune with demons. I actually think it's
Really?
like, yeah, I do think these people are fucking communing with demons. Like they're actually getting possessed in some kind of fuck. If you look at how much marijuana has been pushed culturally onto our society, how normalized it's become, not just how normalized, but how encouraged. Like, I remember when Pineapple Express came out, I was in middle school, and everyone was like, wow, that movie's so cool. Like, we have like not only are people addicted to marijuana, it's like almost like a ritual practice. Like, everyone's a fucking pothead now. And you have to wonder, like, why is that? Does it do something spiritually to people that...
You asked about shrooms, Ellen. This is a very interesting thing. I was researching shrooms. Of all the drugs that I would ever probably try, I think psychedelics or anything that's more natural, nothing synthetic or anything like that draws. Hold on. Something that would be what draws me the most. So I did a little bit of research into it. And what I understood and what I think is the right takeaway about psychedelics is, first, that I don't think you should do them. But second, if you do, you should do it to gain a better evaluation of your current circumstance, to understand more about yourself and gain a new perspective on life. The problem is you do this ritualistically and habitually. You do it, you get some new enlightened experience, and then as that experience escapes you, you feel uncomfortable with the life that you have led around you. And so you do more of it. You're not gaining any enlightenment from it. You're staying the same. For you, drugs are escapism. That's the problem. They keep you from addressing the harsh reality of your life.
So you've never done them, Kai?
No, I haven't.
Wow. Okay. So
wow. Oh yeah. You haven't done shrooms, so you can't talk about it.
Yeah,
you don't smoke weed, so you can't talk about it. I haven't smoked weed because I don't want to be retarded. Because IQ is shown to decrease the more you habitually smoke weed. Oh, you don't believe in IQ? Oh, color me shocked.
No, I said your IQ's so high, even though you still believe in God. But the point I was making is the idea that you can talk to me about mushrooms despite never doing them. It's like a paraplegic talking to me about scuba diving.
No, I've done. Hold on, I did mushrooms once.
How much? How much? This is important.
A fuck ton. I did the
No, a
yeah.
gram. I need a gram amount.
It was a special type of giant mushroom. It's called penis envy. It's blue.
Yeah, I know what
Yeah,
that is.
it's blue, and it was like a big one, right? And
How many grams?
I don't remember, but it was like a way more than you're supposed to for the beginning.
I've
And
taken
I can
16 grams.
vouch that he's correct, what he's saying.
No,
And you know what? You want to brag about how many shrooms you've done, Ellen? Where have they gotten you?
Yeah, and by the way, let me just say this as well. They actually don't get you anywhere. All it does is fuel narcissism. You don't actually get any insight into anything at all.
Oh my god. No. Oh my god.
All psychedelics will ever do in your life is put you off course, your real path, and it'll make you take time to get back on your track.
Mushrooms. There's no way. Sorry, the idea that mushrooms make you more narcissistic is fucking
Yes, they
insane.
do.
I'm sorry.
Oh, ego death, bro.
The so-called ego death actually makes you give way more attention to your ego afterwards than you ever did before. It makes you way more narcissistic, way more.
Like literally anybody that like in your chat that's ever done mushrooms is like, I'm looking at your chat right now. They are just, God, I wish I could get sycophants like that just agree with every dumb shit thing I say.
Isn't it funny, that pivot? Dude, if anybody in your chat has done shrooms, they'll disagree with you. Looks at chat agrees.
All mushrooms teach you is that your brain can produce a mental state that is completely off the rails and off track. And people find that fascinating because most people are used to like being involuntarily sane. But yes, you can go fucking crazy and become schizophrenic. It's very possible. There's nothing impressive about that. And you won't learn anything from them. I promise you, there's no fucking wisdom from drugs or psychedelics. It's the most stupid thing I've ever heard. You're going to get actual...
Marijuana is a well-documented trigger for psychosis.
Yeah, the most wisdom I've ever gotten in my life was reading shit like the Bible or something. The amount of depth, wisdom, and richness you're going to get from texts like that, from religious texts like that, or even not even just ancient poetry, whatever the fuck you want, ancient myths and things like, you're going to get like a real like sense of meaning from that. Just taking psychedelic drugs to prove how fucking meaningless your brain can.
Everybody that wrote the Bible was high as shit.
No, there's never been. There's no evidence for that.
Also,
Yes,
no,
there's
Ellen,
shit ton of
Ellen,
evidence.
I want to come to the middle of the road with you here. You've pivoted a few times, like on the question of what have psychedelics done for you, because you've obviously done a lot, but I don't see that as improving your life circumstance. But I just want to understand, like, level with me here. You claim that it's something that would never make you more narcissistic, and yet you sit here thinking that you are more enlightened or have received some larger sense of self, and you've had your ego death talking to me and Haas, and you're gatekeeping it because we haven't done the same thing. You've been wrong on the things like a trigger for psychosis. Marijuana is. I'm sure that, DMT and other psychedelics are too. And look, at the end of the day, my main point was, if you do psychedelics and you're looking for an alternative perspective on life, that should be what it is. An alternative perspective that puts you down a different path, but it doesn't look like you've had any positive success or any kind of reevaluation from all of the time you spent doing drugs. And that's because you use them as a form of escapism.
No, I don't.
What indicates that that's incorrect?
I don't even do them alone. Like, I've never.
Yeah, that's even worse. So listen,
I can comforted by other people.
I can say, listen, as someone who's taken them,
somebody offers.
Listen, as someone who's actually taken them, I can say any type of spiritual wisdom you're going to get from psychedelics is extremely low. You may get some, but it's an extremely low level and primitive form of wisdom, which basically amounts to the fact that you can look at a world in more perspectives than you thought, just at a very base level. Like, for example, you're on psychedelics, you're going to have the thought, you're going to be like, how many eyes does orange juice have? And you're going to think like this is an extremely deep insight, which you're going to attach some kind of meaning to, right? But it's actually completely meaningless. You just find it impressive that you can find meaning in that statement in a certain mental state, right? So
here's the things you should do.
That's really low level.
Yeah, but you should read. This is what you'll get a lot more value from. Read Nietzsche, read Will to Power, read the Tao
I've read
Te
all
Ching.
these books.
Not enough. Maybe think about them the way you think about oranges when you're high on psychedelics. Maybe actually think about them, internalize them.
Let me get my books real quick.
I know, I don't care. Like I don't care. You're not proving anything. You're not proving it. Oh my gosh.
Let's see.
What's up, Kai? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, it's also it's like extremely lazy to me because it's like
he has books, guys.
You can just take drugs, but the actual effort, the mental effort it takes to actually read books and like master the philosophy of someone like Kant or Hegel or Schelling or whatever the fuck you want, like that actually takes so much more.
So I have this critique of the Gotha program. This is just my current library.
You literally have this like very entry level fucking Marx.
Yeah, I just thought like I read it back in high school. I wanted to reread it.
Okay, I don't even think
he's read and internalized and studied all of them.
I've actually listened to Capital on audiobook like 3 times.
That's pointless. There's literally no reason someone who hasn't mastered German idealism should even bother with Capital. There's no reason you should. It's completely you will never understand anything from a book like that. It's pointless.
Stick to the Communist Manifesto, pal.
Leave Das Kapital to if I can recommend some reading. If we're recommending reading, I recommend The Game of Logic by Lewis Carroll. Yes, the Lewis Carroll who wrote Alice in Wonderland. Fantastic book. He also wrote an elementary treatise on determinants. Fucking base, dude. It's awesome. It's a math book from the 1880s, and it's written by the guy who wrote Alice in Wonderland. How fucking cool is that? I think that's cool as hell. You should definitely read this book. You should also read The Game of Logic.
Alternatively, if you read Aristotle and you actually internalize it, you might feel a sense of responsibility for the... Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Anyway, and see, this is the problem. Is like when I tell you to read a book that if you actually properly internalize
chat
it,
agrees with me. Aristotle's soy.
That's not
that's not true.
It's about the effect it could have on you changing your life. Psychedelics are not going to do anything positive for you, especially if you use them to escape this bitter reality.
Why do you assume
and instead of embracing
a little bit? Wait, Kai.
So you're saying that the only reason why you're using them as escapism.
I know. Wait, can I ask you a question about that though?
Yeah,
okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, what's up?
But can I ask you a question? Okay. So you said earlier that like psychedelics were like the one thing you would consider trying, right? For that reason that you're laying out, but you're also saying that like the only reason you would use them is to completely realign your values in a way that like shifts your perspective in a way enough that like completely changes your trajectory. So if that doesn't happen, would you say that it's unsatisfactory, like an unsatisfactory trip, or like what's can you walk me through that a little bit? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so there's a few things.
I'm not doing like gotchas or anything.
No worries. So there's a few things. The first is that the reason I was more interested in like doing them out of like any other drug is because they are, not synthetically produced, right? They're more natural. They have documented use throughout history, not as, people who wrote the Bible, but just generally. But I have since changed it. I think I would much rather do cocaine. I think that would be really fun. It's like caffeine, but a lot stronger. I'm sure you think that's based. Maybe I don't want to do cocaine.
Free base,
right? You're not looking for something.
No, cocaine's bad. Shrooms are bad. If you're ever gonna try any drug, ecstasy's the one to go with.
Yeah,
Brittany's got the party drugs on.
Hell yeah, Brittany
going to the raves.
All the other ones suck, and they're not good.
I would say if you're going to try any drugs, you should make sure you get them safely, and you make sure that you're careful with them and do your research.
Wait, I don't think we can advocate for this. It's like it's all in a video game. It's all a joke.
Exactly.
Like ibuprofen's a drug, so I'm
it's all a video game.
What I'm saying here, right?
So basically, I at this point, I think that taking psychedelics can basically open up a gateway to like hell in your mind. I do think it makes you more narcissistic. And
As
I
someone
think the
who's been
problem
there, dude,
is,
I know
well,
all the-
and the reason I was kind of framing this as like, well, I would do it for a like a reference check or like a shift of my frame. The reason I framed it that way is because that's the way that I heard it framed for people who were doing psychedelics. I got it from like libertarians. I didn't get it from, like hippies. But the argument that I typically see around psychedelics is that it provides you a different perspective. And so my argument then was, if that's the reason to do them is to understand the world better, to get that ego death, to, get a different frame of reference, then doing them over and over and over and bragging about how much you use psychedelics is a proof that it isn't working and that it hasn't positively benefited your life. And if that's the case, then your use of them is to find that different perspective over and over and over, rather than understanding and reacting positively to your immediate circumstances around it.
Here's what I could say about psychedelics. The only net positive psychedelics will ever do is make you sane. Make you grateful about the sanity you took for granted before. So like when you wake up after like tripping or whatever, there can be maybe a positive experience when you realize how much you've taken for granted, always having some kind of coherent sense of meaning in the world. And that is honestly a very beautiful feeling, right? But as far as the actual
to that too.
Yeah, the experience itself is completely meaningless. It's just like when they're done and they wear off, you're so grateful that you
got
like
no insights. Okay, wow.
No, because when you're on psychedelics, sometimes you get the scary thought. I've only done them twice, but the second time especially, I was like,
all the time. I've done everything all the time, dude. It's not worth it, believe me.
Yeah,
As someone who just finally got out of all that, and is finding my way back,
you guys aren't just doing
not
it?
worth it,
Good
dude.
enough.
You literally can like bring up demons. They're not just saying that. That's
Yeah,
not like a
and
lie.
all right, Kai, what insight did you get from psychedelics?
I thought I had insight, but
No, not you. Sorry, Kai. I'm not sorry, not
I
Kai.
haven't taken psychedelics.
Hold on, I'm stupid. I'm keep saying the wrong names. Ellen.
No worries.
Ellen,
Yeah.
I think I got.
What are you guys?
Okay, sorry. I got a appreciation that my perspective is not the perspective in terms like what you were talking about reality. I got
Be
deeper
specific.
appreciation for my.
What
so like
perspective?
just being able to see from a different perspective. was
What
important.
perspective?
Like just from a perspective of like not being completely on the ground. Like just in terms of.
What do you mean by that?
One of just in terms of like I was okay, I'll just talk about my 16-gram mushroom trip. All right. So I took 16 grams and that was an insane experience, but I came out of that like literally as I came out of it like 14 hours later, I had to relearn English. Like I couldn't talk. Like I didn't even know I remember being like, okay, that's a floor, that's a shelf. I couldn't even remember the word for ceiling. I was like, that's an up floor. And I got to the point where like everything eventually flowed back to me. And then I was like ego death for like a complete day. And I got a complete appreciation for just having radical empathy for everything. Like I think Jesus did mushrooms.
Okay, what did you learn from that?
I learned the value of radical empathy and how.
What does that have to do with not knowing what a chair is?
Because I had to learn everything from the ground up. It taught me.
So how does that teach you empathy?
Oh, because I was almost like a baby, like relearning everything, and I was able to see all the things that I had learned that were bad for me and cast them aside. Except
harassing people on the internet and wanting to meet them up. You didn't learn that.
I guess I have to do mushrooms again.
Okay.
Maybe next time they'll actually change your life for the better. But okay, look. At the end of the day, you can say you got all these different perspectives. What have they done for your life? Because I think that you are probably, whether or not you admit it on the stream, a very unhappy individual who does not really have a good sense of where their life is going. You think that you're going to do this whole bit forever on the internet, and you're really not comfortable with the fact that you're not actually taking responsibility for cultivating like a real legacy.
Oh, so like because I'm not like out here trying to like have a kid,
because you're not out here trying to do anything greater than escape the reality that surrounds you.
You don't know what I do in my real life.
So do you do anything significant?
I have a business.
What's the business? Is it this?
I'm not gonna dox myself.
Okay, well, you don't have to.
I think
but
he
get the sense
drives.
that it's
He
probably
drives
this.
around, does something for his business, right?
No, that was actually a personal errand that I was doing in Chicago.
Well, either way, I don't get the sense that you are enlightened, that you found some greater truth or some greater perspective. You can, use all these buzzwords about I was like a child learning things again. I, learned empathy and now I understand things better. The way it comes across is that you have not positively impacted the way you live whatsoever, and that you are continuously using them. I mean, what you just said, I guess I need to do shrooms again. You are using it as a crutch. For you, this is a crutch. You are addicted. And you can say,
I'm addicted.
You can't get
addicted to mushrooms.
You can't get addicted to
I'm gonna
mushrooms
suck
because
dick
it's
for
not like
mushrooms
that.
if I don't
Have
get
you
my
ever
next
heard?
hit.
Have you ever heard of a behavioral addiction?
Yeah, you can get
But
addicted
the
to anything, dude.
DSM-5, yeah, shut up, okay? All these people who
When do you
talk
think the
about
last
you
time I
can't
did
get addicted to
mushrooms
porn,
was?
you can't get addicted to, these certain kinds of drugs.
When's
Don't
the
understand
last- when's the
actual
last-
literature.
when's the
I'm laughing because he goes, I need to do them again. They didn't fuck me up enough. I have to do more to fix myself.
With relearning empathy proves that you are not comfortable with
if you
your
guys-
natural state. You are not comfortable with you as a natural man.
No, you
You're
actually
not
have to
comfortable with it.
find God sober.
I mean,
is the
I
problem.
have a great life. I chill. I get money drawing for.
Dude, you're on Twitter 24. You literally not an ounce.
Furry art?
There's not a second.
Cry when people bully you on Twitter.
Ellen, there's not a second where you're not on Twitter. And I know how I know that is because every time I make a tweet, you're there immediately, instantly. Every single tweet I've ever made on Twitter, you were in the replies.
Clout chasing right now. You gotta give him a little bit of a break.
You literally are in my reply. Every time I send a tweet, you're there. Every single time.
Grind set.
What are you grinding about? Okay, Ellen, how does your engagement with me help your life?
I think it's just funny to watch you avoid me.
Is that what happened last time?
It is exactly what happened. It's what's going to happen Friday.
How is that what happened last time?
$1,000.
So it's going to happen in the same.
It's going to happen again Friday, and that's it's going to
fidgety and
show.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
You don't like this.
I'm raising the price. I'm raising the price to 3,000 now.
Oh, see, you just don't want to. That's it.
You shouldn't give the
all
time
it
of
is.
day.
You're right. I don't want to. Why would I want to do that? I already
That's
did it.
real, man.
I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to fight you.
No, it's like
I wasn't invited, but I just want to say.
No, it's not that he's scary because I showed up last time. I just don't want to waste my time.
Make new things and why you can't do it. You're gonna keep raising the price. It's okay. Just say
He
you're
doesn't
scared.
owe you showing up, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the
he already gave you a
thing.
chance.
That's the thing. It's like
And Haas has a better, actual perspective on what matters. I
Does it
would
feel
be
good to have all
ashamed.
these-
I
all
would be
these dudes
ashamed
sucking
if
your
Haas
dick, Haas?
actually showed up. I hope Haas never shows up because he shouldn't grant you that time.
But-
Because he
Okay.
understands that his time is more valuable.
But
than that.
3,000
Yours
is
might
a
not be.
3,000
Your
is
energy and time might not be, but his is.
3,000.
but 3,000 is a lot. I'm gonna be honest. That's like a lot of money.
You know what? I'll do 3,000. Fuck it.
Okay, I'm definitely going. If you send me 3,000 on PayPal Friday and you come,
sending
Zero
it-
chance he's giving you $3,000.
Okay.
This is a bad idea. Don't do this.
that's a lot of money.
I
You know?
have $3,000.
This happened.
That's
There's
like
zero
one
chance he's giving
commission.
you $3, Haas. Like I
Yeah.
don't know what's happening right now.
That's like
People are
one
sending you
one
$3,000 for
commission.
furry art. That's where you get your sense of entitlement. That's where you
Yeah.
get your ego from. People send you
I'm a
$3,000.
Oh wait, people are saying you'll do a chargeback.
People gave me that much money for that. I don't
People
know.
are saying
How-
he'd
I
do a
wonder how much
chargeback.
of your audience is pedophiles? That's what I wonder. How much
Well,
of the people
considering I draw
who paid
like
for commissions?
dragons, like it's like I specialize in dragon furry art.
I'll take it in
Very
Bitcoin,
it
so
is.
you can't do a
Can't do
chargeback.
less.
I'll take it in Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, dragging these balls
Get him
across
Bitcoin,
Hall's
he
Hazz's
says.
face.
Yeah,
Make it Ethereum.
Try
dude.
getting it out. Try
yeah.
getting
Actually,
it out.
Ethereum, not Bitcoin. Ethereum.
Yeah. Come on.
Okay, yeah, whatever it takes to get out of it, Haz. I get it.
I don't have to get on anything. I already went last time. This is This
No,
one's
you're
just
coward.
this one's just
Fine.
to make
Ellen,
money.
Ellen,
You're a
He
coward.
did already win
You know
last
how-
time.
you
My
know
Yeah,
how-
I already
wants to
went
fight
last
you. My
time.
black
We
friend
were all
wants to
watching.
fight you, and the
There's gonna
wager
be
is
3 hits.
the wager is, Ellen, if you fight my black friend, if he wins, you have to go to a rehabilitation clinic
Okay,
and to church
bet.
every Sunday.
I'm not afraid of black people.
You guys notice Ellen has literally agreed to everything. He said I should get my T levels measured, and I said I'll bet you 10,000 they're higher than yours. And
Oh,
he
dude, I
said
definitely have higher T.
he said yes. He said he will.
have higher T levels.
He said he said he
so much
will.
higher T
He
levels.
said he will legally commit 10,000 of his dollars. He's just agreeing to. All right, Ellen, will you bet
I have like 20 grand. Like, what are you talking?
So
about?
will you bet? You're gonna bet half of your net worth.
Yep.
That's how much at the edge of your life you truly are.
No, that's just how much I know that I have higher T levels than you.
Oh, okay.
It's not a bet. It's not a bet.
Then why doesn't your beard
Not
connect?
a bet. He's taking it very seriously.
Why doesn't my beer connect?
Yeah,
You say my beer?
your beard.
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 Oh, because I told it not to.
Yeah, you just come up with any excuse.
Uh-huh.
Yo, if you get him to take the bet, you could just like take testosterone, and then you'll definitely win.
I don't
like
have
pump
to.
up.
Oh fuck, that's
Well,
true.
I mean, I'm not saying for the record. I'm not saying that you wouldn't win anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea what either of your testosterone levels are, especially comparatively. But like,
I could take
would-
HRT for 2 years and still have more testosterone than Haas.
Yeah, Ellen, you are the prime example of a raging alpha high T male.
That's me.
Might explain the balding. I don't know.
Am I balding?
Probably.
No, there's no balding here whatsoever.
You just have a very big forehead.
You take everything so personally. No
it's-
ego
it's-
on this.
You know what's
guy.
crazy
Total
is
ego
that-
death on this guy.
Yeah.
Total ego
Ellen
death.
literally has a neck beard.
Do I? Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
high
I
T,
did.
dude. He
It's
can
all right.
grow a lot of
Yeah,
hair
you
on his
literally
neck.
have
It's
one.
I
high
need to
T.
shave. Yeah, I woke up at like 4 p.m. today.
Ellen, do you shower?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't look like it.
No. what
So
is
okay,
the-
let's interview you a little bit. So
Let's go.
how's your relation to your parents?
They're
I
dead.
already asked that.
So
Your
who-
relationship with your father.
So who raised
He's
you?
mentioned this like 5 times.
So-
I was actually raised by 2 wolves on the
Pack
side
of
of the
wolves.
river.
How did I
Tiber.
know you were going to say a pack of wolves? You're so predictable. You're like an NPC. Is psychedelics like does it rewrite the script?
So-
does it rewrite the code in your brain so you
Yeah,
turn into just
it
an
does.
NPC with these constant lines
As
of like
opposed to somebody,
snarky
a
rebuttals?
19-year-old that's
Yes, it
trying
does,
to
it
create a
does.
church so he can fuck 14-year-olds. Yeah, I get it.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect response.
So-
yeah, perfect response.
Dawson's Creek youth pastor looking night with a 90s Taco Bell sweatshirt. I get it. It's fine.
Yeah, you know the crazy thing is that you realize the reason for that is because of modern liberalism too.
Yeah.
what
like,
modern? What,
You realize that in modern liberalism, the thing they attack first are religious centers of spirituality. Like that's their number one enemy, and always
Right.
has been.
I don't
Why?
care.
You don't care.
Yeah, but it's
Why
like
do you think
you're
that is?
blaming it on religion when it's the opposite.
So you
What am I
take
blaming
all
on
these
religion?
drugs to
It's
find
probably- it's probably
spirituality
like
and
the-
don't care when the spirituality around you is already killed, right?
Well,
Yeah,
all the spirituality that I've ever seen has been highly corrosive and destructive.
Except the drug ones.
Christianity, Christian spirituality is really destructive because they don't believe that you can do whatever you want and be totally free of sin. It's like,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
dude, because we preach responsibility.
The
Because you can't live
responsibility
however
of,
you
like,
want. You
not
can't live however you
letting
want.
gay people
and, do whatever
have
you want
kids.
without it being terribly corrosive to your soul, to
What's
your
more
spirit.
corrosive? A kid growing up in the foster system with nobody, or a kid having gay parents? What's worse?
What is
Wait,
this
hold on.
false-
Before we answer that question, do you think it's hold on? Before we answer that question,
Let Radical Code
do you
go.
hold on? Before we answer that question, you realize the reason there has to be a big foster system is because there's no strong communities or families to begin with. When people don't, it's called usually the next of kin raises the child, and if it's not the next of kin, it's the godfather, godmother, or like the neighbor or something. The reason you have to have a foster system is because there's no close communities to begin
Oh
with.
yeah, there was never. News were so good.
No, the
one ever
1800s.
grew up-
The 1800s was like the pinnacle of industrial capitalist
Okay,
devastation.
1500s, 1400s.
Yeah, there have always been.
year
Hold on,
500.
there have always been foster children, but they're especially a big problem in cities.
What caused
Where-
the big influx of
Because
foster
of
children?
density.
Let's think about that one.
Yeah,
Probably a lot more than
What,
we're
what
alive
caused
now.
the cities?
yeah.
Manufacturing base. Like
Yeah,
how-
industrialism. What caused
Exactly.
cities
industrialism?
have
A
Progress.
rapid march towards progress, progressivism at all costs, technological, social, economic. That's what you believe in.
Okay, yeah.
You
so,
believe
like,
in the degradation of
neoliberalism was
everything that has
going
held society
hardcore in
together.
7100 BC at the city of Catalhoyuk, over in southern Anatolia. That's what caused that.
Look, this is the simple way of putting it. Tradition, conservative ideas are arguing for the things that allow us to exist today. It argues for the tradition that caused you and me to even come into existence. What you
my
believe
entire
on,
existence
what you
is not
believe
traditional.
in is a war on everything that is tried, tested, and true.
Based,
It is a
true.
war on
Yep.
everything that
You
has
got it.
worked. And what you're doing is getting all really, high and
Your
mighty about,
society would
great
not have
progression.
enabled
We
me
can
to
have
exist.
this immaculate progressive future. Conservatism is evil, and you are sacrificing children, families, churches, communities,
oh, yeah, there's
all
no
at
children
the
being
stake, all at
So
the,
how
the
many
altar
how many
of that
dead gay
ultimate
and trans
progressive
kids
industrial.
Okay, that's such like a vulgar thing to say. That's such a fucking vulgar thing to say. Like, you're immediately going, like, if you want to play that game, you can play that game in reverse as well. Like, you don't have to fucking open that can of worms of like direct victims. No, okay, all right.
That you adhere
women
to
shouldn't
no
be forced
matter
to
the
be brood
cost.
mares if they don't want to be.
Well, then they should wrap it, dude. Come
Well,
on.
they do. Sometimes they get raped.
Yeah, you're literally deranged. You're actually deranged.
Whatever.
So wait, hold on.
You said,
Let's
like,
do more interesting.
whatever.
So Ellen, I'm guessing you also believe in open relationships too, right?
Me?
I mean, I believe they can have. I've
Oh, I'm
never
sorry.
been in one. I
You
don't
do
want to
you
be in
endorse
one.
them?
Endorse them in the way that I don't have a problem with them. If other
No,
people
like, do you
it.
think there's nothing wrong with them?
I think that a lot of people get into it and then figure out it's not for them. I don't think there's like super if somebody's able to
You
make
think
it
like a
work-
good role model is endorsing that?
I mean, if somebody can make it work for them, then whatever. I don't care.
How would it work?
How would it work?
Yeah.
Like polyamory?
A
people
man
do it,
sharing his woman with other men. How would that
I'm
work?
pretty sure that is the like default way that people were back in tribes.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yes, nobody even knew who the kid's parents were. That they were all raised by the village.
Even if
I
that
don't know
was
about but I
true,
know that
that
people now are doing it and they're
Yeah.
fine. Like, there are people who definitely do it and like find
Disney
success.
movie.
I'm
They
not
were
currently
raised
doing
by
that.
the
I'm not interested,
village.
I-
They were
No.
raised by wild wolves. I saw it in the
Not the
Disney movie.
Not the
What?
Disney
Yeah.
thing. No, like this has been like as recent as like. Native
all right, even if
American
that was
society
true,
and
hold on.
stuff.
Even if that was true, you're telling me that in today's society, with all the meaning that has, a man can seriously exist, not be completely destroying everything that they are by coming home to someone whose lips have
You
been.
can see it in their face. You could just
Yeah,
see it in their
you can
face.
just
when they're
see
in
it.
that
Physiognomy.
situation.
It's the
it's not for
complexion
me-
of the spirit
Yes.
in the face.
Yes,
It's not
it
for me
kills them on the
personally,
inside.
but
They
I'm not going to
slowly
tell
die.
somebody what they can and can't do.
I'm
Do you
not telling
think it
you
should
what
be
to
in-
do.
Stand for anything. You stand for nothing but that rapid
No,
march
I
of
see
progress.
stuff, but I agree. I stand for plenty
I-
of things and I agree with him on that. So I don't know.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I stand for less harm. I stand for human happiness.
I stand.
All
for
right,
all
but
sorts
don't
of
you
stuff.
don't you think? Hold on. But don't you think when people hold on?
MFers be like, I stand for human happiness, but they're not happy. But they've
Hold
been
on.
depressed for their
I'm
entire
great.
lives.
No, here's the issue though. When people have lost any spiritual compass, they have no sense of their family values, and they don't know they don't know how to make sense of things. They don't understand like there's meaning. The
Why do
meaning.
these values
They don't
need to
understand
be
like
spiritual?
family meaning, and then someone comes and tells them they're like, "Hey, an open relationship, yeah, you don't want to consider women your property. So like, and when your woman sweeps around, that's like fucking that's empowering or whatever. And you that's just how humans, they're gonna buy into that shit, and it's gonna completely corrupt their soul, completely destroy them emotionally. It's gonna destroy them emotionally, spiritually, every kind of fucking way. And then because they haven't actually ever learned on an unconscious level why that's completely unspeakable.
I will say that I think poly relationships on average have less abuse in them than the traditional relationships.
Because they're abusing the spirit. They're abusing the soul.
I would
They're
rather them
abusing
abuse the spirit than their face.
Hold on. Is there any evidence for that?
Considering that like polycules are mostly done by people that have already like
Don't
dealt
need
with
a
a lot of
source
their
on that.
insecurities,
Wait.
I would.
Oh, I
I
thought
What
would-
you're basically saying, hold on. What you're basically
people who have been abused.
Yeah, what you're basically saying is akin to this idea that people who are single are abused less than people who are in committed relationships. And
Okay,
you have to
so
be in a
you can see
committed
that-
relationship and give up that level of exclusive trust for bad things to even happen. That's why there's trust in the first place.
Family has probably been the worst thing for women
What?
because it's created a world where
Wait, back up. What'd you just say?
I think the nuclear family has been one of the worst things for women.
What's the nuclear
children.
Family? Can you define it?
Yeah, we're gonna have to hear about this one.
One household, mom, dad, 2 kids, and a dog.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
what do
awful
you
for
can
women.
you so that is what
They
the
don't get to go to work.
Are you talking
No,
about
I think-
monogamous families?
Yes.
Okay, if
I
you're
would
just talking about monogamous families, then you're fucking wrong.
No,
Monogamy is literally the thing that has empowered women the most in history. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Well,
Yes.
no, and the biggest part that has made the nuclear family is the generation. I like multi-generational households because
You're
a dude is
Hispanic.
probably yeah. Sorry, lo siento.
Okay, most traditional societies have grandparents and whatever
Yeah,
living in a
and I
household.
think that's good because the
Okay.
guy's way more less likely to smack up his wife if her dad's in the other room.
I feel like there's a million other things that are also good about it, but
know,
yeah,
why are you
that's
so-
probably also
Okay.
reduced.
You're so keyed in on the abuse thing.
Oh, because I had to fight grown
It's
men
important.
with a 13-year-old again that were hitting my mom.
Okay.
Not
I think
championing
in
their
general, you
lifestyle,
okay.
because their
in-
lifestyle is tried, tested, and true.
Listen,
along
I
with
think
the
in
one
general, you're a very troubled and mentally unwell person,
Right.
and I think you're using the internet in a very destructive way.
I'm mentally troubled because I'm okay with.
No, I
You're
think
hurting
like
yourself, dude. It's
you just projected your childhood trauma onto me. Like I have.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
Okay,
you
so
did. You literally
you
just said
you
that.
He asked why I keyed into the abuse thing. Like, why is that the first example I go to? And I was like, well, I have a personal experience with it. That's
Yeah,
why
and
I
you're
think
like,
it's-
that's
think
why
this
that's why I'm
explains
so
everything.
willing to challenge Haas, because like I
This-
remind you of someone in your past, which is really creepy, because you don't even know who the fuck I
You're
am.
just trying to find ways to get out of it. Just admit you're not an alpha male. It's fine. We all know you're beta. It's totally cool.
Listen,
You-
even if that was the test, that
Yeah,
test has
Haas is
passed. Hold on,
absolutely
even if that was the test, that test has passed because you didn't fucking show up last time, so it doesn't even matter anymore.
Well, why won't you show up again if you're such a man?
Because
Then you
I'm
can't
not.
show up
Because
again.
because that was your chance. What do you mean show up
That was
again?
your chance.
How many fucking
No,
times do you want me to show up?
A real man does it, the challenge no matter what.
Oh, okay.
Real man does the challenge,
So you're
no
saying,
matter.
so you're saying, even if you don't show up again and you do it again, I have to keep doing this
No, if
forever.
I don't do it-
Unless,
if I
and then
don't
that
do-
makes what makes
if
this
I-
fucking
if I don't do it
stupid.
again- If I don't
Then
do
he'll
it
call
again,
you a
I'm an
man-head.
absolute bitch, and I will shave my head.
Yeah, but that's what you said last time, and look what happened. Nothing.
Okay, so hey,
So when
look, I think
Counterpoint is
we've
holding the money-
we've created the character evaluation. I've got my psychiatrist notes here. Look, here's the evaluation, Ellen. You had a poor relationship with your parents in your youth. You saw abuse happen. None of this is good. None of this is a feature of a normative or a traditional marriage or society. But because you saw it, you are
I would say
aligning all of.
abuse
Oh,
is
hold on,
pretty
Ellen.
common.
I'm not done yet. You were
abuse has
aligning
always
all of
existed,
your
man.
all of your politics, all of your prescriptions, and all of your ideas towards the future around stopping the bad things that you saw happen. And you may say, and you likely take psychedelics in order to escape that trauma that you had as a kid. But at the end of the day, all of your politics are a reflection of a reaction to trauma that is still within you. Trauma that you should address with responsibility, with being a better father than your father was, with being more of a man, but yet instead of
Couldn't you
going
do this
towards
armchair
responsibility,
psychology no
instead
matter
of
what
moving
politics I
towards
had?
living virtuously,
Yeah.
you continue to crutch yourself with psychedelics and continue to project this trauma
So,
in
like,
your
no,
politics.
let me flip it over.
Sure
Okay. I think that you are wanting to start a church as a 19-year-old because you get no pussy, and you want to be able to control small women that are sexually inexperienced in your own life, and you want to be able to control, and you want to try to shape people.
That's
so
such a
that they are more
perverted
likely to
leftist
ride your
explanation.
cock.
That's what
Have I got it
leftists do.
right?
Leftists immediately jump to the most perverted projecting example, like as if someone can't actually have,
So
as if someone, hold on, as if someone can't have authentic, hold on, as if
ulterior motives.
yeah, as if
Completely
someone
insane.
can't have authentic spiritual beliefs, and it's all
I don't think you
underlined
can
by
at
fucking
19.
sex.
You don't have
And by the way, dude,
can at 19.
literally,
psychedelics, right? I
Yeah.
can't have authentic.
yeah.
beliefs
By the
without
way,
the psychedelics.
you may not be able to relate to this much because you literally look like an ogre. But almost any dude can get pussy, dude. Almost any dude. It's
I
not
know.
hard.
And so here's let me give you that.
You don't need to start a church for that. Literally
I don't
anyone
want
can
to
do it.
start a church. I am a proud member of a church, of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm happy in this church. This church gives
So
me
you
community.
want some daughter wives?
Hold on.
Oh, you're a fucking Mormon.
And here, yeah. So you can go on with like the polygamy misconceptions if you want, but hold on. I want to finish, Ellen. I want to finish.
They said
Actually,
that you're an idiot.
so
You have to
I'm
believe me
a
'cause
part
you're
of a
Mormon.
church. My parents had a positive relationship. I've never seen my parents fight once in their lives. There have been tumultuous times economically for us, financially and whatnot. I get along well with my sister. We've never
How do you
argued
feel
in our
about the
lives.
elders with 13-year-old wives?
Hold on, okay. So, I guess I have to address this. So you are so confident. The LDS Church, the actual Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, has existed twice as long without polygamy as it ever did with polygamy. The schism happened once the church abandoned polygamy, and the FLDS Church left the church in order to continue practicing it. The practice of polygamy in the church for over the last 150 years would get you excommunicated from it. But you are so intelligent that you're conflating the two. So let me just correct you there. Let me just correct you there, because the most you know about my church is a South Park episode, because that's all the media you take in. That's where you get all of your ideas, aside from the trauma that you experienced as a child.
Looking at some gold plates.
Let me continue with
Jesus
what I
said you're
was
an
saying,
idiot.
Ellen. Let me continue. My family gets along well. I've never fought with my sister. My parents don't fight. We've certainly not always been, all the ducks in the row. We're not well off financially. We have circumstances that actually put us in a very tight spot financially. But I don't let that ruin my life, and I don't let that cause me trauma. The most important thing to me, besides my faith, my family, and my country, and my friends, is the total, complete prioritization of my happiness. And I don't mean in like getting off, jacking off, masturbation, doing drugs. I don't mean that. I mean a pure sense of happiness where I'm happy in progressing. I can ultimately find a wife down the road. And so if you say I'm trying to prey on inexperienced, minors or inexperienced women, I'm inexperienced myself, because I believe in saving intimacy till after I'm married.
Yeah, I'd say that if I was in your case too. What year could I join the Mormon Church? What year was it? Was I allowed to join again? What year?
Since the beginning.
Really?
Oh no! You still hold on. No! Oh
Really?
my gosh! You
What
still
year?
are okay. Hold on. Before you say anything else about the Mormon Church, I want you to think: is it actually true? Because what you're referencing, I'm assuming, is the fact that black people in the church couldn't have the priesthood up until the 1960s. Spoiler alert, you could always be in the church. You just couldn't have the priesthood. So you don't even understand that. And if you want to talk about blacks in the priesthood, we can talk about that. You just don't know what you're talking about. You are stupid and are acting something that was the justification, or it was the argument for removing, or rather having this perspective of blacks during a time when literally everybody practically in any church had these racial views where they believed that blacks were inferior or bore the mark of Cain. It comes from a mistranslation of scripture where the term, or rather the, I think, I'm trying to remember the scripture. I have some of these memorized because people who don't know enough about the church bring it up all the time, pretending to be intelligent, like they've debunked me.
How did it stop? How did it stop?
You want to keep spouting stuff off, or do you want the answer? The answer is that it was a mistranslation of the passage which refers to a complexion of whiteness, which was not a skin complexion. And if you actually read the Book of Mormon and you understand it properly, contextually, and historically, you know that the term, or rather a complexion of whiteness, does not simply refer to skin pigmentation. It refers to a spiritual complexion. Being removed from the presence of God gives you a complexion of darkness. That was the cause of the mistranslation. Was it used incorrectly throughout church history when the people in the church were racist? Sure. But that happens all throughout plenty of churches who use incorrect translation to justify racism. You just don't understand what you're talking about.
Do you think that translation was like an accident? Or do you think it was just kind of like a convenient way that they could utilize it, right?
People very conveniently, they said, during the time where most church members, had these certain racial views, it's not at all like an accident that they use this scripture to justify the beliefs they had. That's not at all an accident. It is incorrect, but it's not at all an accident.
So you're saying that
all the time with all
they
different things.
came to an agreement that it was a bad thing. They were like, "Oh, we mistranslated it." That's how it came into an end.
So again, because you don't know a lot about the church. Okay, do you want me to answer your question, or do you want to keep saying stupid stuff? Do you want me to answer your question, or do you want to keep saying stupid stuff? Okay, you want to keep saying stupid stuff. Go ahead. All
right, so it wasn't in 1978, the presidency and the Quorum of the 12, led by Spencer Kimball. He basically did what I was doing 5 minutes ago and just declared that he had received a revelation that it was time to end these restrictions.
Thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it.
Link it.
Yeah. So hey. Again, I would have easily answered your question. The answer to your question is that our church has continuous revelation in the latter days. We do not believe we have received the entirety of revelation. We believe that we receive revelation in accordance with the time that we are in, relevant to that context. There is a time and a place for certain revelation. And there was a time and a place for the revelation to the head of the church that this doctrine, or rather this practice, was outdated and that such a mistranslation was inaccurate.
So in 2013, when the LDS Church posted an essay stating that the ban was based more on racism than revelation and avowed racist theories of the origin, they were like, bullshitting or what?
No, that's true. I think that's from the Gospel Topics essay where they say it's not about doctrine. It's about, like a racist justification. That's literally my argument. It's not doctrine.
Ellen,
in fact, if you read the Book of Mormon, if you read the Bible, you'd find out there's not really a justification for the mistreatment of other groups on the basis of their race.
See, this is exactly how these liberals operate. They watch the South Park episode and they feel like that their ignorance they feel like the fact that they've heard the very fact that they've heard a whole bunch of bullshit and lies somehow like gives credibility to the lie. So the burden of you is like you're the crazy person for defending the truth when all that's being fucking revealed is that you were fed a whole fucking host of fucking lies and ignorance and misconceptions. And by the way, Ellen, hey Ellen, don't leftists always like mock when like rural people are ignorant about foreigners or minorities or other other religions, and they have all of these like backward views and stuff. And then when you try to educate or correct them, you feel like you're so superior. This dude just fucking gave you a lesson. You had no fucking idea all these ignorant misconceptions you had about his church. And you have nothing to fucking show for it. You don't even have an ounce of fucking.
Thank you, Kai. I didn't know that stuff.
Black
Yeah.
people weren't allowed as priests until 1978.
No, that's not what you said. That's
Yeah.
not what you said. You said, when would I be allowed in your church? Since the beginning, okay? You just couldn't receive the priesthood. And that's why continuous
Okay.
revelation is important.
See, you were allowed in. You just had to stand in the back, and you just couldn't talk that much. And
You
you
don't
couldn't be
understand.
That
obnoxious.
wasn't because of. That wasn't because of the religion. That was because of the circumstances of fucking race at the time. It wasn't because of the religion.
And race have never been used intertwined
That's
at all.
not-
There was never a biblical justification for my great-great-great-grandfather's slavery. Definitely
Yes.
not.
Yeah, of course they tried to use religion to justify everything.
Bro, no. What you're saying is literally my argument. The justification of
I agree with
Exodus and
you, but, like, that's
Proverbs
literally what
and
he's
other
saying.
hold on. The justification of Exodus and Proverbs and the Old Testament for slavery is an inaccurate reading of the Bible and the New Testament. So you're arguing so what? People can misrepresent and mistranslate and misuse the Bible to justify bad things. Of course. That's why continued revelation is important.
What's even more
you're arguing our argument.
What's even more stupid about
Hang on, Oz. Come on.
Yeah.
I barely talked. I would say that that's why it's important to be very skeptical when people are trying to use the authority of the creator of the universe to make claims about how people should live their lives. That's what I would say is more important.
Well, here's the thing. What everyone's missing here, or what Ellen's missing here, is that the entire, not only just almost all the slave rebellions like Nat Turner's, but the entire abolitionist movement drew its fucking legitimacy and justification from religion and from the fucking Bible. That's not even under contention.
They explicitly disagreed with the part that was against their interest.
No, they didn't. The abolitionist movement, they were religious fundamentalists. Actually, yeah, if you actually want to look at history, the racists were actually more atheistic and more inclined to believe in Darwinistic views about, they were more atheistic. And the most fervently, fanatically religious elements of society at the time were leaning more toward abolitionism.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
The problem is all throughout history, people find faiths, or rather, they have politics, and then they find a faith to justify their politics.
Yeah.
You need to do it the other way around. You need to find your faith and then find your politics.
All right, man of the cloth here. How do you feel about Ephesians 6:5?
Okay, let me look this up if we're doing like the verse by verse. Or do you want to
I
read
can just
it?
read it. Yeah,
thank you.
Bondservants, obey your earthly masters with fear and trembling, with a sincere heart, as you would Christ.
Okay, a bond servant is referring at the time. First of all, the majority of people were some kind of bond servant one way or another. Like, even feudal lords could be bond servants to their king or something like that. Like, that was just the chain of hierarchy that defined the world before modern republics and universal states. Before the existence of universal states, almost everyone was a servant of some kind.
But like, do you think that like people from the civil rights movement would agree with that phrase?
Here's a question.
What are you
I have a
talking?
question for you. Do you understand the differences between biblical slavery and slavery in the early America?
Yeah, chattel slavery and like indentured servitude. Yeah, I agree that there's a difference.
Yeah, there's a lot more differences. There were rights given to slaves back in the time of the Old Testament. There was a reverence given to slaves.
It depends on who you. It depends on which societies, different societies.
Modern slavery. By the way, a lot of people don't know this. First of all, modern slavery is completely unique in the history of mankind compared to every other type of slavery. Second of all, modern slavery is the product of a type of atheistic, heretical kind of Gnostic materialism that took root after the Renaissance, which had more to do with the revival of neoclassicism and like ancient Greece and kind of paganism, and was kind of actually representing an abandonment of religion. As a matter of fact, the Americas was seen by people who wanted to circumvent the rules of old Europe and the church as well, as like a beacon of like the future and freedom, and like a way to, like, for example, the conquistadors, not many people know this, were like very cynical, and particularly after riches, a lot of them.
They were Catholic as fuck. What are you talking about?
Actually, a lot of the conquistadors, the people on those expeditions, converted to Catholicism, having come from Muslim or other backgrounds sometimes, because they had to. But actually, no, it wasn't the case that they were all very devoted Catholics.
Or well, hold on. Before from the New International Version, I do the King James Version, but what does it say in literally verse 9? And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. Do not threaten them, since you know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven. There is no favoritism with him. So yeah, I don't know if you're trying to say that like the slavery in the Americas was like the same as in the Bible, where the slave masters were saying,
That's
I won't threaten you, I
what
won't harm you, any of that.
I was saying that the people used it as a justification for the modern slavery.
Yes, we agree with you.
So, yeah,
we
but then you're like,
understand. We agree. But that verse and the context of slavery in Exodus and in Egypt at the time explain that there is more nuance and that slaves are not treated the same as they were in America.
I'm not even cool with indentured servitude either. I know, crazy.
Well, that's like you could take Hinduism and make the same argument, because you have class system in Hinduism.
Yeah, I think
then it got
Hinduism's
cemented into
too.
basically a slave system, but they're slowly moving out of that. You can use text to justify any.
Yeah, actually, the main operative thing here is that all of that slavery and whatever you want to call that, all of that was from paganism. None of that was actually the result of the Abrahamic religions.
Are you pagan, Ellen? Are you pagan?
I do have a Hamsa over here, but
wouldn't you guys
every time?
Wouldn't you guys make fun of say that like paganism was?
Thank you so much, Bullet. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Bullet. Appreciate it.
Paganism was like the medium by which those things were used, right? Like justified, right? Like you were saying about Christianity. Like
no, it actually has origins. No, it literally has origins in pagan beliefs.
Yeah, but that's
so does all of Christianity.
Not paganism wasn't only a way to justify them.
Bro,
paganism was also a lot of these practices were emerged because of pagan beliefs in the first place.
And by the way, Ephesians is literally used by abolitionists all the time.
Okay. But if we move forward, like way after those things were introduced, then people at that point are just kind of using it in the same way that they might use Christianity or something else, some other.
No, because the thing is that humans were never animals. We always had some kind of spirituality, and depending on your view, for a lot of the time when these civilizations were built, that was from pagans. So these hierarchies and these kinds of like slavery and that kind of stuff, a lot of practices were created by paganism.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm talking about the way like it seems like I mean, maybe you're not doing this. It seemed like you were bringing it up as like a slam against like. But I mean, I'm not like a pagan or anything. I don't know, but like for that to be like a dig against paganism, it would also have to be. I feel like in the way that it was perpetuating these systems, I feel like it would also have to be a dig at Christianity. But
no, because Christianity has led us to the world that overthrew these remnants of paganism.
Well, couldn't people all say that about like secularism?
Secularism, first of all, secularism was from the 30 years war.
I'm not talking about the origins.
But
I'm talking about like how they've been used, right?
No, it's not, because for example, the movement against serfdom and all that kind of stuff, like all of that's the culmination of Christianity. Like, there's a reason why.
I disagree. Yeah.
There's a reason why, like 2,000 years after Christianity, you have all these things happen, whereas for like 10,000 years total, nothing. There was not any kind of movement towards that.
Okay. I don't know. I think we're talking past each other, but I understand what you're saying.
I mean, he's a Christian, but I don't know what you expect out of him. Obviously, he's going to say that stuff.
Is Hawes a Christian?
No.
He's a Catholic, I believe. Aren't you a Catholic?
No, I'm actually Muslim.
Kind of based.
I could have sworn I heard you. Okay, I'm sorry if you.
I thought I could kind of tell you were Muslim.
Yeah.
Muslim.
Wait, did I say it right? Assalamu alaikum? No, probably not.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say I I gotta say, I'm actually really glad to get to talk to you. I think that some of the stuff you talk about right now is kind of insane, but I've really enjoyed your content a decent amount. I loved when you debated perspective philosophy, and he was so sure that he was going to just dominate, and he came out of the other side like, wow, you actually understand a lot about this. And I honestly, it was really funny. So
what do you think about the Ukraine-Russia thing, Coder?
It seems pretty bad for those Ukrainian people. I think it's not good.
You should listen to Haas on this issue.
I've listened to what Haas has to say about it.
I think Haas is on the money.
He's just like, this Nazi country with a Jewish president and Jewish prime minister.
Yeah, that's the dumbest argument I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah, you don't think Jews can be Nazis? You probably believe that Hitler was Jewish.
I don't actually believe Hitler was Jewish.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a part of an anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's like the dumbest thing I ever heard. Like, even if we assume that it's not possible,
the Azov wing has no representation in parliament yet.
They don't. That's evident that
they had power at one point.
The fact that Azov has no that Azov has no representation in parliament is actually proof that Azov's significance and its overrepresentation in the operations of the National Guard doesn't come from the Ukrainian people, but a Ukrainian deep state, which actually does pull the strings. And as for Zelensky, Zelensky's a fucking actor. Zelensky has no power in Ukraine at all. He's a fucking actor. He
was set up for that position. He was set up for this. What's happening right now?
If Zelensky survives,
just like we did with Ronald Reagan,
Mecha Obama.
Zelensky is a nobody. He's a fucking drug addict actor. He's literally a nobody. He has no
drug addict actors have been just pouncing on you lately, so you should give us some props.
For example,
I was making a joke about Destiny, but whatever.
Crickets.
Well, yes, Destiny's waking up now, so you won't be able to say
I think Destiny lost.
He's coming to our side.
Is he coming? That's cool. I'll argue with him too.
I think Destiny's lost two major debates.
I am made of fire. I burn all the bridges.
The thing is, that's actually something I probably disagree about. I think Destiny's trying to like do this manipulative thing where he does that
a lot too. But...
He's trying to draw people over to the liberal side.
But the thing I think is going to happen is that our side's going to your side's going to win out, and he's going to be forced to come over this way. So you just have to keep I don't know. I think he's always going to be
optimistic of you.
I think he'll always go with the Democrats no matter what.
I think he'll always hold some of those beliefs, but I think that if he sees the tides are changing, he'll get on the bandwagon.
I don't know. What I think is that America is going to increasingly become more like clamping down on civil liberties. Like, this is my prediction, right? Trump 2024, if it fails or if something happens, there's going to be a complete takeover by the Democrats and the deep state. Complete curtailment of the Constitution and civil liberties, and they're gonna need propagandist cheerleaders to like justify all that. And I think that's where Destiny's gonna be. I think he's gonna be like at the fore of like apologizing for it.
How are the Democrats gonna take over in 2024?
They're not, hopefully.
Well, we can't. Actually, Twitch has a policy where you cannot question the legitimacy of civil procedures, as they call it. But as far as
if the election was borrowed,
no, we're not talking about that. We're just saying that.
No, okay.
Yeah, let's say for example, let's say there's like a civil war that happens, which is also very possible. And the Democrats or the deep state, they easily win that because of the lack of preparation on the other side. Then just like January 6th, it's going to be like an unprecedented ability. Like January 6th, now American citizens are domestic terrorists. That was the pretext for like one of their biggest waves of censorship through big tech ever. And also there's actually like prosecution from the government and shit that got involved. So, that's why Trump was banned from Twitter too. So if something like that happens at a higher scale, they're going to use that to completely destroy the Constitution.
Right. Yeah. These private companies enforcing their TOS is going to destroy all our civil liberties.
So you're supposed to be a leftist, right?
I know. Are you saying that ironically? Because it's happening before your eyes, and you still deny it.
What is happening before my eyes?
So wait, just because it's a private company doesn't mean it's not a fundamental curtailment of our freedom of speech?
Yeah, that's like
No,
the newspapers,
I don't
right?
think.
That's
I
why
don't
they
think.
just.
I don't think you have a right to a Twitter account.
Yeah,
Agreed.
so you don't have a right to actually express your opinion on what is considered today's public forum that people actually
It's not a public
have a
forum,
voice
it's
on.
a private forum.
Okay, what you're saying is literally a fucking right.
Just because it's a popular private forum doesn't make it a public
That
forum.
Okay.
receives government funding.
You're
Does
literally
Twitter receive government
hold on,
funding?
you're literally calling yourself a leftist.
Hold on.
Can't
So like what?
wait, okay, wait. Isn't the relationship between a laborer and an employer a private relationship?
Sure.
What about during the shutdowns too, when this was the only public forum you can get because you couldn't congregate and they
Yeah.
were kicking people
That
off?
wasn't the only. There was other ones.
And
Like
you have
what?
the government
There's a
working.
If you want to
Yeah,
have,
yeah,
if
yeah.
you want to, hey,
It's
if you
huge.
want to have a government-created social media, fucking go for it. Then you
That's
get
actually
kicked
not a
off.
bad idea.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, social media is already controlled by the deep state. We all know that. It's all been confirmed. Everyone knows
It's
that.
controlled by capital. I don't know.
No,
why.
it's
So
controlled
so weird that
by
you're
the
supposed
deep
to be
state.
a leftist, but you call it the deep state instead of capital.
Yeah, I didn't know leftism
easier.
means denying reality. So second of
It's
all,
not.
Yeah.
No, it's the.
and by the way, I don't call myself fucking leftist. So that's another
Okay.
thing. Second of
Are you
all,
are you anti-capitalist?
that's just meaningless. What do you mean
No,
anti-capitalist?
it's not meaningless.
Yeah, it is.
They are
Are
kind of
you
word games when
against
you get into it.
capitalism?
I'm against the existing monopolies. I'm against the fucking big tech.
So,
I'm against Wall Street,
capitalism.
and I'm against the ruling capitalist
Capitalism.
class. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because you say that, and then you guys are like, "Oh,
Capitalism. I can define capitalism.
I don't believe in everything being a co-op." No, and I believe that there's going to still
Okay,
be.
here I'll define. I want to know if you're against this. Are you against an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit rather than by the state?
Then the U.S. is not capitalist.
Based.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. By
Why?
that definition, the USA is not capitalist right now.
Our trade and industry are controlled by the state. We
It's
might
not.
have
It's not.
regulations and
It's not
rules
directly
around
controlled
it,
by
but
the state, but it's also not
So then it's
controlled by private individuals. No, it's not. Corporations are not fucking private individuals. Second of all, the level of cooperation between the government through regulations and corporations through regulatory capture, of course, it's not fucking capitalist. What are you talking about? Look at the Federal Reserve. How are fucking interest
Federal
rates set?
Reserve is a private company.
Exactly, and it's guess what? It's fucking controlled by the government.
I thought it has a board, and then
When you have such blurry lines between what is a private corporation and what is the government, and you have money moving back and forth freely across that line, you can't really say it's either or. So you're left in this murky water, and that's how the capitalist system that we're under right now, they use that against us so that we can't get the things that we want out of the system, and it's not for the people anymore.
Yeah, it's all based on debt too. It's all based on printing money.
Yeah. Well, like debt is not like the worst way to do. Even like before capitalism and stuff like that, having debt with other people. Did you know that it was actually considered rude to not have a debt with a fellow merchant?
Okay, I
in
can't
ancient
believe
times?
in 2022 leftists are literally just defending debt.
Yes.
Like you
No,
so you
like-
so this is
no,
what
I'm saying
leftism means in
between traders.
2022.
Between
You
traders.
defend government.
Timeline.
Hold on, you defend fucking vaccine mandates. You defend fucking private
I
corporations
like
being
having
able.
the freedom
Hold
to
on,
not
you defend
fucking
private corporations being able to censor whoever the fuck they want, and now you're also going to fucking defend fucking banking, financial fucking capital, and debt. Now debt is good too. What the fuck?
Debt between traders. You wanted to cut me off because I
Leftists
was
be
talking
like,
about
I defend usury.
Yeah,
actually
it's
not-
like
Yeah,
what
I'm
the
okay
fuck?
with usury.
It's actually
I'm okay
not
with
debt.
usury.
Oh, wait!
There he goes.
I'm okay with it.
It's literally they're
it's
just
city.
Satanists at this point. You're literally just a Satanist at this
Oh,
point.
they all
It's
are.
nothing
They all
more.
are. They just don't know it.
Sorry, good economics requires a little Satanism.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just wrong.
Okay.
I like having a bank and like people that can invest into productive capacity. Yeah. it's
Yo,
better
what's
than
up,
not.
CTV?
Yeah,
What's
but
going
having
on?
an economy
My
based
man.
on debt is not good.
No,
the
it's not.
alcohol is coming in. No,
Yeah,
I'm not.
It's definitely not. Haas is
said that
100% correct. You idiots that think
heard-
that debt's a good idea need to go back and reevaluate your fucking education.
That having certain kinds of not all debt is bad.
Yeah. I would say that like all
Actually-
debt is created equal, right?
No, actually, depending on the debt and how much there is of it, all debt is not created fucking equal. You shitting me?
Well, I don't mean just I don't just mean the volume.
Debt is terrible. Having a deficit though is not.
Yeah.
the worst.
Okay. Productive loans that are based on like actually investing in productive industries and then temporarily having it paid off later. Okay, that's a good type of debt, I guess.
Okay, so
Hold on.
you're agreeing with me.
But that's not an economy based on debt. That's an economy based on productivity, not debt.
A lot of the debt and productivity go hand in hand. The point I was trying to make earlier is that in ancient times, when merchants used to see, it was considered rude to completely pay off your debt with somebody because it implied you would never see them again. So like these debts and stuff like that are part of continuing relationships. Of course, some debts are bad and need to be taken care of.
I think most people
debts, like you just talked about, are good.
I think that most people who ever come into contact you want to pay their debt off with you.
Hey, what do you think of payday loans, Ellen?
Oh, I think those are terrible.
So what do you think the difference between usury and payday loans is?
I think not all usury is made equal. I think that I would rather the government completely take control of the payday loan industry and
they become the people who are
and then radically
in usury.
Make people not there be a limit based on like how much debt you can accrue. Make it a percentage of how much you get. I think like or make the whatchamacall make the interest enough to disincentivize just doing it randomly all the time, but make it small enough to where it's accessible to make the economy go smoother.
So true.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia article for usury just because I honestly don't know much about the history of like how this word was used, and I thought it was interesting that like I feel like we're maybe like jumping around with definitions of it. I thought when you said usury initially that we were just talking about like charging interest of any kind, right? But I mean, apparently, now it's more synonymous with like it's almost tautologically the unethical or immoral monetary loans, the unfairly enrich the lender. So I would be against that. But I'm not just against charging interest. So I think that point of clarification is good if we're going to continue talking about usury.
Yeah.
What's up, CTV? Oh, he just left.
You left.
Good
timing.
I'm such a CTV head. I'm in the wolf pack.
Oh, usury. Okay, sorry. I thought usury
pack.
was like the act of lending at all. I didn't realize that it implied unreasonably high rates of interest. Obviously, I'm not for that.
I'm pretty sure usury is basically like any type of, usually it's like a type of security. Like when you invest in something, you get a guarantee that you're somehow going to get the money back. And that guarantee is what makes it The basic idea is that by insisting on that guarantee, you're claiming that you know what God's like plan is for what's going to happen.
I mean, like that definition means that you're like against betting at that point.
No, because you can bet, but you can't have a guarantee you're going to get the money back.
Yeah, I mean,
with usury.
Hold on, Haas. To be clear, Haas, right? That's gambling, and gambling is something that you would be, and I would be against too, right? Gambling is where you don't have a guarantee. So yeah, gambling.
Yeah, but it's not just gambling because the investment is usually going to be like rational. Like you're going to invest in an enterprise, and if it performs well, then you'll get a profit, and if it doesn't, then you made an unwise investment, you know?
Yeah, so I get the difference there, right? One's like a potential investment where it is a gamble versus like another, like a payday loan situation or like just making a bet, right? That being a real gamble because you're taking the chance that you'll be able to pay off the thing before the kick-ass interest fucking kicks in, and then next thing you know, you're indebted to your next two children. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and also actually, and another important thing though is that like gambling is based on like pure chance.
Flip that.
Whereas the productive investment, that's like there is a divine plan. I'm just talking theologically, but you just don't know what it is. You only know what it is after it happens. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like you're taking a chance on the capabilities of the people that you have working towards your goal versus like you're taking a chance on the system that is completely either random or organized in such a way to where they know who the winner is going to be ahead of time, kind of like being the house.
Exactly.
In a casino. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think super high interest rates are bad. Payday loan stuff like that should not be a like I don't think that industry is heavily predatory. I don't think there's anything wrong with like having a place you can go to get a $200 bet and then have to pay
you have to decide what
$200 loan.
You have to decide what loans are okay and then what
How about we just make them all illegal?
Right, exactly.
State
What
runs the
interest is
banks,
allowed,
no
you know what I
commercial
mean?
banks.
And you have to find a cutoff. So you're still kind of at the same place you are now because you're gonna have people to push the line, and then it's gonna happen all over again. Is what I mean. A lot of people would say.
Well, we
think
really
about
need
the
to
amount of
reinstate Glass-Steagall, where we make a distinction between commercial banking and investment banking.
I would support that. Yeah.
But see, like the thing is that this guy, whatever his name, Ellen, you believe in like the Green New Deal. So you basically believe in stripping America of its real industries and replacing it with things that cannot produce any net
You
growth.
have not produced any thing to say that renewable energy cannot meet future demand.
It cannot. Renewable energy
why can't
cannot
it?
replace oil in terms of industrial growth. It's
Why?
not enough to fuel the growth and development of new industry. So if you want to bring,
even if we have the ability,
if you want to bring manufacturing back to America and you want to bring back like heavy industry jobs, then at any type of significant scale, renewable energy is not going to be able to sustain that.
We got a super chat. No, my bad.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. No, keep going. Keep going.
You got Brittany all excited.
No, I thought he was going to say something.
No, but
you want me to read the super chat? No, I'll
yeah,
read the
go
super
ahead.
chat.
Why not?
SC. To more traditional denominations of the church.
Can I debate Doyle?
What's up?
Can I debate Doyle? That would be fun.
Yeah, you think you would stand a chance against?
I would
Doyle.
destroy Doyle.
You would destroy
Doyle.
dude. You can't keep up with me.
I
you would not
keep up. I can
destroy
keep up
Doyle.
with both of you with my hands behind my back.
No, you can't.
I could do the worm faster.
No
than
ego,
you could
by the
run.
way. Yeah, ego death. Yeah, ego.
You
death.
do realize this is the internet, and your hands being behind your back don't actually make a damn difference, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
that
no,
being said, hold on. That being said, let's get back on topic, right? Thomas Jefferson addressed this issue way back in the day on the floor of Congress when he said, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs.
BlackRock.
Okay,
BlackRock. This is why Andrew Jackson's awesome.
Oh yeah,
Wait, you're
I love
talking
Andrew
about-
Jackson.
Also, I've learned that.
Oh, let's go, dude.
I've learned that Hamilton.
put it right
I've
there.
learned
Let's
Hamilton.
go.
Hamilton
Andrew
is also.
Jackson. His famous last words were, "I killed the banks." Right?
Ah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's flip and glow.
Also, Alexander Hamilton, I've heard, got a bad rap, and he was actually good. Like he promoted a developmentalist economy where banks would actually be used by the government to promote manufacturing and promote industry here.
Yeah, that's why he
I don't know
caught
if
that
I'd say he
sweet
got a
shot.
bad rap. Honestly, he had a lot of really good raps in the musical.
No, that's why
I
he
never
caught
watched
that. That's why he caught
It's pretty
that
dope,
sweet.
honestly. For
That's
some,
why
it's some lit shit, but it's pretty dope.
That's why he caught that sweet shot. You guys remember that, right?
By Aaron Burr.
Yeah. Sweet
Yeah.
shot, Burr. Sweet shot.
But the I have no problem with more democratic control of the banks as far as it creates more human happiness and more human wealth in the average
You think the
worker.
banks create more human happiness?
I
Okay.
literally
Yeah.
I literally don't need banks or governments to create
So,
human
well,
happiness. I need banks and corporations to create the
CTV.
conditions
F
for
off.
human beings to
CTV.
be able,
I
right,
need them
to
F
exchange
off.
commerce and human beings to be able to get their own happiness.
CTV. Do you
The pursuit of happiness is the American dream. The pursuit.
I think he agrees with you, CTV. I think that's probably like the conclusion.
No, wait. So, Ellen, why do you believe in a Green New Deal? What is it, Ellen? What is the Green New Deal then that you want?
The Green New Deal wasn't even like actual legislation. It was like a loose proposal, right?
Yeah,
like, it wasn't like this is exactly how we
if the
should lay out
world
our
is going to
economy
be
in
doing
terms of
more
energy.
renewable energy, I'd rather the manufacturing sector for it be here than somewhere else.
Okay, but we are not actually going to replace fossil fuels anytime soon.
Even if we don't completely replace fossil fuels, I would rather the production and export of the solar panels and windmills and all the stuff that's going to go towards that.
So do you know? So you know about windmills and what they do?
They kill birds, right?
They kill a hella birds.
They don't
give us cancer.
They don't last, and no one cares to repair them.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah,
specifically, there's a bunch of them broken down in the Midwest where they've got them all put up. They're broken down. They fall apart.
Isn't that true of like pipelines and shit too?
No, pipelines are inherently different because you don't have an electric motor attached to fucking fin blades that are trying to spin constantly, right? So, like, here's the reality: is that what they don't explain to you is that these windmills are producing AC electricity, right? And then has to potentially either go into the system so that it's supplying steady electricity or potentially some battery system. And then you're trying to hold the power. And that right there is inherently where your problem comes in. Either you have to actively be running electric motors to produce AC electricity for the system, or you have to be able to store that energy in such a way to where then it can go back into that system. But the problem whenever you exchange the energy for either AC to DC, there's always a loss of energy through heat, right? So either way, you're losing on that deal. And the only way to keep it is to figure out ways to be able to produce that energy without producing as many carbon out or as much carbon output. Nuclear power is that. Hydroelectricity is that, right? But whenever you're using these other forms, it just doesn't work out the same. Like if you wanted if you wanted to have individuals put a battery system and solar panels inside their own home to help supplement the system, well, that's one way to approach it, right? That's actually the very best way to approach it. But whenever you try to start making this system exponentially big, right, to where like it's covering acres and acres of land, right, to try to then move that electricity that was gathered in this field where the solar panels were all put up to go into the battery system so then it can be supplying the AC system that is much larger to much more people. You then don't have the ability to account for surges in the system for, say, like summer months whenever there's more air conditioners running, right, or potentially in the winter where there's more electric heaters running, right? So because you don't have because then there's the lows whenever the temperatures are good, and then it's also going to depend on where you're at and how much energy you're going to actually be needing to use to keep people comfortable. That's why you got to have fossil fuels right now, because you don't have nuclear power plants to be able to take that load, and that's what you're going to have for that next step.
Yeah, and you need the space. And isn't there a problem with the batteries too? You're going to mine for the batteries, and you have to dispose of the batteries too. So they act like it's going to be great for the environment, but it's going to have just as many issues as anything else that we're using right now. I mean, obviously, you won't have the carbon going in the air, but still, it's not. All
right, so Ellen, what policies do you want as a radical Democrat? What do you want?
I would like I would like as many financial barriers to education eradicated.
Outstanding. I'm glad we agree. The first thing you can do is get yourself a smartphone or an internet capable device so that you can look up any questions that you have.
Well, yeah, but I need like just take all the stuff for like degrees and stuff like that. Like
which are meaningless. Degrees are meaningless.
Do you support? Would you say we should like free internet for everyone?
Hold on. If you support loan debt, isn't that what the politician Biden promised?
I don't support all loan debt.
So, but Biden promised that, didn't he, for his election campaign?
I didn't expect him to follow through with it. I just voted for him because he wasn't Trump.
Okay, so who do you trust would follow through with that?
Oh, that kills me.
Fuck. There's so many things because a lot of this debt industry has gotten so big that it's literally gigantic percentages of our GDP. I think a big reason why a lot of politicians don't want to touch healthcare or all these things, because I think like healthcare or industries like health insurance accounts for like 5%.
All right, can you answer the question? What politicians do you support?
I guess like Sanders because they're the best we have at the point. I can't really vote for.
All right.
Thomas
So what has
Sankara.
Bernie done for anyone?
Oh, he has supported many social issues.
What has he done for people? What has he actually given to people?
Bernie
I got
Sanders.
an answer for you, Haas. I'll tell you what Bernie's done for people. He got them all excited, thinking there was going to be some kind of change. And then when the moment came for him to be able to either step up to the plate and actually fight back against his own his own party, right, and take the mantle that the people that were supporting him wanted to, he was like, "Well, can you come out and support Joe Biden?"
We all know he didn't have enough support to do what.
Let's see.
He did not have as much power as you're laying it out like he did in that moment. Like,
hold on, I think he did.
He had more than Joe Biden.
Yeah,
apparently not. Apparently not at all. Right? That's
apparently
exactly why.
Why did Biden need him?
I don't like the
Where?
way I don't like the way that the Democratic Party does their primaries. The Republican Party.
You're just
allows
making
for
excuses.
independents
So
to
what
vote.
do you
No,
support?
no, this isn't an excuse.
They
This,
should do the
this is the
primaries
way.
like, on all one day across the country
I would be okay with that.
instead of like screwing people across
All
the
right,
country.
okay, so
out of,
you're talking
voting.
about what you want, but what do you support concretely to realize your goals?
Oh, like in terms of like, I guess I would just vote for more socialists. Get more involved in your local communities.
All right, so
and
I think
stuff like that.
think what you're trying to say is that vote Democrat forever, every election.
Yeah. Vote blue no matter who.
Vote blue until there's something better to vote
When
for.
and
He's
when will there
already
be
done
something
better.
better?
You still
I
just
wonder
won't
if-
do it.
I wonder if
Who's not
Swirly
really-
was a poet and didn't know it.
Who's somebody?
Who's been better?
Yeah, who's been
Trump
better?
was better.
Trump was not
He
better.
wasn't.
He
How?
was
not
better. Trump
by
was
any
way better.
metric.
Trump was
better
way
by every
better.
measure.
Trump, he
And I
started
hated
a
Trump
fucking
before.
trade war with China for no fucking reason.
We're in a trade war right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, yeah, he started the soy trade war.
And Biden sanctioned one of the biggest oil.
soy. I don't want any of it.
No, but it
China.
wasn't for no
Don't start a
reason.
war on soy.
We had to give $3 billion to our soy farmers because we got into an unnecessary trade.
Yeah,
war.
and the thing is, the Chinese actually liked that trade war because it helped
I bet they
it helped them
fucking
too,
did.
and we both benefited from it. So what's the
we
problem?
didn't both benefit from
Yeah.
it. If we had to give $3 billion to our fucking
Yeah,
soy
American
farmers.
industry gets promoted and Chinese industry gets promoted, and it's
we
good
didn't
old
get promoted at all.
competition.
We just got fucked.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we did. We absolutely.
All right, so what's
got
going on
fucked.
right now for the average American?
The average American, like what I wanted those the child tax credit to continue. That would have been great. That the amount of money. we're
Why did
spending
most
on it-
Americans against the child tax credit?
Did they vote against the child tax
They
credit?
were polled against it.
Who was polled against it? What poll?
When they were asked, only like 61% said they did not want to see it reinstated in the next deal.
What poll is this?
Well, I guess it's good that it wasn't then. That's Democratic.
From last year.
Yeah.
Look up
I think
polling.
it's a bad
Look
idea,
up
but-
the
Why did
unpopularity of the child tax credit. It's well known. It's not popular.
Why was it unpopular? I don't.
Can you post it?
It's not unpopular because people associate it with the exorbitant spending that's corresponded to the inflation, which is what they actually have a problem with.
Do you think that the large amount of social spending is what contributed to today's inflation?
In part, yes,
I
absolutely.
mean, how much of a part though?
Spending in general has all spending.
Well, if that's true, then how come Japan, Germany, and Hungary have not been able to spend their way out of their deflation crisis?
Why have they not been able to spend their way out of it?
Yeah, because if
Because you can't spend your way out of any crisis.
Yes, you can. No, well, yeah, you can. We
No,
just
you
proved that
can't.
with COVID. We definitely spended our way out of that crisis.
No, we didn't. The crisis is still here. What are you
Well,
talking
in terms
about?
of people getting it, but in terms of like how bad it could have been economically, it could have been so much
It's
worse.
that bad economically.
It's bad.
It's
You're not
really
It is
gonna
bad
see
economically, but it could have
yet.
been so much worse if we
It's
didn't
real
do the spending
bad.
we
It's
did.
just
And
bad. Just
that's
wait.
one of the few things that I think Trump did well was the amount of social spending we did in the aftermath of COVID. If we would have been that on the ball for like 2008,
He was right.
that wouldn't have taken.
So
4 to
does
5
money come
years
from
to recover
trees?
from.
Do you just like spend money
No,
and throw it
comes
at the
from
economy?
oil.
Technically,
Coming from trees. What are
No,
you getting
it-
at?
paper money
But-
does.
The
Okay.
big thing, though,
Right.
honestly, like something big to mention is just kind of a wake up call for any, more right leaning people. It is, just a big slap in the face. Like, the spending of what, $15 billion on Ukraine passes like overnight, and then 13.6 billion or 15 point something billion dollars, which were literally allocated to be stimulus for COVID. The Republican Party just starts talking about, we need to cut spending somewhere. Like,
right.
part of me is just like, dude, I just give money to families, just do something.
Absolutely.
And Republicans, well, the difference is that like Republicans, obviously there's a bickering and there's, throwing stuff into the bill, but Republicans will happily spend for foreign wars. And then when it comes to, actually spending on American families, they're like, well, we need to cut spending. And what can we cut away?
What's the famous Tupac lyric? They
I have
got
no
money for.
idea.
You never listened to Tupac? Oh, they got money for wars that can't feed the
genius.
poor.
You just fucking named a rapper that has been pretty influential over the last 20 years of fucking social media, and you say, you remember that one quote?
Yeah.
There was a fucking lot of them. Are you shitting me? Come on, man. We're talking about Tupac. We ain't talking about like fucking ICP who just barely had a fucking name in the fucking industry. We're talking about Tupac, okay?
Okay, yeah, but I want to hear the quote now.
You're so base.
Always have money for wars, but can never feed the poor. That was just the one line.
How about Eisenhower? He was pretty good too.
He made a good highway system.
So, Ellen, what exactly do you stand for? Because you seem to be so angry politically that you've decided to resort to like endless, every tweet I make, you respond to it. You're always fucking on my case. So what are you actually so strong in your convictions about that we can probe here?
I'm not a big fan of atrocity denial. I'm not.
What atrocities specifically?
The taking of agency from the Ukraine.
Okay, so you mentioned two things and you haven't explained either of them. So explain.
Can you expand on that? I'm trying to understand what you're getting at.
Well, simping for Russia's war of aggression, the Russian imperialism. It's kind of disgusting. It's really gross to do. I, as a leftist, am principally against.
Did you find the killing of the people of the Donbass for 8 years gross?
Yeah, I don't.
Did you even know about it?
Conflict. Yeah, I knew about it.
Is there any record
after the fact?
Is there any record of you condemning it or expressing your disgust or anything like that over it?
My account was made in March, so.
Your account on Twitter was made in March.
Yeah, this month.
You made a Twitter account just to harass me.
No, that just happened to happen.
Okay, did you? Is there any evidence you knew about Donbass existing before February?
I haven't had an online thing for more than a month.
He's a paid operative from DGG.
I actually know the DNC, the DGG DNC, the Taliban.
That moment when people being killed, but Russia. Is so true.
Yeah, the problem here is with the left is
the killing was sponsored by Russia, sponsoring separatists in the region.
Hold on, wait. So because the people in the Donbass rejected the results of a coup that overthrew their president that 98% of them voted for, that they decided to declare their independence.
98? What in your goddamn mind thinks that is a fair vote?
Thank you.
Well, that was how many.
Wait, are you saying that? Are you saying that?
I mean,
wait. Are you saying that the
United States voted
hold on?
Higher
Are you?
Margins
I become president with 90% of the vote voting for me.
Hold on, but that was Ukraine's electoral system. That was the Ukrainian electoral system.
Come on.
No, you're deflecting here.
What am I deflecting? They overwhelmingly supported Yanukovych.
Do you think Crimea's vote was legitimate?
Absolutely.
You're full of shit.
Yeah.
The Crimeans.
You don't
eat your RT money.
You go through the correct channels to get it.
Hold on, I wanna ask this new guy, Dan the Step. What about the Crimean election was illegitimate?
Much of the legitimacy was done through pressure and coercion.
Can you give examples of that coercion?
Well, I mean, you had a whole entire country of Russia invading the region, of course.
Wait, what happened before that so-called invasion?
You're just deflecting. From
Wait, if we
issue.
assume there's an invasion,
you're deflecting
Hold on, what am I just because I'm pushing back and disagreeing with what you're saying doesn't mean I'm deflecting. You're saying that
who admitted?
you're trying to make it seem like Russia invaded, then at gunpoint had people vote.
That is exactly what happened.
That's exactly.
Wait, but before the Russian invasion, the people of Crimea came out in droves to protest the parliament to declare independence.
That was just a Russian color revolution. That wasn't.
Do you have any evidence of that being a color revolution?
I have as much evidence of it as you do of the one being one in Kiev.
So, can you give me any examples of Crimean popular will being against independence from Ukraine?
Yeah, when the Tatars and the other minority groups,
who are a minority of the population, yes.
Oh, so because they're minorities, they don't matter. Oh, okay.
That's not what I said. In a so-called democracy, majority rules, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think the majority was represented, considering it. What were the two options on the referendum?
Independence or join Russia.
Okay, so what about for people who wanted to remain with Ukraine?
They had no voice in Crimea, practically none.
Why?
Because they were so marginal and such a minority that it wasn't even on the itinerary at that point. It wasn't even on the agenda.
I'm sure. Do you think Putin maybe had a vested interest in Crimea due to natural gas regions being found in the Black Sea?
No, I think
Putin wasn't afraid of
the
Ukraine
smart thing would to say
state?
that the smart thing would be to say that it's because of Crimea's ports, not because of gas in the Black Sea.
Well,
Russia has plenty of gas.
They had access to for
Yeah,
the
they had
longest
plenty
time.
of gas, but they would have had diminished influence because you had a westernized country on their border that, through fracking, all of a sudden had the potential to become Europe's second petrol state and completely diminish Russia's geopolitical.
The only reason Russia was ever able to invade anywhere, whether we're talking about in Ossetia, Abkhazia, Transnistria, or now we're talking about Donbass or Crimea, is because the peoples living in those regions overwhelmingly are against the status quo existing there. And when you have an constitutionally illegitimate coup, that throws sovereignty up in the air, and it does allow people to say, wait, if you're going to have a coup, we're just going to declare our independence from you. And they do have a right to do that.
What do you have for Ossetia becoming part of Russia?
Hold on. You need evidence from me that the South Ossetians were overwhelmingly pro-Russian?
No, well, what was the what was the fucking justification? Why?
Because like I said before, in the aftermath of the fall of the Soviet Union, the South Ossetians were fighting with the Georgians to join North Ossetia because the Georgian parliament, purely out of Georgian chauvinistic nationalist aggression, decided to dissolve all of the autonomy the South Ossetians used to have under the Soviet Union was completely removed. Their parliament, their governance, their autonomy completely gone. So the South Ossetians wanted to join the North Ossetians, who had more autonomy under Russia than they would ever have under Georgia, and that was the origin of
under Russia.
What?
Do you have a source for that? What moral autonomy did they get?
I wish I had their
Actually,
what moral autonomy can I get from what?
I said what? No, not moral. Sorry. What more autonomy did Ossetia get from joining with Russia?
They didn't join with Russia.
No. What would they have gotten? What kind of autonomy?
The same one that's enjoyed by North Ossetia.
Okay, which is?
North Ossetia, to my knowledge, has independent governance. North Ossetia. Let me see. What is it categorized?
You didn't know. I just hear you Googling right now.
It's a republic.
Yeah, but you don't know either,
it's a republic.
No,
Hold on.
It's not on me.
So I know. I wanted. What I didn't know is whether it was a republic or an oblast or whatever. It's a republic. So Chechnya is a republic within Russia as well.
Oh, yeah.
Russia has republics within the Federation. That's why it's called the Russian Federation. And it's like an autonomous republic within Russia.
Who do they answer to at the end of the day?
Obviously, at the highest level of sovereignty, the Russian Federation.
Okay. Yeah.
But you try to paint it like this black and white thing, like Russia bad anywhere they go into, doesn't want Russia there, and they fight against them. It's not that's not the case. There's so much history, and there's so many different peoples there that you can't just boil it down to that.
Russia has less to offer than the West does. So,
okay, that may be your opinion.
Dude.
That is not the view held. Okay, that's sure. Hold on, but that's not the view shared by the people in Eastern Ukraine or Crimea, who overwhelmingly supported Yanukovych, who was illegally deposed, and at that point they didn't want All right, you're laughing. What was legal about the deposition of Yanukovych?
You mean corrupt Yanukovych?
Yeah, what was legal about his impeachment, according to the Constitution of Ukraine?
I love it when my president runs away to Russia.
Yeah, I love my
He's not corrupt.
president. I love when my president does that. Oh my god.
Okay, so Yanukovych was legally voted, according to Ukrainian's constitution, to be the president of Ukraine. According to the Constitution of Ukraine, you would have needed 338 members of the parliament to impeach Yanukovych. Only 328 voted to impeach him, which did not reach the constitutional requirement. Despite that, he was ousted from presidency. Was that constitutional according to the laws of Ukraine?
I don't know and I don't care.
Exactly. So that's really kind of what it boils down to, right?
So I'm talking to the Dan guy, though. I'm talking to the Dan guy.
Again, Russia, bad guy, Russia, bad. You guys don't care about the history. You don't care about what's happening. You don't care about what the people there want. You don't care. All you care about is what the West wants.
When you have,
I think what the people there want most of all is to not be shelled. I bet if you ask them what they would love most of all is to not be shelled right now.
Well, then tell Zelensky to give up,
for sure.
And then maybe they'll stop getting
Zelensky is leading to the deaths of so many Ukrainians.
Yep.
The Russian occupation, Russian control of Ukraine would lead to less deaths. Zelensky is sending out meat shields right now.
Is that why people are getting arrested in Red Square for holding blank signs?
Honestly, that is not as bad as sending people into a war that you can never win.
The key point here is that the Ukrainian government knows, as of now, NATO is not going to intervene in this conflict. They have no chance against Russia whatsoever. They may as well agree. They should agree to Russia's terms of neutrality, no NATO weapons on their soil, and give up Crimea and eastern Ukraine, and then it's over.
It's that simple.
It's the best of two bad options at this point. I mean, you guys, everybody wants to say, "Oh, fight to the death," dude. I mean,
well, if you choose to fight to the death over it, you can't portray Russia as this monster. That's your choice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because Russia would, dude. Russia is not going to lose that much. They're going to easily win the conflict. Ukraine knows they're going to lose this war. And if you go into a war knowing you will lose, then you are complacent in the slaughter of millions of people who would have been honestly been fine under a Russian.
They'd be better off than they are right now.
Ukrainians that are being deported inside of Russia, how they feel right now.
Probably being better deported? Than the Ukrainians that are dead by being used as
who's being deported?
Zelensky.
They are taking Ukrainians from the east and putting them deep into Russia.
Wait, you realize those were refugees who are leaving because their lives are being threatened?
The real problem here is that we've got leftists or people representing the left on this panel, right? That don't actually give a fuck about history and how we got to where we are today, and then feel like that they should have.
How we got here.
It takes like an hour.
So explain to me how the fuck we got here. Explain.
We got here because Ukraine gave up their nukes, and they probably
wrong.
Yeah,
that's
right off the bat. It's wrong.
It's fucking wrong.
You have to go back.
No. Let CTV talk. Let CTV talk.
Because here's the reality, right? We ended up here because our elected representatives felt like that keeping NATO together after the fall of the Soviet Union was such a cash cow that they just keep pushing that fucking money and without any kind of regard. It's fucking true, right? So without any shut up. I'm not done talking. I'm just going to go into a holding pattern.
I think this guy should be muted.
I can just
mute Ellen.
So after. Right, the fall of the Soviet Union, our elected representatives kept pushing this cash cow and building up a standing army, right? And you don't even know the founders' principles, right? Standing armies are dangerous to liberty. So as soon as you start building up this standing army in Europe, right, as keep pushing back against Russia, you're continuing to escalate the military presence there and the force of it, and then you want to tell Russia, oh well, we want to bring you into the fucking the nation, the League of Nations, or whatever the fucking the international fucking table to be a but while the same time you're pointing a fucking gun at them. If I'm an American, you point a gun at me, I'm gonna tell you to fuck off, bro. We got a big fucking problem.
Nobody was brought to NATO at gunpoint. Everybody that was part of NATO.
Dude,
that's not what he said. He said Russia was being threatened at gunpoint to join the so-called civilized international community.
Never going to invade Russia. NATO was never ever.
Yeah,
going to
that
invade.
doesn't. Hold on. That's like saying That's like saying you have a gun to someone's head.
Your mind
Does that
and to
matter?
threaten and to check Russia. That's why NATO exists. NATO is the militaristic arm of an evil, liberal, globalist empire.
Yeah, and now
that's
it's
what they
just-
are. And
Yeah,
Russia is standing
which-
against that, which is
and
why
what's
they
the
need
answer
to
to that?
destroy Russia. They need to
That's
take
the-
away the independence, or rather the dependence that certain countries in Europe have on Russia. Eventually, down the road, they're probably going to want to, and this is why you have people like Lindsey Graham saying this. People like Lindsey Graham say, we should kill Putin, or somebody needs to assassinate him. Like, the reason they say this is because they know that they are in some ways, either through oil or through, a vote on the Security Council, dependent on Russia. And they're not comfortable with that because Russia represents things that are not Western and liberal.
We are dependent on Russian oil. You think U.S. is dependent on Russian oil?
We certainly suffered without it.
The international oil market is dependent on Russian oil.
No, shut the fuck up. How much Russian oil is in the American market?
That's not what determines the price of oil.
What percent? No, what percentage of Russian oil?
I think it's like less than 10%.
Yeah. Okay. So, and it's weird because the price of oil per barrel is now less than what it was when we had lesser prices. So obviously, it's corporate greed using current events to line their fucking pockets.
You have
don't
no
even talk about
idea
that
how
right now.
regulated that fucking industry is. Don't even bother speaking about it for the rest of this panel.
Boom!
Boom! Regulated enough.
Boom!
Not regulated enough.
I am going to bet
I have
100.
no idea.
I'm going to bet 100 to 1 that CTV knows more about the regulation of the industry than you do, Ellen.
Yeah.
You've continuously lied. You've continuously acted like you're more intelligent and that you know more than you do. I do not trust you on this issue. I do not.
This whole time? No.
I don't think I've done that once.
You just did it.
I think I did that.
All right.
I think the other thing with NATO, though, is
are you like blind too? I don't think I held up the okay sign. People are gonna have to correct me, but I don't think I've done this once.
You know what that is? Do you know what that is?
Let's talk about that. It's an interesting conversation because everyone shits on like the ADL or whatever for recognizing it as like a hate symbol. It's very scary. So anyone who uses it must be like a hateful white supremacist, right? That's what sounds really scary about the ADL, like recognizing that. But I think like all that recognition says is that like there are people who are using it in that way, and I think that's true. I think there are white supremacists who do use that as a signal to each other, and I think that is a problem. I think we should know that, especially if we want to be aware of like what kinds of white supremacist organizations are like.
I'm personally a guy
who fell for it. You fell
literally.
for it.
Yeah, that's that right there's the whole joke, Kai. You're right.
People were using it.
written on the ceiling.
White supremacists were using it ironically, so it's not just
Okay, listen, even if that's true, hold on, even if that's true, who gives a fuck? Why don't you just focus on what people say instead of what hand gestures they use? Like, who gives a fuck if that's true?
I'm just saying it's one thing to focus on. I'm not saying it's the end of the story or anything like that. Come on.
I'm gonna tell you exactly where this came from, right? Because the first time you saw it was at the military academies, right? This is where this came from. If you do, you see that? You see that?
We all know the game. Everyone knows the game. No
Everyone
one's
knows
saying the game didn't exist. No one's saying that's not where it came from.
So that's the whole fucking game. You don't get to just take something that's a fucking game and then just later say, "Oh, look, it's white power." It doesn't fucking work that way.
Yeah, and also, what about Pepe the Frog?
Liberal fucking bullshit that they keep trying to shove and
Didn't they try to say Pepe the Frog was a white supremacist symbol, Pepe the Frog, and now it's used by everyone on Twitch?
It was absolutely used by them as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at it now.
You guys
uses it with
created. This is always how it goes. It's like, guys, what if we convinced the mainstream media to do the OK signer that it was a Nazi symbol, and then they made it a Nazi symbol, and then Nazi said, "Oh,
and then the Nazis
that's
started
funny.
using
Let's do it." Well, okay, yeah, but then Coder. This is not the own you think it is. You create the hate symbols. You created the hate symbols. That's what we're saying. You could say, like you have, that drinking milk is racist, and guess what? We'll do it. We'll do it because you're the idiots. You're the global idiots who fall for everything, and then we make it a reality because we are creative and because we are enthusiastic.
Kai, why are you putting words in my mouth? Why don't you just talk to me like an adult?
Because he's
Okay, no more baby talk. You fell for it. You created the hate symbols. You created them.
True, you did create them. As soon as your side started painting that narrative, right, that this is a W and then this is a P, right? That's when all the other white supremacists went, "Hey, you know what? You're fucking right," and then they started doing it. That's the
You know what?
problem. You
They're not
created
being-
a fucking narrative, then you got dumbasses to follow along with it, right? And unless you're saying white supremacists aren't dumbasses or anybody that follows their life via racial lines, right? And that's what, you're saying that they're not dumbasses, right? Which you obviously are.
I'm not necessarily saying that.
You
I think
painted the
many
fucking
of them are. I
narrative.
think some of them are
Because it
smarter
wasn't a
than-
thing before that.
No, I
Wasn't a
just want
thing.
to say thank you for
So
giving
hang
us
on.
that symbol. It's been so helpful.
I would like to say that I don't personally know for sure whether or not it was a leftist who first recognized that, oh, this could be a WP, or if it was a Nazi. But I don't think you do either, and I don't think that you're asserting that it was the left who first initially used this as a white power symbol.
Because it came from left-wing media sources.
I think you're
The first reports came out on left-wing media sources. I don't know what to tell you, brother. You need to go look up your history.
Of it being used came
you
from
saw
the
the
media
threads
sources.
before
It was
that,
already
you know
being
it's
used.
Al-Qaeda
That's what
or
they're
something.
reporting. They're reporting on the use.
Okay. So here's how it always happens. One or two people, like on 4chan, make like a graphic that looks legit enough, and then I thought the coder left.
No.
Oh, what the? Who left?
Who-
Ellen.
That's Ellen. Yeah.
What's happening?
Who else? What?
Let me check the Discord. What's going on? I don't know.
What? Who else left?
I
Oh,
don't know. It's just happening so fast.
Anyway,
we were talking about Ukraine, and I pulled it over to but you guys brought up the white.
yeah.
space.
Well, I mean,
Anyway.
it's like one dude who makes a good graphic, and they're like, I wonder if the mainstream media will fall for this. And then they do, and they're the ones, like, it goes from one
they
or two
both
people
left.
talking about it to the mainstream media pushing it to thousands of people. And then once the mainstream media has pushed it, you've literally done like all the work for making it a popular thing. So Pepe the Frog, boom, the media blew that into popularity and made it represent what it does. That was the media's fault.
Wait,
It's
so the
sure, it was
the
ironically,
two,
it was tongue-in-cheek used as something to see if the media would catch on to it. But once they did, it became what it was. The media is always the responsible party in creating symbols.
Isn't that convenient for the people who are like using these things in that way initially? Like it's convenient. They can always say
They're
that.
not even-
Well, it didn't actually mean that until the media said it meant that. We didn't actually mean that until then, right?
It did mean that. It's just that the media makes it a symbol. Before, it's just like this thing that people are throwing around. The media propels it into the public space. It gives it, the idea of it to thousands of people, and then it popularizes its use.
Yeah, but Kai, I wouldn't say that it meant that to begin with. I had never heard that in my whole life. But what I did hear was when I joined the Navy, right? Then that whole fucking joke and, you get fucking punched. That's when I fucking heard that shit. I never heard it used before that. The first time that I did hear it used is when left-wing media sources like MSN, NBC, yada, 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 start pushing that narrative at the military academy. We're like, is white racism inside of our military, right? And then boom, this shit gets fucking pushed out. It wasn't being used like that before. If it had, I probably would have saw it at some point in maybe Sons of Anarchy, right? Or some other fucking major TV show. Except it wasn't a fucking thing until the media started putting it out that it was the military academies that was doing it, and it's white power. This is what this is supposed to colloquially mean. That's the point.
Yeah, so the way
I don't agree that the media was saying this colloquially means.
It's like on 4chan. It's
I
like
don't
on a
agree with the
billboard
framing.
I wonder when the media is gonna start saying that the gorillas and sons is like a fascist symbol or some shit. Because nobody, a lot of people don't know what it means.
No, what it is though? No, hold on, Coder. Hold on, Coder. What it is it's like it's one dude who, like, take for instance the milk drinking thing.
Dude.
One guy on like 4chan makes a post where he's like, here's a racist interpretation of something that actually has no actual racist meaning. For instance, like the white power thing. Here's a way that we can interpret this thing that nobody uses with a racist connotation racistly. And sure, I mean, they're attaching kind of that idea to it. They're saying this is a way we can interpret this to be racist, but they're doing it as a joke, and they're seeing if the media will bite. And the media does bite. And once they bite, the use of this
and the
to
joke is they're
mean
not
white
actually
power
racist. Is that a
spreads
joke?
to thousands and
I don't think
thousands of
that's it.
people. So that joke, the interpretation of something that is totally innocuous as being white power,
I agree
now
that's
is
the
propelled to
point, too.
thousands of people.
I agree that the point is that it's innocuous, but I believe that that deliberate innocuousy comes from the right who's using it. I think that's where it's initiated. Yeah.
Do you think that 4chan are really all white nationalists?
No, I don't think 4chan's all white nationalists. I never fucking said that.
They're
dude.
mostly
Like,
federal agents now.
Right. Well, yeah.
I don't know.
But that's
Like, come on.
that's like the whole point, though. They make a thread saying,
Oh.
"Let's make this thing this," even though it's not, and it'll be funny because the media will take off with it, and that's the whole point. It's a joke. It's not.
Okay, so if the way that you get the media to catch on to how you're using a symbol is to use the symbol in that way, then I don't fucking care what your intention was. You're still using the symbol to promote white supremacy. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's all for the meme. We're just trying to get the media to report on us doing this thing that we're doing. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because that's what the media reports on, dude.
That's what they did in this case, right? It seems to be the case.
Yeah,
do you have reports of that? Do you have reports that are like showing like made up shit, like very obviously like when this was coming up, right? Because it seems like you guys have so much foundational knowledge about exactly how this was carried out. And I don't know, I was on 4channel when I was younger, and it seems like a lot of stuff like this came up from
Kyle have it.
Yeah,
I saw the threads. I wouldn't be talking out of my ass otherwise.
Yeah,
but
I'm not talking out of my
4chan threads. Sorry, I'm not that autistic.
Yeah, I'm not asking you for fucking 4chan threads. I don't know.
Yeah, so the reality here, Coder, is that the media fell for a bad joke.
No, here it is. Here it is. We have the picture.
Hold on, they fell for a bad fucking joke, right? And then once they fell for that bad joke, then after the fact, they want to say, "Oh, but here's the thing: it came from the more white supremacist groups, yada yada yada." But they just fell for the bad joke without any substantiation of the claim, and they just ran with it. And this is lockstep with what they've been doing to us as far as getting good information. That's why fake news even became a fucking slogan, right? Is because they do that shit a lot.
Well, and here it is, by the way.
Weight on this specific thing being like fake news. So
here it is.
Tell me how
here
this
it
is.
There's the screenshot literally from like the original thread on 4chan. It says it's a picture of Mel Gibson, then it's a picture of the OK hand sign. Somebody's drawn on the W and the P, and it says we must flood Twitter and other social media websites with spam claiming that the OK hand sign is a symbol of white supremacy. Make fake accounts with basic white girl names and type stuff like OMG, that's so true. Use as many emojis as you please. It would be good for us to associate the OK sign with being a symbol of white supremacy because Mel Gibson used it. Use the hashtag power or hand privilege in all of your tweets and whatnot related to this. Bonus points if your profile pic is something related to supporting feminism. Leftists have dug their stuff so deep into lunacy, we must force them to dig more until the rest of society ain't going anywhere near that. And that's always the intention. It is to make left look like the lunatics because they start raving about the stuff that's intentionally used to make them look
gaslighting. I agree.
Yes. And then it's used. And then
like
verified people on Twitter, Michael Lee using it about Richard Spencer and Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos was a big subject of that. Same thing used by Stephen Miller at the White House and then at the OK hand sign during the Kavanaugh trial. I don't know if you saw that. And hold on. This is a new one to me.
Well, can we back up? Because what you're telling me is that you're showing me this. You're telling me about this thread where they describe the thing they're going to do, which I just kept saying that they went on to do, and then the media reported on. And you're telling me that this is the thread that initiated them starting to do that thing, and you're telling me this proves me wrong? How?
Yes, because your claim, unless I've totally misunderstood you, your claim is that it was used intentionally that way by individuals first, and then the media picks up on it, and then everybody knows they use it that way. My argument is that they didn't even use it that way. They totally fabricated it. Nobody used this to mean white supremacy ever. They totally made it up.
So none of the people who are promoting this.
Hold on, before you do this, guys, it's getting late for me. I gotta go, but I'll be on here more often.
Later,
you know, this is fun. Yeah. Okay. See you guys later.
We need to do a 2v2 debate or something.
Yeah. We'll get something going.
Pleasantly surprised.
All right. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you later.
Good night,
you have a good one, man. You have a good one.